Premier Counter-Strike action. That is exactly what is about to go down here.
We've seen glimpses of how good G2 can be, especially in the group stage where they won the entire group, but we need to see it in a playoff environment.
Nexa now pushing through. This is the perfect time, and the plant's going to come in. Nexa is a beast! G2 figured out the art of war against FURIA.
If you had to look at two teams where you thought, okay, there's of course potential, but we don't expect them to go all the way in this tournament, it'd probably be these two teams.
And Searson's off, cuts down Issa. OG. It's not elimination on the line, but the upper bracket run coming in from big. Searson goes for the repeat, and one after another, they cut them down.
I've never been more confused about what could be the outcome of a game. But here we have it. Mousesports versus Astralis.
Oh, Device. And then the quick rotate over towards ramp because that's the gap.
Oh, no way, Chris unscoped.
One more.
And Device will see the shoulder
and he
of
hits
a third.
It. Poor Mousesports. They're going to walk right into it. Device, a hell of an ace. Astralis eliminating Mousesports from the Blast Fall Finals. The first team to hit the dirt.
We are back for another day here, a Blast Premier Fall Final. 8 of the best teams in the world now are 7 as we lost Mousesports yesterday. I am your host, James Banks, and I'm joined by Maniac and the new babyface Pimp. I like it.
You bullied me yesterday. You bullied me and bullied me and bullied me, and then it did something about it, and now you're doing it again, James.
I just want you to trim it up, you know, make it a bit smarter with it.
I went all in, you know. I want to go back to my young days.
There you go. Young Pimp in full effect. I'm just jealous because you've got a better jawline than me. That's what it's all about, really. But Maniac, we're here for some more amazing Counter-Strike matches. We're here to see who's going to go home early on, and we're going to see who will push on forward. Why do you say, oh?
Because we have to say goodbye to people, right? We have to say goodbye to teams. That's the harsh reality of the tournament.
Good enough.
Let's get him out of here.
Yeah, see, look, me and Pimp on the same boat with this.
Then he wonders why we bully him. Just look at get him out of here. All right, then.
Pimp wants to watch the whole world burn. He wants to watch teams that don't deserve it not be able to get their prize money in here. Let's take a look at the brackets, though, and see where we're at for today, because, oh my, the matches just get better and better. I can't get over this, guys.
Okay.
I just enjoy every moment I look at this screen because every matchup can deliver in such a unique way.
You know what? You should keep these moments in your mind because life will throw bad tournaments at you in the future. So keep this moment in mind. All the games are nice. We are all zen and centered and activated. Maybe you can use that next month or whatever, whenever you need it.
Next month?
Whenever, in the future.
Okay. I like how he's just planning for us to have bad tournaments. We don't want bad tournaments. We just want the best.
Just saying we have to keep the good moments in mind. That's what I'm saying. It's what we're living right now.
These are some very good moments, though. We've seen some teams really rise up and show themselves. We've got the good storyline for Astralis, even though it's a lower bracket run, what they might be able to do here.
Yeah, they are not looking bad, you know, but none of the teams in this tournament have looked bad so far, as Matt just said, and as you're alluding to. It's like one of the most stacked tournaments throughout the entire year. You said all 8 teams right here within the top 10 as well. It's insane, you know. There's just good teams all over the place right here, so it does not matter whether you're playing the lower bracket, the upper bracket, or anything. It's just good games all around.
Well, should we find out what games we've got for today? This is where we're going to be kicking things off with. Me and Maniac will be taking you through all the action of FURIA going up against OG. We've also got a bit of Big versus G2 action to end the day with. And right in the middle, to spice up your life, we got a bit of ZywOo taking on Simple. And that is the matchup that we'll see in the middle of the day. It is Na'Vi taking on Vitality, not just Simple taking on ZywOo.
Of course.
But it is a matchup we look forward to because it does feature 2 of the best players in the world, and one of them gained it in his rookie year.
Yes, ZywOo started in the first place. That was his first ranking in the HLTV. He just went from nothing to best player in the world in a matter of seconds, right? And if we talk about rookie years, then obviously ZywOo once just destroys anyone else. But I do believe that the conversation about Simple versus ZywOo is one that could take 2 hours just to settle. And I'm just going to start it. Maybe we don't need to settle. Maybe we just can accept the fact that this is an era of Simple and ZywOo who dominate the world of Counter-Strike.
Well, this is the thing. The conversation always comes up, but the way I look at it, right, is they both have done it in such a unique and interesting way. Like, the most impressive part about Simple is the rise up through lesser teams and still be able to have such incredible results, and then he sits there without all the trophy wins. Then you've got a Zyru who jumps in, and he instantly comes in just like, cool, #1, no problem at all. And he makes it look easy.
He makes it look easy. I guess Simple and Saivu are, our pendant to Ronaldo and Messi, right? They both, grew up in the same generation. They both are here right now, and they both show us, the highest level of Counter-Strike that we've probably ever seen. You can't really compare them to 1.6 Legends. You can't really compare them to Source players. But as of right now in Counter-Strike Global Offensive, no players out there have been able to reproduce such a high level time and time again, game after game after game. Sure, there's the Devices, sure, there's the Nikos, there's the Kenyas who occasionally were up there, but these two players are the best players in the world.
And you know what is absolutely fascinating is that I feel like they do it in two different styles. They have different attributes that you can give them. For Simple, when I try to theorize what he's doing, I'd say he's mechanically the fastest and most precise player we have in Counter-Strike. I don't think Zywu can even match him. The way Simple can aim from one point to another and how quickly he can go from that position to the other is unmatched. It's completely unmatched. You move to Zywu now, I think he might be the smartest CSGO player we have. He doesn't make mistake. Maybe yesterday I've seen him take 1 or 2 duels he shouldn't have. But in general, he is Mr. Perfection. Whenever he does something, whenever he takes a decision, that is the right one.
When I was looking at the stats and going back into the years, right, take it this way. Zyru's worst performance ever over a year was back in a year when he wasn't really playing at any sort of high level. It was a 1.02. Then from there, the lowest rating he had is this year, which isn't even over just yet, in 1.29. How is 1.29 your lowest rating? How is that a thing?
I was just about to say, right, because Saivu, last year when he won the best player in the world title, when he was placed #1 on that list, Simple had a rating of 1.30. In any given year, that was in 2019, Simple would have been the best player in the world. No discussion, not even close. But just because Saivu came in last year was so amazing in his rookie year, well, Simple would have to take with a second place. And trust me, you know Simple, I know Simple. He's not happy about that. He wants to be considered as the best player in the world.
And this is why we look at this grudge match, right? Because when it's these two going up against each other, there's definitely a bit more fire on the server. Now, a lot of the Vitality players will tell you Zyru doesn't care about this, right? He focuses on the game. But he's in a very different system when it comes to it. We know Simple, though, is motivated by, if he's not performing, if he's not able to do it all, he's going that extra level, that extra step further.
Yes, and I would give that edge to Simple, and then we can start talking about structure and positions and role and whatnot. But beside that, beyond that, Simple has proven over the years that he can take over a game and win it alone. And emphasis on the alone. We saw that game versus Astralis where he had 30+ kills per map. And out of any given situation, he can create something and just win it. And it doesn't matter when, it doesn't matter where, what weapon he has, how many seconds are left in the round. He can win any given situation. For Zywu, it's not that pronounced. It's not that crazy. But Simple, for that, he's a magician in that sense.
Now, when it comes to this, in 2020, they're both on the same rating for now, right? 1.29 across the whole year for now. But how do you give the edge on this, right, if they sit on the same rating? Does it come down to more tournament wins or more higher placings, which to me would be Vitality? Or does it come down to looking at the individual skill and the player side of things? Because we talk about best player in the world, but there's a lot of team elements that got to come alongside it.
Honestly, it depends on how you want to value it. Because as you said, there's many different factors that plays in. I think individually speaking, if you take, just isolate the players and you look at their performance on the server, I personally would say that Simple have been a tiny bit better than Saivu throughout the year. But as you said, the rating has been more or less the same.
Yeah.
I think Simple's impact within Na'Vi, without Simple in Na'Vi would be nowhere. Na'Vi would not be up where they are, right? We rely so much on Simple to be good. I think the same can be made for Saivu, but I think that's more of a system within Vitality. I think you could take another player, put him in Saivu's shoes and do not as good, but at least, you'll be able to replicate those performances closer than Na'Vi would be able to if they replace Simple. So to me, it very much depends on what the metrics we're judging here.
Okay.
I will say, though, last year, Saivu was the best player in the world, and I agree with that. You think differently, but I think him winning titles yesterday edged that out. This year, though, if I had to choose one right here, right now, I'd probably go for Simple.
Aren't we biased because we have seen Simple destroy Astralis? Like, psychologically speaking. But that's the Simple effect, right? Because we talk about numbers, and the reality is, if you compare the numbers, there is not a huge difference. But Simple leaves a mark in your mind. That's what Simple does. He leaves a mark in your mind. You talk about impact. ZywOo's impact is greater than Simple. If you talk about the numbers and the stat, the number is higher. But in your mind, and in my mind, you think about Simple and you think about The Undertaker, just destroying people.
Last brought up a stat right here that tells it pretty well for me. Simple's rating against top 30 teams in the world is 1.4. ZywOo's rating is 1.31. There's a 0.09 difference in that one, and that is a big margin right there.
Yeah.
I think Simple against the best of the best team performs better than ZywOo does a little bit. I'm not saying ZywOo's not good. He's still the second best player in the world. Could potentially be the best player this year if he just goes on from now and just hammers everyone out of the server. But as of right now, when Simple goes up against the best of the best, we see him perform just a tiny bit better.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think Simple has that going for him as well. He's got that champion mentality, and whenever his position is challenged in any matchup, that's when he rises. That's when he takes over. We talked about it. We took 5 minutes to say, you know, versus Astralis, that's his biggest game, or second team that he likes most to destroy, I guess is the word I want to look for. And he's got that going for him. And you need that if you want to be a superstar and the best player in the world. You need to be able to activate that form whenever. And I have to give it to Simple. Also, another element that we need to use and we need to think about is the longevity of his reign. Think about for how long Simple's been doing it. Think about for how long he's been at the top. ZywOo, sure, his beginnings were insane, but these are just beginnings. Let's have that discussion in 5 years and see if he's still here.
Well, this is the thing, right? Look at this. When you're looking at ZywOo, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1.42, 1.40, 1.32, 1.29, yeah? When it comes to Simple, he's had 1.19, 1.18, 1.15, 26, 35, 30, 29 from 2014 to 20. That's just huge. And it rocket up, right? It's going further the better teams he's playing up against.
But it depends what we're talking about, right? Because there's no doubt that when you want to, you know, judge who's the best player in Counter-Strike history, I think you cannot go anywhere else than Simple. The fact that he's been able to reproduce these performances year after year after year, and he's only getting better, that in itself is insane. You can't say ZywOo, because ZywOo has only been around for a year and a half, right? We don't know where we're going to be in 5 years, so it depends on what we're talking about. Because sure, the best player of all time in Counter-Strike, that is Simple. The discussion as to who's the best player of 2020 is still open in my mind. I think right now I would edge it to Simple, but I'm definitely open to arguments as to why it's ZywOo.
This is the thing. This is where you sit on both ends, depending on how you look at it, how you judge the stats and look at the numbers.
And we go back to the beginning of the discussion. Yes, I think it's great for the discipline that we have a best player in the world, and we need it. We need that one, you know, role and spot to rely behind. But the truth is, just like Messi and Ronaldo, these are the two most gifted individuals we have in the game right now. There's no discussion. They sit on top of the world, and then we have to fight and nitpick and look for this stat and look for this argument and say, but he's a little bit better. But the truth is, these are the two gods of Counter-Strike. There is no debate about it right now.
And real quickly, though, when it comes to their match of going head-to-head, I come back to that best-of-5 final. Simple took over the first part of the couple of maps, only maps that Na'Vi managed to win, then Vitality bounced back. But you look at the system in place, in general, Vitality have a better team set of players, and that's what gives them the edge when you come to actual matches like this.
I would say that's part of the reason as to why Vitality I wouldn't say winning titles, because they always go to the final and lose. You know, they had that one final against Na'Vi where they actually got a title, so that's nice for them. But that is part of the system as to why Vitality always plays high in tournaments. Whereas for Simple and Na'Vi, it's always up here or down here. We don't really know it, right? It's up and down all the time, and that's the big problem with Na'Vi. Simple is a great player, but Na'Vi as a team right now, maybe not supporting him as much as they should.
Well, we are going to learn more about this epic matchup and two of the best players in the world later today. But before we get to that, we've got to head to a quick break. And when we come back, we're going to FURIA taking on OG.
they've been looking like their old self, a team that can take out any team in the world. And they have some of the most skilled individuals when it comes to North American Counter-Strike.
And for players like Art, you can make some magic happen like that. This is a team, for me, though, that I don't know what to expect. We talk about consistency. It's like, what OG are you going to get?
Valda finding Keto through the smoke. Oh, frag grenade. But he doesn't even need it.
Our opening game is FURIA taking on OG, and it's an elimination match to start the day with. And I want to start this by looking at both these teams, to me, and I could be wrong, play completely different style of Counter-Strike.
That seems about right. You have FURIA again pushing the limits of the aggression. We talked about it, we covered it. Whereas OG, I guess, are going for a more complete style where they can be passive, they can be aggressive. At times, it depends. So I agree with you. It's not exactly the same style. And I also believe we have two teams who had different showings in their first game. FURIA barely missed the mark against G2, whereas OG, that was disappointing versus Big.
I 100% agree. I think FURIA did a decent job going up against G2. I think that was a great game of Counter-Strike, a game that could have gone both ways. Whereas for OG, I was left flat after watching them play. I was left with a feeling that, OG against Big Clan, the way you lost, the way you threw the Inferno game as well, you weren't able to convert, winning both pistol rounds and being up 2 times in that game. There was just, such a flat feeling for me after watching OG play. So the 5 players on your screen right here, I guess, I can say it quite simple. If they don't play better today against FURIA, then there should be a very limited chance in terms of how much success they can expect today.
And this is the thing I worry about with OG, is yesterday they were making some fundamental mistakes, which I would not expect these players to make. You can give it maybe Mantu a bit of that, but when I've seen so much good stuff from him, yesterday just wasn't acceptable. Not in terms of fragging, but just the little errors that were being made that cost them rounds.
With both of you. I agree with both of you, and I have a stats right here that's going to corroborate that point. Yesterday, on their CT side, OG only won 56% of their 5v4. That's barely more than half of the rounds they had the opening kills. That in itself is a huge tell. They had leads, they had comfortable situations, comfortable positions, and they let some rounds slip away. And Big were really good at punishing it. And you know what, FURIA, they're going to do exactly that. If you don't allow them, if you don't stop them, they're going to punish you at every single turn.
And now when it comes to this OG roster, though, we just mentioned him a little second ago. Mantu is a player we've seen a lot from, and I want to hear more from him because he's been speaking to Freya.
Of course, today you will be coming up to face against FURIA, a team that you haven't actually faced since almost this time last year. So how are you viewing them as opponents right now since they came over to Europe?
FURIA is always an interesting team. They're always really aggressive. We do play against them in practice, and it's been going good against them. But as we saw, they are different beast on officials compared to practice. So yeah, it should be interesting. Should be fun game against them, and yeah.
I think one of the key storylines coming into it is obviously the AWP v AWP battle between you and, of course, Henny and Art over on the side of FURIA. So how would you kind of compare your 2 styles of AWPing? Is there anything you're doing in preparation to come up against them?
No, not really. Like, obviously, I respect the open Henny, and of course, I'll be aware of Art's aggressive peaks everywhere with the AWP, just running through everything. But other than that, obviously, like me and Casper will look at some tendencies of things they do, and yeah, try prepare against them. That's it.
We don't know the maps quite yet coming into this best of 3, but we know that both of you guys have comfort in Inferno because we've seen you playing it both quite a lot. So if we do find ourselves on that map, is there anything you're going to be looking towards from the side of FURIA?
I think it's going to be a like literal playground for them. They're just going to be running. So we just need to prepare. We need to be prepared for the aggressiveness that they're willing to put forward. And yeah, just expect anything. Expect the pushes. Expect the aggressiveness, and try and play into our game. Be confident in our game and push them back.
Like what Mantu is saying there, he thinks that, okay, we can kind of work out the aggressiveness. People do know what FURIA throw at them. But G2, yes, they dealt with that. I don't see OG in a position that they can deal with something, even if they do pop off against Art.
But I think they could, like individually, if it's a really good day for OG, I think they could, right? But the problem is, and what we have seen from FURIA yesterday, is that not only can they outrun you in terms of straight up fire Counter-Strike, but also Art came in with some very fancy calls, like you pointed out in that clip, the fake plant. That's the sprinkle on top, right? That's the cherry on top for FURIA, is that whenever they take an edge, whenever they feel like they have the edge now, it's not only about headshotting you, it's about making you lose your mind, because every single part of the map that they can take, then they double it down. They fake you on it. So for OG, you have to limit them from the get-go, because we know that Art can now play the mind games.
I disagree a little bit in the sense that I think player per player, I don't think that OG are good enough to deal with the aggression coming in from FURIA. I think that's a big problem for many teams. They fail to realize that when you're playing FURIA, sure, you know what's coming, and you know there's going to be a duel with Art. You know there's going to be a duel with you, okay, Zerato at some point, or Henny for that matter, being an aggressive AWP player once in a while. But if you can't stand up as an individual and win that duel, it doesn't matter whether or no you know it's coming, if you're still going to lose out the duel. I think individually speaking on the server right now, what OG got going for them is the team play. It's the caller Alexi B. Sure, if they can make a great game plan and they can find ways around it, you know, maybe avoid too many duels in the beginning of the rounds and then, you know, do late executes, there's a chance they can win the game. So it's about, you know, playing around like that. But if this becomes a game where FURIA is allowed to take the duels, then I think they'll lose.
That's the key. That is the key right here. It's not only about taking the duels, it's sometimes about finding another solution. And yesterday we saw G2 figure out a little bit too late how to avoid these early duels but still win the rounds.
Well, I want to hear from Vinny, because this is a man who we've been talking to more and more across this, and he probably thinks this game's going to be a bit easier than what we're saying.
In terms of the team as well, we always praise Alexi B for his calling ability for the side of OG. So how would you compare the sort of two different styles of Art being your in-game leader and then Alexi B as well? How do you think that's going to be going down in the server?
I think it's more about like the way where they started playing Counter-Strike. I mean, Europe has always been like tactical and playing slow, having everything for the map, not doing mistakes. So I think it's going to be a good clash, and I mean, we just don't care. We just run straight to them.
That's what we love about you guys on the FURIA side, Vinny. You mentioned Inferno there. Obviously, we don't know the maps quite yet, but we know it's a map that both of you guys are comfortable on as a team. So how would you compare the different styles? Is there anything you're expecting out of OG if we do see that map coming into play today?
I would say probably a lot of executions, and they trying to have map control like as a unit. That's what I hope for.
Of course, yesterday you did say you were 100% confident going up against G2. So how is that affecting it coming into today? Are you still as confident going up against OG?
I mean, 100% was enough, so I need to say 200% now.
A 200% Vinny, a 200% Fury is definitely scary. I wouldn't want to go up against that. But I do want to take a look at what maps we're going to see, guys. Because this veto becomes very interesting straight away.
It's going to be complicated for OG. That's the least I can say. Dust2 will be out. Vertigo will be out. With bans, we can roll them out. Now, the problem, I think if you're Furia, you cannot be tricked in that veto. You can just go for Inferno, which basically is a good map for OG, but such a good map for Furia. Yep. And then the problems begin. They stick with Inferno. That makes sense. Now, let me set up the scene for OG. You have two choices here. You go for Mirage Nuke, which are usually the maps that you pick, but very good for Furia, or you curveball into Overpass and Train, but I don't really know what you can bring to the table.
It's a tough one. No matter what OG is going to do right here, they're going to find themselves in an uncomfortable position. Sure, you can pick your own maps, but you're going up against Furia, who's one of the best teams when it comes to Inferno. You know, already that one is not looking good. And then Nuke and Mirage, it's going to be tough. Mirage it is. I think if you're Furia right now, you are incredible happy. Even, you know, with the potential third map being Overpass, which I think Furia now will remove, then they have the perfect map pool going for them.
Absolutely. Now they Train and Nuke are back on the table, so if you're Furia, you can actually just decide to go on Nuke if you want to. That's going to be a good map for both. Don't really know why they would decide to go for Train. I'd be surprised. And there you have it. OG going for Nuke. It's a handshake. These are the maps that these teams pick the most, but in that sense, then we go back to the pound for pound, and Furia actually wins the veto.
It's the three maps Furia by far play the most. Right. 12 times, 16 times, and I believe 15 times the past the 3 months. Wow. They play these maps so much. So this is a perfect veto for Furia.
So this is looking like the Furia hype train. Does OG have a chance in it?
Yeah, I guess. I think, look, they were not going to win this series in the veto. I'll just say as much. The veto was not going to go OG's way. I accept that fact, but I'm not going to say it's impossible. We could see OG shine and do a better performance than they did against Big, but Furia by far favorite here.
Well, let's see if the favorites can pull it off. We are going to go to another break, but when we come back, it is time for us to shine. It is time for us to get into Furia taking on OG. It's an elimination match, and one team will press on forward, and one will be sent home. It is time for the opening game of the day. You've got me and Maniac to take you through it all. We're getting a bit more FURIA action in, mate. But this time we get to see him go up against OG.
It's a different kind of opponent, I'd say. We were left yesterday with the feeling that FURIA did let it slip away against G2. I feel like they were in good positions on both the second and the third map. At the end of the day, G2 were able to fight back, whereas OG, they did look a little bit flat against Big, but I'm expecting a reaction. I think that's the OG. If we get them on a good day, which is the conversation when it comes to OG, right? They can fight back. I don't think we give them enough credit for that. The problem is, good day, bad days, they come and go.
Now, you know, when FURIA first came over to Europe, we had such high expectations because of what they did in NA, and before the Corona happened and they were traveling, they were doing good results anyway. But how do you put them now? Do you think, like, for me, I'm looking at this, I'm looking at the recent results, and although, okay, they're not coming in just winning all the tournaments, we couldn't expect that from just to travel over and make that happen. They've seen improvements now, and I think these Henny rumours have probably been put to bed.
I hope they are. I hope they are, because you think about Henny and what he's doing for the team. I don't want to see him anywhere else but FURIA right now. He just fits in perfectly in the system. They got that double punch going on with Art being more aggressive on the sniper, and then Henny's behind to punish anyone. Currently 1.30 in the event. Really great rating for Henny in general. So I think that they're probably past that. I hope they are. Obviously, we don't really know what's happening in their camp, right? We're not a fly on the wall. But I hope they are. I hope they're looking towards the future right now and just focused with this lineup. They've been looking much better. The loss against Astralis was a bit flat, but then again, you catch Astralis on a bad day and things can go horribly wrong.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Sometimes it does go like that. And one thing when we look at is FURIA right now, they look happier. One thing they do is they look like they're animated again. When we first saw them come over, they looked a bit lost, like they weren't kind of able to deal with it.
Well, it seems to be a team that is pretty much emotion driven in that sense. And it's great to see them smile again. I really believe that they are a team who, when they're having a good time, the level just automatically increases and improves drastically. Obviously, you cannot always command what type of mood you're in. You're going to have bad days, you're going to have bad periods. In that regard, it's been a challenging year for most of us, and I can see how FURIA would be impacted by that. But it's great to see them bounce back. And I also think that it can be a virtuous cycle, right? You're starting to have better results, the confidence rises back a little bit, you're smiling, having a good time, and then suddenly you have a better result. So that's the curve on which I see FURIA right now. Just don't let it happen like it happened against G2 too many times. Because these losses, even though more frustrating than devastating, they just chirp away at you. They'd be annoying.
Now, the thing that really interests me about OG at the moment is they're in a position where they were on the rise, and they've had a maybe slow and steady rise. I've enjoyed watching them play. I've seen some great results come out from them. They look at the Flashpoint final. It's all been coming in and going there. But the problem I see for them right now is you either need to have Valde really popping off, right? Or you need Mantu and Issa. And for me, you're relying on the Mantu and Issa, more of the rookie players, right, in terms of performance at this level, because Issa had his time on Hellraise, stuff like that. Mantu, this is his first big shot. But I don't see enough depth in this team right now.
I know what you mean.
I feel like something is missing. And it's not like they definitely don't need to change. They've got stuff they can work on here. But it's like, you're definitely not going to look at MBK to be the one popping off. Sometimes we need Alexi to really do it. And he is a very talented IGL and he can frag out. But I also think we heard from the comments, he's doing so much for this team.
I know. And that's when the conversation about the limits of a potential roster starts kicking in.
Yeah, the skill ceiling.
And the reality in Counter-Strike is that not everyone can be the best team in the world. Not everyone can. That is right now a roster that kind of cemented themselves in top 8, which would be great, I think, with what they have. And I echo your sentiment. I was in the shuttle this morning going towards the studio, thinking about the event, and the things that popped to my mind is that the win condition for OG is a very long list for them to perform to the max.
Yes.
Sometimes I try and do this exercise, this mental exercise where I think, okay, what do I need to see from team XYZ to perform and win? And when it comes to OG, I feel like the list gets long, right? You need to have, if you think about the biggest results they've had, you need Mantu to pop off, you need Issa to be really great with the rifle, you need Alexi B to be on point, micromanaging, finding all the opportunities, you need MBK to be solid. You see, all these players need to go 5, 10, 15% above what they usually do for OG to rise up and have great results. So can I rely on them overperforming? Can I trust the fact that they will do that on a consistent basis? That's been the issue for OG, and I believe the explanation as to why sometimes they can win big names and they can beat big names, and sometimes they don't.
Now, I've got a question for you as well, because you know Mr. MBK pretty well.
I do.
I want to understand, like you said yesterday on the desk, that they need someone like him who brings that experience, right, who has that influence. But I see him right now as a player who can bring that experience and hit the server. I don't need him to top frag. I don't need to bring up all the firepower coming in there. But I do get worried seeing him get very frustrated more often now. You're seeing the pain in this man's face many times, and he's never been in this situation where it's been so bad like this at times, where he's not been able to pull off the big wins and game-changing moments.
Well, we'll see if he can do it now. He's definitely going to be needed on Inferno to have that B side in mind where he used to have his name written on the wall. Is it going to be enough? This is Furia's pick. So I'd expect to see them start on the T side, but yesterday that wasn't a problem at all.
Yeah, the T side of Furia is very scary when it comes to Inferno. We don't call Vinferno that name for no small reason. Vinferno can do a lot of damage when it comes to this map and his abilities in general. But remember last time, Furia, so control up towards Banana. G2 respected it and didn't challenge so much. Will OG have the same kind of idea?
Well, I guess if you're OG, you had a little bit of a blueprint right there. You could watch the game against G2 and realize how they lost and how they won rounds. Right now, we see a rotation being in. Look at this. Look at the stack from OG, James. They have 4 players, 4 defenders already on the B side. Flash is coming through. Again, Furia going in for the CT spawn aggression. KSerrado finding 2. Alexi B strikes back, but they don't know about the 4th player. They have no idea about Valde. He comes in now out of the shadow. 1 kill, 2nd kill for Valde. It's a huge pistol for OG so far in a 2v1 situation, and he gets it. The stack works out for OG.
That is how you play into the handoff, the smart game there. You saw it. Furia looking comfortable, thinking, oh, we got these couple of kills, we can walk in. And then they've just realized there's more bodies and more bodies.
I mean, there were 4 there. How do you expect that?
Yeah,
how can you possibly
never be ready for that?
I think it's a case where the triple sack on the B side is not too crazy to see. But as soon as you dispatch of Alexi B, which is hiding behind Dark, Valde becomes invisible. There's no way you're looking for a 4th player. So OG, they had the read and they had the headshots. Good job from Valde as well at the end.
Already a tech pause after the first round.
It's good. It's giving me time to breathe again. That pistol started fast. And no time to drink my drink. Oh, let's go.
You've embraced the full commentary moment. You're even commentating on what you're doing.
It's part of life now.
Outside of the game. It's become this thing.
I've been Mario thinking, okay, I'm going to switch the light on now. Oh, I'm going to put some music on.
Is this you in your apartment?
You don't see my apartment, right? No, not from your room. You don't see me dancing around and having music on.
Oh, God.
Yeah, it's a whole spectacle.
We need a Maniac cam.
We definitely don't need that. We really don't.
I want it.
Look at this. Valde dancing around the pillar. That's really nice.
This is exactly what you need from a player like him, though, right? We were talking about it. He dropped off a fair bit when he went to go IGL, and now he's come back. He doesn't have to IGL in this team, but he is this really nice, good player who will try and do everything. He will believe he can do everything, but maybe I just want to see him be the star. Maybe I just want to see him be that amazing Valde that used to get me so excited all those years ago.
See, that's the key. Are we satisfied with Valde being well-rounded, good enough, here, consistent? Are we satisfied with that?
I think that's limiting his potential.
I know.
I don't think we saw enough yet.
Like I said yesterday, I think Valde is maybe suffering from the fact that he's so versatile, and then he gets to do these shadow rolls because he can do it. And it's not something that every player can do to the extent that he's doing, so he ends up in these positions and he gives space to other players, which I can only, recommend or approve of. But then when you have his talent, sometimes you just want to see him pop off and take over.
Yeah, because just because he can do it doesn't mean he should do it.
I know.
You could get another player to fill that role. You're not going to get another Valde.
These shadowy rolls, they're part of the equation in Counter-Strike. Equally as important as, just fragging all around.
Ooh, now this is interesting. So Furia is still forcing. They got 1 AK alongside it, but they didn't get the plant down right. So this isn't going to be as good as what they've previously had. But still, for the CTs, the weaponry is not amazing. We've only got a FAMAS and an M4. The rest are going to be the MP9s in play. Already, though, I'm liking this from OG. Even though you're going up probably against some forced weapons here from Furia, you're taking some aggressive angles. You're pushing down Banana. You want to challenge them at their own game.
We've seen what can happen to G2 when you allow Furia to have under control from the get-go.
Yep.
And that got ugly. That got ugly real quick.
Nico was not having a good time yesterday on Inferno.
Furia won rounds base of headshots. They won round base of strategies. So it's a whole problem in itself. So we see OG deciding to take control very early on. Still quite a stable situation.
Yeah, nothing too much really going on. Just OG have gained that control. Valde can sit in a comfortable position wherever he is. No pressure going to come out from Furia just yet. They poke their way up mid. Now MBK will hear this. He wants to poke on it, but he goes up against the AK. Takes a fair amount of damage as well. Just forced away from the position, though.
Yeah, this is just pressure. The plan from FURIA always has been to go back to Banana to wait that smoke. If Valde falls right now, there's going to be a huge problem. He spots them, decides to stay. He's got backup behind him. Alexi B could flash for him. That's the flash. But no, Valde has to retreat.
Smart. I like that. He doesn't take the risk too long. Doesn't stick around to try and fight him. Now Alexi B will play off the smoke and he'll be the close quarters man in action. FURIA just seem to want to bust this and go for it with time not massively on their side. They do need to go sooner rather than later. The mollies go up. No one else is going down just yet. Alexi B strikes and he's able to do so much damage. It's a clean up here for OG. Beautifully played. They were on the money. They knew what was coming. And that is how you understand what FURIA are going to bring to the table. And that is how you deal with it.
That's a splendid hold coming out of OG, and it starts with Alexi B in that pesky corner with the MP9. Probably the best way to utilize that weapon if you think about
Definitely.
it. And clearly FURIA did not have a dedicated player to clean it up. So good job from OG. They withstand the risk of the force buy coming out of FURIA. 2-0 now in the lead. Will very likely face Glocks because no bomb plan came through. It's the way you want to go about it.
You know what? We always get these games at the beginning where some nice rounds, some good action, and then they just pause.
They just give us time to get in the rhythm. They give time to the people at home to make the tea or whatever they want to have, get in the zone.
Feel the rhythm, feel the rhyme.
Exactly.
One thing though, I want to see this man some more. Good old Henny. This is where he's one of my favorite AWPers to watch on Inferno because you don't see too much, especially on T side, to come out of it. And he is one man that can do it on any situation.
Yeah, he's the whole package when he's feeling it. He's got the close quarter ability as well.
Yeah, that's
but
it.
He will also hit the easy shots from long distance, which is usually either or when you think about snipers at the top level, but he can do it all. And he's got that fiery element to him, which makes him very likable, I feel like, you know. It's one of these players that's so invested. Alexi B is going to go with the mow down, probably. A lot of damage being put down. Valde strikes on 2, and that nade is money. And that is it. Third round on the board for OG.
Super simple. No problem at all for OG to deal with all of that. They find themselves in a very comfortable position. I love OG's sweater here on MBK. He's gone full Christmas already.
Vibe.
What's the date?
Today?
Yeah.
We are on the 10th of December.
Oh, man. Think, because we're living in apartments.
I know.
No Christmas tree, nothing.
But when we go back home, then it's going to be like, wow, Christmas is everywhere. But for now, what's everywhere is Counter-Strike. With the first gun round for FURIA. Mantu trying to get the peak, but the flash, the protocols are good. And look at this space being taken instantly by Art.
I like this from MBK as well. He's going to push up in apartments.
Oh, God.
He's got backup. Yuri's able to get it. Issa trying to strike. They do just trade out, though. That's a positive in there. Issa needs to be careful, and he is backing away already. The spam goes out towards him. He gets tagged up, but he will be able to escape out of this one. FURIA looking to regain that control that OG wanted to force out in the beginning parts of the round.
They've missed the window of opportunity now. FURIA have to realize that OG has time to reposition.
Yeah.
There was a couple of seconds where it could have happened.
Oh.
He just spots one player repositioning, but can't strike on it.
Mantu, he wants to change the game. He wants to bring some... Oh, he doesn't expect that, though. Heavily tagged up as well. Not put down, but the pressure's going to be applied. They smell the blood and they want to deal with it. It's a back and forth for now, but OG, they're in a good position. Art is already low, and Valde comes in to take down Queserato. Plant going to go down, and they can just swarm him. They can overwhelm him. Really well done. They gave him no time to get off of that. No time to potentially take another body or get another kill in there, and they'll be able to save Mantu's AWP over.
The first kill from Valde seals it all. I mean, his second kill technically in the round, but as soon as he wins a duel against the headshot position, that is it. It's a 2v1 against the blocked Art on the side. And I like it from OG. You know, they come in here with an idea. They want to push early on with that double man apps squad, and as soon as they realize they go for the 1-1 trade, they reposition. They had a quick turnaround from the CT spawn players as well, joining forces with them on A. I wonder if FURIA is going to realize that, because OG, they were very fast at abandoning the B side completely.
Quick rotation.
It's a little bit out of the meta. So if you are, that's one of the secrets that you have to uncover in this house.
Right now, though, FURIA, they do have a buy. Not the greatest amount of utility. And look how much damage has been done early on here. They're holding Banana really well. Valde and Alexi B, they're doing great work of applying pressure back towards FURIA.
Yeah, tremendous damage being applied early on, and that forces FURIA to slow down just a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the utility situation for OG. It's good enough. And look at this, the read. Manto is joining the party. He's going to be here on time. That's going to be a triple city setup to hold that B execute.
FURIA love a B push. 2 players already low. Mantu has come across. OG in a good position to defend once again. And Valdi, well, it's no problem at all for him so far. He's still sticking around to fight, but will he stick around too long? Oh, that's really nice from Mantu. He finds Vinny, who tried to sleep through and go towards CT spawn. He's picking up more kills as well. And FURIA, they're not even fighting. They're just dying. Every single one of them wrecked. I don't think I've seen FURIA be that lost in a B push before.
They have no say in any round so far. The 1v2 from Art was the closest they've gotten in the last 5 rounds. But here again, it's OG coming in with the reads. Mantu rotating on time. You could see how Mantu was only waiting for Vinny as well. He's the 3rd sniper. He's waiting at the entrance of Ruin to grab that ever so important kill. Vinny could have turned it around. And everyone is shining for OG right now. They have the utility damage early on. They have Valdez stepping up massively. Mantu with the good reads. Everything is looking great. 5-0 lead.
You love to see it if you're an OG fan. As another pause comes in for the moment. We just need to see FURIA get that 1 round though, don't you? That's when things really change.
They're really good at making 1 round count for 2 or 3.
Yeah, exactly.
As soon as they find an opening, they will exploit it to the maximum ability. But so far, there's no opening being given by OG. I just want to say as well, I was wrong in the pre-show. I talked about NBK on the B side, but they have changed around. I missed that one. Now, NBK is actually playing towards the A side. Yeah. It's Alexi and Valde. It's a really great hold. I think that was the case for a while now. In my brain, I didn't update the situation. So mea culpa on that one. Good flash.
MBK's fighting out here. It is against the pistols, and he is going to get overwhelmed. And actually, Mantu, he's pushed around. He's forced back. Now it's Issa. The rotation's coming in from Banana, though. They're trying to get the flank on go, and more utility down.
I mean, look at the timing again. 2 rotations ever so fast. I don't think they can see Valde come in if Alexibi gets activated just a little bit. Alexibi just has to fake, but he changes his mind. Valde will make his position known, and that's going to give time to Alexibi to come from long.
Caterado could be huge here, though. Sat within Graveyard. Instantly, Vinny waiting for it. Alexi still wants to try this for the moment. Maybe looking to just do some more damage.
Yeah,
damage. Away.
Damage is the name of the game for Alexibi. If he can get 2 of them, it's going to be enough to make sure they have to rebuild. Taking their sweet time. Maybe all 3 of them. Oh my god. Alexibi with the first one. Can you get the AWP out of the end of Vinny? Yes,
wow. That was huge from Alexi. They all ran past him. They expected him to be saving. And it is an unconventional saving spot, and he made it work. The damage they needed to be done to FURIA makes it very costly, especially in a round where they won it with pistols.
At least they won't just run away with 5 guns saved and creating like a huge economical tsunami. FURIA will still have to invest.
Economical tsunami. I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
I try and get poetic at times, even though it's not my strongest suit. In French, I could, not in English, but you got to take risks sometimes. Now, FURIA, they have unlocked the situation by playing the B side. Henny strikes in with the AWP now.
That was a scary first pickup there. Valde had not been challenged in that way thus far. And OG needs to be careful of overextending. They're now falling back to positions. They're looking for the backup. Mantu goes in to land the shot, but again, it's players jumping in front of him. MBK spraying it out, but Mantu has already fallen back. This is going to be down in the pit, but this could be easy for FURIA to bust in. They can do the wraparound as well. And Alexi, he's pushed all the way down Banana. He's not even in the B site. FURIA can just waltz their way in.
That's the read from FURIA right now. They need to figure out where Alexibi is. As soon as they realize he's Banana, they can just take the site and that's it. They leave 1 lurker towards the CT spawn and then they have full control. Do they have a smoke to play with? They don't, so they're going to use the flash. Alexibi is hearing all that. Surprised to see no reaction coming out of the rest of OG right now. It's all going to be on Alexibi.
Not planting default either.
That's it. That's the round.
That's what they were waiting for. I guess they weren't rotating to see what Alexi was going to call off the back of what he was seeing and hearing. Maybe if he took down the bomber and can take a fight, there's something that OG were going to play off there, but this is the smart call.
No, that's an interesting T side from FURIA we're seeing right now, because if we go back to that G2 game, the domino effect very clearly started with Banana being lost by G2. That was the first step, and then FURIA, they accumulated, again, credit and trust towards Banana, and then they faked it out. Now we have a FURIA that have realized that early on, bracket towards A is actually on for the taking. Frustration.
Real frustration. I just realized that's an OG Christmas one as well. I'm going to talk to Vladdy. I need that. That's
Need
my
all
next-
the merch.
Send it my way.
So what's the call if you OG now? You've just lost bracket twice. You had 3 players holding it. FURIA had looked really, really fierce the way they take it. Smoke to the left, couple of flashes, they just take it together. Wolfpack mentality. How do you counter that?
And this will potentially be the last buy for this if they can't get the win here, and then they really allowed FURIA to get back in. Ooh. Mantu needs to come online. Mantu needs to be off the challenge. He's had a couple of missed key shots now. And MBK, you saw that frustration on the camera. He was really not happy about that. He went in for the challenge, he missed the spray down. FURIA, they're just forcing their way in again. It's a 1-for-1 trade. The CT's now on the site. MBK, he's ready. Shoots up towards apartments, but he's instantly jumped on. They're still trading out, though. They're still making it work. But this is going to be hard now for OG to push in. Plant's going to come in. Plenty of utility being used. And Art, well, he's staying aggressive. He's just staying to spam through the smoke.
Mantu's going to Molotov the site. That'll force a reaction. We have 2 FURIA players being blocked in flames. Is Art burning? He's staying alive somehow.
Wow.
That got scary for a second.
Yeah.
The problem for OG is that they all coming from the same angle. They are all coming from long.
Look at Art. Again, in a smoke.
I even wonder if they're going to try it. I wonder if OG's going to try it. They're going in for it. They're going in through the smoke with Flash and James. It's all on. Art is playing in the smoke. He's hiding behind him. They got no idea. Kesarado finding Alexi B, and that's the timing for Art to strike. And there we have it.
That is where you always have to be careful. If there's a smoke and you're playing against FURIA, just spam through it. If you're going to rush, just take a shot. Just you need to just put 30 bullets in the smoke just in case. Art could be somewhere there.
You talked about it when you were casting the trade game for FURIA.
Yeah.
On Kesarado, the spacing. And it's probably one of his strongest attributes as a player, because we don't often talk about Kesarado's entry kills, for example. But if you look at the spacing he takes and his trading ability, it's fantastic. Honestly, it's
He's
fantastic.
quick, right? He's on the money when it comes to that.
It's like a, what's it called? Like a hit-seeking missile, right? As soon as he got information, I was like,
He's
okay,
like,
I got you.
there, hi,
That's it.
there,
One is
go.
symmetry, bam. One is big pit, bam. He's really quick to trade, which is why I think it's great that FURIA are using him as a second wave. I don't want him to go first. I want him to be able to do that mission, that trading frag.
Coming on to that, I was so happy that we never lost Kesarato to MIBR. Like, remember when that came around? Was it 2 years ago now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a really hard time with like
Concept of
chronological
time,
order
yeah.
and the concept
To
of
that
time.
Counter-Strike time, right? It doesn't feel like a year's gone by.
It's very
It's
relative.
been like 3 years.
It's very relative.
So pistols and 1 M4 for OG on this round.
Finally, they've been broken. Financially speaking, at least. I think mentally they're
They had
pretty much
such
in
a
the game.
buffer though.
Yeah, but this is where FURIA is actually, you know, like I was talking about, more than one-dimensional. They have been able to unlock the situation, taking more than just banana control, and now they go back to it just to keep OG in the dark.
I like this though from FURIA. They're going to be careful. They have a good idea that the money could be bad, and well, that's a good poke indeed. Valdemir land the headshot with the M4, but that's the rifle taken out of the equation. He was pushed up on apartments. This is going to try strike, but he's pushed back. There's the shots he needs to land. He still wants to hang around here for now. Art thinks he's pushed in. They think they can hunt him down, but Issa, he's actually got all the way around them. Oh, they're going to check it. Vinny, you're so smart.
Do you have any other thing you want to tell me that I don't know already? Vinny is smart. Is that what he's doing? Opening or bursting through open doors?
They thought he ran away into the site. Art chased him down and they realized, wait a second.
Wait a minute.
And Vinferno strikes again.
I think it was one of the points we brought out at the desk when we talked about FURIA and saying, you know, if your weakest quote-unquote element is Vinny, which, by the way, I think is arguable, but if your weakest link is Vinny, then you really, truly are in a good situation. And I can't believe no one is really using the Veni Vidi Vici joke with Vinny. I think there's so much to do with it. Come on, guys. Latin. Is Latin dead? Or is just taking a long nap?
As the school system gets worse around the world, people get more stupid.
Do you still learn Latin?
No.
Can you do that in the UK?
No, they don't do that anymore.
You can. I think you can do that
Maybe
in
if you
the
went to
high
like a
school in
private or posh school. Definitely
Okay.
not where I'm from.
I think it's still an option in Switzerland's high schools to have Latin. I think we can argue the use of it.
All they were trying to do in our school was making sure we attended and stayed alive. They were the key aspects.
God, I
Like
cannot
real-life
relate to your
Counter-Strike.
situation. So. I came from a very, how can I say, quiet city, like small little city, more cows than people. Everything is
Really?
nice. Yeah. You
Oh,
know,
wow.
In the countryside of Switzerland.
Do you know what? As a city boy, I would love that. Like, people always go, oh, I'd love to live in the city and all this good stuff. And I'm like, it's great, but like when you've done it from the very beginning of your life, you kind of don't want that.
You know what?
hustle and bustle.
To raise kids, I think it's fantastic where I was born. But when I was 18, I couldn't wait to get away and go to the cities and see the, I don't know, the shopping, the museums, the cinemas, the clubs and everything. I couldn't wait for that.
Imagine that being your norm since like the day you can just do anything.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
But right now we actually have a game on our hands, Maniac, because
that was just the end of the eco round.
Yeah, that
talking about all
that
right.
didn't matter. But I mean, we got a game on our hands because FURIA are fighting back. It looks so good for OG in these opening 5 rounds. They look like they had their kind of good idea of how to deal with FURIA, but that did mainly come off the back of Alexi B and Valde. Now the A site has been abused a couple of times. They're finally finding some success of actually breaking up into it. But this is the man I want to see do some serious damage. Mantu needs to be able to capitalize on these situations. When he's given opportunities to take shots, he's been missing them. Now's his time to strike.
I talked about the answer for OG, and you can see they started with 4 players on the A side in the first 10 seconds. Finally now, Mantu is actually being called back.
Ooh, we're swapping it up.
Towards the B side. And you could use the AWP to retake information.
Yep.
That's one way to go about it. FURIA, they just waited patiently the first 30 seconds to make sure no one was pushing them, and now it's going to be a bracket fight once more. But there's a lot of players for OG. It starts up with NBK, good trade for Missa, and they have stabilized the situation. Now Art, Henny actually going in with the AWP, fighting Valde. Such a huge target to put.
Still winnable here for OG, though, for sure. Again, it's going to be Mantu, though. To swap around in positions. Okay, Serato's going to have the backup of Henny. The smoke's going to go down. This might give Mantu an opportunity, though.
Oh, my God.
Oh, he gets smoked off. It's
That's
like
the usual.
so unfortunate. Mantu now has to reposition. Both angles are crossed off.
And this is terrible for FURIA, for OG because they have to make a choice.
Yeah.
But I think Alexi B might have found the gap in the matrix. They
Oh.
don't know about him. He's got to go for the second kill, but Yuri bests him, and that's it. The end of the round for OG. I thought Alexi B could just save the day.
FURIA have no problem with the clock being low and still charging onto a site, right? They will play even down to the last 20 seconds, and if they know we've definitely got this site, go. And that's it. It does pain me at sometimes when you see 3 seconds and it's going and you get nervous.
I know.
You get nervous, but there's a method to the madness with these boys.
It's really high risk, high reward when you play the last 10 to 15 seconds. And I also think you need to have everyone on your lineup being certain that what you're doing is the right call, because you cannot have any doubt.
No,
you think
you
about
need
the
to just
pathway
go.
and how you're going to the side. You cannot just, you know, second guess yourself and take it easy, 2 steps back, 1 step forward. You cannot do that. You have to go in all in, buy into the project, find the kills, and then you can afford to play the 15 seconds.
Obviously, you played it in Go, but at least back in my day, it was on 1.6. If you get to 30 seconds or less, you would just go to the site you agreed on. No matter what would happen, you would take that fight because there was too much risk in it. How did you guys play? You do something similar?
I guess so. What we try to do is we try to have a decision made by 50 seconds, usual, where we would go. Because, again, deciding by 50 seconds gives you a little bit of leeway to react if you're making the wrong decision, if you just realize there's stack against you, so you can pull back. But I think Astralis, for example, our team that have pushed it to the limit, like falling back offside with 20 seconds left, if they realize they can still do it. But it's a dangerous game, and it cannot allow for any mistakes. There's no room for error, no margin for error if you do it. But for OG, what used to be a very comfortable lead is now tied to 5 apiece. 10 rounds into this game, and FURIA are on fire.
And sadly, there's not too much in this round for OG. Art again drops the smoke down. He's going to be overwhelmed with pistols or potentially... Oh, he doesn't spot Issa. Throws out the molly. They do just see each other, but he can't get the shots landed. A nice bit of damage done. And Manti will find Vinny. That will give him an extra gun. No one's there to jump on where Vinny's body was. But Art is playing it sneaky. He wants to stick around. Will he expect the player, though, to his left? Oh, now he'll know.
He's going to get caught. That's it. And it all is on NBK with the 5-7, I believe, hiding in...
Seen him.
But see, the bomb is actually going somewhere else. So Valde is getting baited right now, but how could they know? It's on Tormento with the AWP, and Henny strikes in. FURIA, they just make you lose your mind. I talked about it.
You can't understand what's going on unless you're in their heads. And
the
it's hard to get in their heads.
It's the space they take on the map, and you do not know how many people they have left in that position.
But it's like, Art was the only one that showed his face in apartments. Yuri's behind him and did nothing the whole time. So if they were ready to push on it, right, if Art decided let's go, they probably both would have pushed onto it and been completely... Like, you can't understand what's coming next.
If you don't actively retake information, if you don't try and start to push early on in the round, because they take control, you do not know, is it 3 players behind that door, or is it one of you? It's like you playing one of these old games on TV, right? You're going to open up door number 2, and you don't know what's behind it. It's the same with FURIA. They have it under control, they have bracket control, and you have to make an educated guess. How many players did I hear? How many flashes did I hear? Where are they? And they are so good at keeping you in the dark, not knowing what's up. I agree with you. The second you see Art in apartment, that should be a huge tell. You should think that FURIA will play the A side. You have Art in the apps, but actually no, the rest of them just went back to B. They cover the tracks really well.
It's like someone sneaking around, and you're trying to follow what's going on, but they're just erasing their footsteps as they go along the map. There's no paper trail being left behind. You're looking for clues on the floor. You're like, okay.
Sherlock Holmes type deal. There were 2 people here. The train left 10 minutes ago.
There was 1 smoke and 2 flashes. I think they were thrown at the same time. Oh no, it was a heart. He did it
again. Look at this. He's again in apps, but this time around, I think OG has got the setup. I think they have the perfect setup to punish him, and there you have an easy kill from NBK. Will they know about Yuri? He's been spotted now.
Yeah, he gave away his position on that one. He wanted to try and get the refrag in. Wasn't possible, but they played off the information. They now know 2 players are there because Issa also showed his face. So we actually do see OG down in that 5v4. No, sorry, up in that 5v4, should I say.
Oh my god, AlexiB's alone. If AlexiB falls now, Vault is out of position to help him.
Was it OG that was bad on the 5v4 as well that you mentioned?
On the CT side, yes, they had a lot of trouble with that. But AlexiB is doing everything correctly right now, dancing in the smoke, but these 2 kills make a huge difference. But Vinny, he just turned it around. Vault had all the time in the world to hide. And now they can play that 2v3.
And 2 are rotating over to B. FURIA still want to push up for it. K-Serato's going forward with an AWP in his hand. Oh, MBK getting the tag up. He's going to plant for safety. Mantu's on the hunt, though. He's looking for it. MBK's dealt with the first. Vidi would have to come up huge here. He's already found the 2 kills. And that's all he'll get for now. Much better round coming out from OG there. Certainly wasn't comfortable for him, but they made it work. All comes off the back of AlexiB being able to hold Banana so well.
Yeah, he did a great job. Finding the first kill, putting down the smoke, repositioning. Grabbing the second one is basically luxury. Then I'm not exactly sure I agree with Valde retaking Banana as well. I felt he was better off just staying behind and guaranteeing a kill. When Vinny finds the second one, things could have gone horribly wrong, but that was a good round from MBK as well, finding the early kill and then closing the situation on B. Good job by Nathan. Here, very aware of the situation, very aware of the risk as well. He knows K-Serrato has to peek. It's a 2v3, so FURIA have to take some control, some initiatives, and he was ready for that. Good job. 6-6 now. Ow.
Art's going to be the one with an AWP alongside Henny now. So double AWP set up T side. With FURIA, it's probably the one team where I make an exception and say, okay, why not? Your face doesn't say so, Mehdi.
I'm thinking about it. I'm considering the situation. I guess because Art actually pushes the limit of being aggressive and he finds way to open space that we didn't really think about, I'm ready to give it a go. I still think it's a very hard map to maneuver with double AWP. It doesn't give you the speed and the pace that you need to apply pressure if you find a kill. Oh, that's a good nade. That's a beefy nade onto Vinny.
Alexi wants this. If they decide to push on it. Throws down another smoke. It's going to buy him potentially some more time, but it says FURIA still. You may think you have time. Doesn't quite work out. Alexi fighting off for it. Decides to move back. He knows he's got the advantage, and that's what he wants to hold on to. MBK's there to back him up as well. Oh, this could be a huge pick. If Mantu finds this one, he knows. He senses it. He takes down K-Serrato, and it's all falling apart for FURIA as they start to work their way up Banana. Valdi's come back over already, and Mantu. Oh, he goes in for the shot, but just as the smoke landed, he's tapping away with a Glock. He's actually still tagging up Valde as well. FURIA, they never stop fighting. They never give up, and Art's doing it again. Surely not like this. Maybe doesn't expect the player to his left. He's ready and waiting for it. Oh, he's got an idea. if Art can pull this off. Surely not. It's all going to be waiting on the timing.
Look at the timing
Good
of that smoke. It's going to be huge. OG now cannot retake through ruins. They have to take the risk.
Oh, he's
to
baiting
go
them.
through spawn.
He's making the sound cue. He's baiting them for some extra
He
information.
just won it with utilities. He won it with utilities.
That's huge. They're so scared of pushing through smoke.
That's
the
it?
incendiary grenade down as well.
What a huge run from Art.
How does he pull this off?
I mean, it starts with the kill he finds onto Mantic through the smoke.
Yeah, that was just ridiculous.
Just basically predicting the angle he might be on, and then that second kill, I don't even know if it was a quick scope or some sort of magic that was, and then he waits and waits to put down the
Here
smoke.
we go, look, so the smoke's only just blooming. He spots him first, he gets that. Still a beautiful shot because Mantu had the drop on him. This one though, look at this. Oh. Valdi's like, what?
Surely that cannot be legal. There's something we can do. There's some course of action.
Oh,
But then again, the way he holds ruins and pulls the trigger on the smoke with only like 15 seconds, 20 seconds to play with.
Was that 3v5 or 3v4?
It was a 3v5.
Wow.
It was a 3v5.
Oh, the
but okay, they want
banana
to
fight.
fight back. Alexi B's been the man for his team. He's been leading by example with 14 kills to his name now, and he doesn't want to stop. But who else but Art to answer back? He finds an opening. Long is theirs for the taking. He's gone in with the sniper. Oh, that's a miss of the one. Good reaction, good trade as well. And Issa falling down. That's the last domino they needed.
The A site is under the control of Furia. Alexi B can hear some footsteps, but is it going to be enough information to help him take back control of this round? Alexi slowly working his way through the apartments. Valde coming to back him up. Oh, is this going to be checked by Yuri? He thought he had the drop on him. This gives him an opening. This gives him a chance. Good smoke going out, a nade as well to follow up with some additional damage. It lands quite nicely onto Vinny, but is it going to be enough? Valde's pushing faster with him now as time is ticking away and they are running out. But Henny's going to land the close range shots and Furia clear it out. OG now can't get it done and we're at an 8-6 scoreline on the T side for Furia.
Furia were 0-5, 0-5 down, and they were able to bounce back and do it in a completely different way than the one they've gone through against G2. This time around, it was through bracket first, and then also off the back of winning some incredible rounds, we have the 3v5 in mind with Art popping off. But this is where you see how many strings they can play off of. They are not a one-dimensional team anymore, James. These days are over. They're a complete team on Inferno.
Yeah, there's never a point when I see Furia play Inferno, even when it's looking bad, that I don't think they can come back from it. They've just got that ability. Oh, okay, Serrano taking some damage. Some pressure is being applied to him. Nice stuff from Alexi. He took the risk and it paid off. Through the smoke, then he goes down.
He's got 16 kills already.
But it is really living and dying with Valde. Oh, wow. So much damage done towards Issa. Oh, no, Mantu's taking it as well. Oh, this is not good for the OG players on the A site. They may have picked up these opening kills, but a couple of players so softened up now. Oh, and Issa, he stays around for too long. He didn't back away. And he gives Furia more of an opportunity in a round like this.
He wanted to play the mind games, James. He wanted to stay around, because why would you? And there we have it, Yuri finding so much impact, so much damage through.
And what's Mantu's health? 60, okay, it's not so bad, but he still took a bit of damage from it. Valde's low as well. Furia gearing up to potentially take the A site, while we've got Keserato more towards B. He's going to try and sell the fake and keep the players on the site.
Oh,
MBK, he can be the difference maker on this, though. He's in front of it. He's got the MP9. He starts spraying. Oh, but it doesn't work out in the timing. And Mantu, he gets ticked up some more. The nade's going to finish him off. But he just escapes. 8 health and a dream. No! Henny comes in. The headshot landed as Mantu wanted to play it out. And with 7 seconds to go, they're still going to get the plant. And Furia are going to try and take this round when they had no business winning it.
Mantu just had to stay alive. I think they would have won only by the timer, but he decided to take the peak, allowing Furia a way back into this game. That could be another round that they turn on its head. Henny against Ragnar Valde. And what can Alexi B do? He's got 16 kills to his name. He's been putting such a crazy effort. but it might just be for nothing. He's got no kit to play with, he's got no utility, and he doesn't know where they are. If we think about the predictions, if we think about probabilities, he's got no chance, and Henny will put him down.
And look at Henny popping off. This is a FURIA that are very happy from a 5-0 deficit to a 9-6 first half on their T side. It may be their map pick. OG may have put up a fight, but they need to put up a harder fight when it comes to the second half.
Welcome everybody to a new series of Higher or Lower brought to you by CS Money. Today, I'm joined by the natural born killer himself. It's Nathan Smith. Thank you so much for joining today. We're going to show you two skins on screen, one with a price and one with not. And all you need to do is tell me whether the one without the price is higher or lower than the one with it. So does that all make sense to you, Nathan?
Yeah, that sounds clear.
Is the Legion of Anubis worth more or less than the Azimuth?
Just based on the fact that I haven't heard of that AK, I guess I'm gonna go higher.
Unfortunately not.
Yeah, I'm bound to have everything.
31 euros. This time, let's bring up a Deagle skins. We've got our AK-47 Legion of Anubis, which is worth 31 euros 95. But is a Desert Eagle Hypnotic worth more or less than that?
I would go with higher.
Well, let's see if you're right.
Yeah, okay, so I'm not gonna go from the rarity standpoint because it's not working at all.
So we're gonna bring that Desert Eagle skin up and we're gonna compare it to another pistol skin. Is this beautiful red skin worth more than 27 euros 23 cents?
Yes, it's worth more.
Be confident, Nathan, because you're right with this one. It is worth a whopping
yes.
86 euros 27. This time it's going to be an AWP skin, the classic red line, a staple of many people's inventory. Is it worth more or less than the Kill Confirmed?
The average is probably around like 22.11 euros, so I would guess it's lower.
Well, Nathan, you're bang on. And it nets you another point. We're going to go over to a knife. It's Bayonet Brightwater, lovely blue beauty. How much do you think that is going to be worth in comparison, more or less?
I'm gonna say more for sure.
You're definitely right in that, Nathan. Compared to 22 euros, this one is worth 221 euros. Because it's another knife, and it's compared to the Safari Mesh.
Yeah, I mean, it's higher.
Excellent.
It's higher.
So compared to the Shantikos Fire, for the M4 A1S,
Things on it.
what are you thinking with that
yeah,
one?
I'll go with that for that one.
Nathan, you are indeed right. You've net yourself 5 points so far. You to a pistol skin, one of my personal favourites, the Glock Vogue. But is it worth more or less than the Shantikos Fire?
I would probably go with more. I think it's a pretty recent skin.
This is the AK Baroque Purple. Is it worth more or less?
Less.
Let's see if you're right. You are indeed. Round number 10, where it's going to be up against the Fever Dream.
It's lower than the AK.
You've managed to net yourself 7 points. You've got to be pretty proud of that.
Yeah, looks pretty decent.
Well, thank you very much, Nathan, for playing our CS Money game. Always a pleasure to get to catch up with you.
After a massive lead for OG on their CT side, FURIA found the way. You give them one round and they will start to run it back on you. And they end it with a 9-6 first half. Henny is smiling away, and I would be too, because what he pulled off in that last round saved them to make that a 9-6 rather than an 8-7.
They took every single mistake OG made and capitalized on it.
Yeah.
In all of these 3v5s, 2v4, whatever the situation, as soon as OG was making one mishap, FURIA were on the money, and now they're looking at the barrel of winning or losing the first map, depending on which camp you got. Vinny strikes first, helping out to pull away. That's a good nade, but they're being pressured.
Flashes and smokes going out as well. It has stopped the push. Oh, they're not going to check for Alexi.
Oh, they know.
He can hear the footsteps. Can he play off of this? They know no rotations coming, but Alexi, he can't find it out. Yuri is just dominating the rest of them. What?
I don't understand. I don't understand how did they get out of this situation? By all account, the second Alexi B sees and gives information about the two players from behind, that should be just an instant pincer
Here we
move.
go.
But look at Yuri and his crosser placement. Oh my, this is why. This is why he just remains calm, ice cold.
If I'm Alexi, I'm triggered. I'm fully triggered.
But yeah, when he lets them pass by, he must feel, rightfully so, that he's got the round in his hand.
Yeah, it's
Guys,
there.
you have 2 flankers, you kill them, we go back to A. That should be the idea. But Yuri just strikes in from nowhere with 13 kills and destroys everyone with the USP? That's massive. 10-6, James. I'm losing my mind.
The reason I laughed is because I was like, OG have definitely got this round. And then all of a sudden, of course, FURIA managed to make some magic happen like that. It's incredible to watch. It's confusing for sure. But yeah, Alexi was like, okay, we've got this all wrapped up. He passes on the information. He can apply some pressure. And no, it doesn't work out. Now we've got more aggression from FURIA.
Of course.
And Art and Vinny going to put the MP9s to work.
They're not going to slow down. They have no reason to. Just make money.
Make money, 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 make money. I wish I had a camera on you just
No, you
then.
don't.
I do.
No one can see make my money move.
Okay, Twitch chat. I just got to witness Maniac shaking his money maker in my face. That is the most enjoyment I've had during this cast.
Look, I'm a complete kind of guy, you know.
You are.
When you got music going on, I'm in. But if we stick to Counter-Strike now, look, this is a bonus round coming out of FURIA. The question is, how do you use these MP9s?
Yep.
OG, they know the situation, so they should be ready for some kind of push. You should expect FURIA to take the fight to you. Would that be through Banana? Would that be through apps? It's one of the questions they need to realize. But they need to survive the first 20 seconds.
Wow. Back and forth trade-off with the utility damage coming out. Bowdy, though, will start off strong, and that's what Mantu needs to hit. 2 quick headshots. They bust the B site despite 3 players being up towards it. And that's the way you answer back. That's the way you put some pressure back on FURIA. Throw some aggression back at them. Rely on your individuals to step up.
Yeah, they did what they had to do. They were taking all these long-range fight, AKs, feet solidly posted on the ground, planted on the floor, and just fire away. Mantu and Valde combining to clear a Banana. It's a perfect start for them. They're not out of the woods quite yet, because FURIA will be able to put up a decent buy next round, and this is where the true challenge really starts. But OG, they have sustained at least that wave, the MP9 waves.
Saving on to their weapons here is key, though. And they won't really be pressured in that. The money is fair enough that you can work with here for FURIA. Look at this from Mantu. Bop, bop, and then straight onto Henny afterwards. Henny thought he'd have a chance of getting the refrag in there, but that was what you wanted to see. Maybe Mantu missed the mark. CT side with the AWP in hand. He was having a rough spot. Do you know how, the thing is, his scoreline may have looked bad after the first half. He had so many shots that were like 1-2 pixel off that it was looking like it was nearly going to connect.
I know, but what you want to have? You want to have a almost scoreboard?
Hey, hey.
Almost 45
I'm trying to find some positives for him here, Maniac.
I understand what you're doing. I understand what you're doing. Look at the pace being picked up by OG. Alexi B leading the charge, taking, again, Banana control after 10 seconds. Good nade damage onto Kisarad. They're taking a page out of FURIA's book right now.
Yeah.
This is good. They forced them back away.
Play them at their own game. See if they can deal with it. Not many teams try to play FURIA at their own game because it gets so scrappy and messy and you can't get in their heads. Maybe Alexi could be the one to work the advantage in that one.
And you can see FURIA moving into this round with an idea. Now that they have sustained the damage, they refuse to play the 3-2 split and they play 4-1. And it just might pay off. OG are gearing up for an A execute, and we have 4 players for FURIA together in bracket, and the double pick comes in, and it's a cleanup crew. Art with 2 quick kills. Mantu enters back, but they don't know about Yuri. He could be the linchpin.
Smoke goes down, but now MBK will have some information to play off of. Mantu's actually bested Henny. Mantu's really bringing it out with the AK in hand. MBK wants to reposition. Oh, Mantu. He's got no idea. Yuri can do so much from this position if he wants to work his way up. Mantu's going to go check it, though. Yuri was thinking about moving. Oh, he spots the head. He can't do the damage. If he forces this, there's a lot of players around him. There's also going to be one on the stairs in just a second. Yuri waits for it. That's the bomb. This is huge. Yuri pulling it off. He manages to take him down. Now it's a 2v1 and MBK. He's all alone. They thought they had a way to push in. There's not enough time either.
Oh,
Yuri is the boss.
Can you imagine how many scenarios this could have gone wrong for Yuri? Hiding in that smoke, being half-picked by Mantu, and then he triggers too fast. He shoots too fast, gives away the information, but OG had the bomb behind the lines.
But why did Valde not have the information that Yuri was there? If he didn't hear the shots, fair enough, but someone should have communicated that that was going on.
I agree with you. He needed to have that information, which maybe he had, but I'll go a step further. He needed to have backup. They could not abandon Valde when he's coming in with the bomb. You need to have a buddy system to make sure that the bomb gets across. And Yuri finding that kill is everything they needed. Huge round, but Valde, he wants to fight back now. Gets in here with the AK. Good trading from Vinny. And they double back. They've realized, they've analyzed that they hurt a lot of utilities, and now it's all going to be onto Quesarado.
Fast play from OG again. But can they play Furia at their own game? This is going to be all the time to strike. Quesarado still doing it. Loads of damage up there, even if he whiffed the first shots onto MBK. But they've got a time to strike. Vinny's coming around the side, and it's a double peek that comes out from OG. They shut Vinny down. There'll be no flank coming through. And Henny, he's likely to save. There's a couple players low, but does he really want to try and challenge this?
Oh, man. You can just feel the pressure that Furia will put on you. And this round is perfect from OG. They react quickly to the amount of utilities being thrown down Banana. They know that the A side is weak. They go straight for it. But then you have to have someone looking at your back or looking behind you every single time. There's always someone who's going to fight you. There's a timing that's going to be taken by Furia. And everyone in OG just hit their shots right there. It's a good round. But again, I feel pressurized. I'm looking at this game. I think about OG, and I feel the pressure that they have on their shoulders. Yuri here was already hiding, singing in smoke, and that's the one. That's the timing that you need to be ready for. Great shot from Mantu.
Terrorists win.
No pressure applied. Henny will save onto it, which is key. And OG, we've seen this before, but this is nicer. We saw that trade, right? Vinny came on the flank, up from apartments. They're able to swap around into it. Both go and attack him at the same time, not give him the chance. Had Vinny got a kill there, especially with a couple of players low, this could have been a whole different scenario.
Absolutely.
So OG are playing more together on this. And actually, I'm almost preferring Mantu on this rifle.
He's doing a good job. He's back to 12-12 now. And this is the breaking point for Furia. This could be the breaking point. They only have these. Look at the damage. It's an attack. Vinny strikes in again with the deagle. Oh my God.
How have they got away with this? Valde's tucked away behind. He's so low as well. They're playing with fire. Quite literally when it comes to this 5v3. Valde so low. Alexi looking to back him up. While MBK, well, he's a bit late to the party on all of it. He's just going to join up with the teammates now.
I'd like to see Vinny and Art switch up the positions. They have an MP9 and an AK. Just use the AK for long distance. There you go. Art's got the AK. He's got no reason to stick close to that wall. Vinny can stay with the MP9. That's fine. That's no problem for me. But if you have the rifle, use it to the long distance if you can.
So they'll avoid the flames for now. OG still looking to apply pressure. Molly goes out towards them, and they have to back away. More time being taken off their assault. Another incendiary grenade going out, and OG are just being forced further and further back. They're trying to take control, but it's not working out, and Vinny's position is now huge. He starts off, he's able to do more damage. He pulls out the deagle, he's there, but Art is now in the back lines. It's still a 4v2, and Art can do so much damage. The smoke goes down and Art goes out. More shots delivered and he pulls it off, as always, in a significant fashion. What a statement round coming out from Furia.
I talked about a breaking point for Furia. Well, guess what? I was wrong. That could have been a breaking point for OG. Yeah. They went into this round with the potential, with the idea, with the possibility to shut down Furia, to push them onto a full eco round. But that was before the absolute missiles that they got in their faces. Banana with the nade. Oh, the damage. My God. It's not over for OG. They were able to put together some sort of buy. They have 2 AKs on NBK and Issa, 2 MAC-10s on Valde, and Alexi B, and Mantu's going to stick with the deagle. That, to me, suggests an apps play. That's usually what you do when you have these 2 MAC-10s. You use them to take space.
Yep.
And Furia, right now, they don't have the best setup for that. They have a bracket-heavy defense. Apps is completely open, so they could get caught off guard. But in the next 10 to 15 seconds, I expect some kind of repositioning. Quesarado now moving out.
Yuri again. He has been the final boss time and time again as they push on out. Too many players stuck together.
God.
They're just putting themselves into the meat grinder. And Yuri, he's just taking every single one of them down. Issa lands left on 58 health, but 3 players to find.
And he's been relatively quiet this series, right? And we go back to these win conditions. We talked about the moments where OG were lifting trophies when it happened, right? The games, the huge names they've been taken. Issa was a main part. He was integral in these victories. And now he hasn't really been able to activate himself in that game. On the CT side, I feel like he was challenged a couple of times towards the A side, and he failed most of the times, unfortunately, for OG. And now he's got no chance. Vinny strikes it first. 14-8. And you're talking about meat grinder, man. Yuri, he is so solid with his spray control and his target acquisition. I wish one day I could be able to do that. Well, these days are behind me anyway, but I wish I could have been able to do that.
Alexi trying to work out what he can do here.
I think playing against a FURIA that's activated is probably one of the biggest challenges in IGL.
Yeah.
Like how you have to figure out ways to get back into the game.
But it's in rounds that Furia look like they have no business winning, right?
But again, the force buy, we go back to it.
Yeah.
That round should never happen.
Like, we've seen force buys, they can happen, but normally they're like a rare commodity and you go, oh, wow, that was amazing. When it's Furia, we must see 1 per game, at least.
At least.
Yuri just dealing with the smoke push, no problem, more kills going his way. Yuri, we need to put more respect on this kid's name because he continues to deliver.
It's just a reminder that pretty much everyone and anyone on that roster can take over the game whenever. And that makes them a deep lineup, a deep roster. When you don't know where the danger is going to come from, it's not only one player that can do it, but it's multiples. Obviously, Henny, we've seen it many times. Queserado, don't even mention it. To me, one of the most skilled players there are on the Brazilian scene. And then Yuri, at times as well. And when Yuri is activated, you can see the way he looks for the fight.
Yeah.
He is not stopping. We can talk about Art and his aggression, but Yuri is no small feat with that.
Yeah, he's also got that in play for sure.
He's got the moves like Jagger.
It's like you two have got something in common.
No, Yuri. 15-8. Furia again on the brink of showing us a good Inferno, but it starts bad. All good if you're an OG fan, depend. And BK finding that kill onto Yuri. That's a good target to put down.
Yeah, I would be happy with that.
You can take the deal.
Still got Art and Vinny on the site though. Queserado's already moved on over. Art is even looking to come into this. OG really selling this A hit, but there's still plenty of time for them to fall back. Oh, they start to spray through this. Oh, they've surely, yes, Manta needs to keep checking this. Art cannot just be able to walk in, and he finds himself the kill. Henny's there as well. Valde spraying it out, and Issa, he's there to back him up. He's there to help. Issa takes further damage from Art, but OG are staying alive in this one. Art grabs his AWP. He runs the hell out of there, and he doesn't want to take this fight anymore. He may try and do some damage, but at what cost? He cannot lose this AWP.
They don't have so much money, so he should be careful. Mindful of the consequences if he drops that AWP, right?
Yuri's completely broke.
Well, finally, a round that starts off great for OG. Finding Yuri at the edge of that smoke in the apps from NBK. That was a good pickup, and then they just press the advantage they have. Good trading, good spacing on the A side. They attack through long. Art finds 1 kill, bursting out of the smoke, but that's not enough. And he loses the AWP. Now, I'm keeping an eye on the money, and Henny could decide to drop one, but he would be naked.
Did Alexi pick that up, that AWP?
We'll see in a couple of seconds. That's the case.
Hey, didn't pick it up. Interesting. Okay, so T-side, they don't want Mantu with the AWP in his hand. It's going to be rifles. It looked like he went for it. It looked like he ran for it and tried to get it done.
Oh, look at this. He can line them up.
Oh, wow.
I thought that was going to be it. I thought Valde would destroy them. That's also a lot of information. And this is why we see FURIA reacting the way they do. They know they have given a lot of information to OG, but they're not acting on it. So FURIA is actually playing themselves in this round. They expected a quick redirect to be, but that's not the case.
And no one is in A right now, just to be clear. We have weapons and utility, and no one on the A site. Art has fallen early on. He traded out for Valde.
This is free real estate.
just one of you go to A, maybe. Just one.
Diddy, he's got people behind, and he lines them up with the bomb and the famous.
What?
No, OG, you're gonna go back and watch that VOD and kick yourself. Because the A side was all in.
They had no idea. You couldn't know.
They couldn't know, to be fair. They couldn't know. I'm not gonna put that on their shoulders.
It's just like, you know, when we can see everything and you just go,
I know,
what is
I
this?
know.
What? I was calling for FURIA to have at least one player go A. I thought OG would work out it's empty and just rush through, but Vinny pulled something off like that. Well, this is a battle back at least, but time's already running low. They've still got to fight for the bomb. No one's trying to flank the guys here, even though Henny's looking for it.
And they can't
move. It's just being spammed up. MBK's down as well. 36 health. And Kaserato's position, he's good for one. But no, MBK, that's a huge pickup. But it's just not enough time. Issa, he's got the bomb. Henny's already in A.
That's it.
GG.
If Henny plays it smart and with the timer, I don't think mathematically Issa can win this round.
Flash. Henny sealing the deal with the final kill. A great round coming out from FURIA as OG tried to make a mini comeback, but it wasn't meant to be. Absolute domination and coordination coming out from FURIA.
This was beautiful. From the point where they were down 0-5, they went on to win 16-3. From 0-5, then 16-3 in the next round. That's FURIA again showing why they are a complete team on Inferno. And it doesn't matter if you know they're going to pick it, they'll pick it and they'll win it.
Well, you got to say for OG, though, this was scary, but you go on to Mirage next.
Of course.
Your map pick. We're seeing some of the individuals warm up. Mantu specifically was hitting better when it came to the AK, more so than the AWP.
It looked a little bit better, and I think it's going to matter a lot for him as well.
Yeah.
In terms of confidence and moving on to Mirage, we know how much an AWP has to take space. My problem is that he diverted away a little bit from the AWP. He's stuck with the rifle at the end.
Yeah.
We're going to need to see him take responsibility on Mirage.
Different maps certainly could be on the case. We definitely need to see an AWP when it comes to Mirage, but we're going to be going to a break real quick, and when you come back, well, we'll be back with you on the desk. We'll see you in a few. We've come to love the performance on Inferno from FURIA. They certainly showed us what they've got one more time, though OG did try to make it look different. They tried to make it look difficult for them. They also showed us that they wanted to play a bit of FURIA's own game, but you can't beat the masters when you are just the apprentice.
When do we start talking about FURIA being the best team in the world on Inferno? Is that too
Now?
early? Am I jumping the gun?
Nah.
I might be jumping the gun, but I'm not sure. I think what the mastery they are showing on Inferno time and time again now, and being able to have different game plans, because to me that was a different T side than against G2. You put that all together, they're looking like the best team in Inferno at the moment.
I really would love to see a FURIA going up against the Vitality on Inferno. That's what I'd want to see. That would be an interesting one. But this matchup here, we've got to focus on that, right? We can't get too excited about FURIA's Inferno because OG now, they did have a plan. They did try to battle back within it, but it just didn't really hit the mark, right? FURIA still felt like they were a couple of steps ahead even when rounds got close.
They got off to a good start, let's be honest. Velve in particular got off to a good start. He was doing a good job. OG was doing a good job. And up 5-0, I think to myself, okay, because I agree with you. FURIA may be the best team in the world on Inferno, but OG, they are able to compete against that. They're able to fight that. You saw Alexi B being very proactive on the server as well. I think he finished the game with a plus 180 yards. So there were some good moments for OG right here, especially when it came to banana control in the beginning. But from that point onwards, FURIA won 16-4 after being down 5-0. And you think to yourself, okay, OG, if that's all you got in the tank, right, that's not going to be enough. You talked about it on the cast as well. Manta not really finding footing with the AWP. There was a lot of missing things for me when it came to OG's performance. And that was a big part of the reason as to why they lost.
And then when we come to looking at FURIA, right, you've got to mention Yuri. This man. Time and time again, we spoke about it. I'm going to keep going back to that Virtus Pro game when it was that rushing. He literally made sure they had even a chance, right, when it was looking so dead for them. Yuri is a man who continues to deliver in his own dynamic environment.
Yeah, his impact, I think mostly on the CT side was massive. The way he was holding apps and finding space. And again, just flirting with the limit of when is it that I'm too aggressive? Can I hide in that smoke? He had a couple of key moments as well. We have in mind the moment where he crosses the smoke, he crosses the bomb, sorry, not making it possible for Valve to go towards the A side. The pistol round was massive. That was a thing of beauty, what he was able to put together. And this round, that moment, to me, that was a breaking point. And I think it ties back up to another problem for OG is that in some of these rounds where they objectively had a way in, they dropped the ball a couple of times. They could not afford to lose these situations. And Yuri, he had every opportunity and he seized them.
He has been an absolute beast and continues to be so for FURIA. But we talk about art so much, and these smoke plays he pulls off him, right? How does this one man keep getting away with it? When are people going to learn? Just shoot the smoke. If you're playing against FURIA, shoot it.
We talk a lot about Art, and we talk a lot about him being proactive on the server. We talk about him being prerogative to play against and annoying to play against, to be honest. And I think we have a perfect clip that is going to showcase that right here. The round is 6-6. The game is still on right here, and OG, they could fight back. You see them in a 5 versus 3. Right here, you need to see them win the round, but they don't. This pick right here from Manto, not so good. He goes down, but look at Art, look at this movement, look at the decisiveness he's showing with right here. Picks up the AWP, instantly runs into ruins, and guess what? Art is going to hit another nice shot. Now pay attention to the utility. He's going to have this duel, he's going to hold this angle for a long, long time. He puts down a smoke. Bomb is already halfway through the tick, and now he's going to jump around just to bait out the rotation coming in. Also has a Molotov right here. Now half the time of the bomb counter has already gone here. Puts down a Molotov towards CT spawn. So in a 3 versus a 3, not at a single point does OG have a chance of winning the round because of Art and the way he used his utility. That right there, that is Counter-Strike at a very, very high level, and we talk so much about him, and we have to praise him for it.
The smoke, yeah. The sound, the footsteps.
The sound was a bit risky. That could have been over the top.
Sure.
But one thing with it, right? He knows he's in their heads. You know, when you're playing against FURIA, you got to be very careful of that coming into fruition. You go, oh yeah, I'm just going to ignore that smoke. I'm not going to. He is one that will push through it.
I have to agree with Jacob. This round is Art doing everything himself from start to finish. 3v5, fighting 2 kills. And even then, as you pointed out, when he finds the first kill, he goes for the second one because he knows at the time they are not favored to win the clutch. So he goes for more, and then he's got the patience. I mean, this man, when he's online, and it doesn't really happen. We saw yesterday on Nuke, he had a game where he was struggling. No, it was actually against G2. He was struggling on Nuke, right?
Yeah.
But when he's not struggling, then he just makes it looks beautiful, right? Because he has the crazy plays and he sprinkles a little bit of clever, tricks at time. It's just too nice to see.
You just love this little sprinkle, don't you?
Added all the time.
All the added sprinkle on top. We'll all do it. Why not? When it comes to Mirage, though, that's where we're going to next. And it may be OG's pick. But look at what happened yesterday against G2. FURIA put up one hell of a fight, even if they didn't get the win.
Yeah, because we talked about a match here, and I think you said, it felt like G2 was just holding on towards FURIA throughout that entire game and somehow, some way found a way to to win the game in OT. I felt there was many occasions, many moments yesterday where FURIA should have won that game against G2. If I'm not mistaken, G2 won both pistol rounds as well. FURIA still managed to push it into an OT. So there was a lot of positive signs coming out of FURIA yesterday on Mirage. And if you're OG, some of the stuff that we saw missing right here in Inferno, Manto not really finding impact with the AWP, that has to come to fruition right here on Mirage. You saw some of the individuals not able to hold up against FURIA. They have to step it up on a dual-oriented map like Mirage. So some of the things that we did see not work for OG on Inferno, they will have to change for Mirage. Otherwise, that's going to be another strugglesome map for them, despite it being their map pick.
And we know how frustrating FURIA are to play against when it comes to any map, but especially Mirage, right? We saw it just yesterday, and I already started to see the frustration seeking in on OG.
I mean, you think about their CT side and what FURIA played against G2, the 26 kills they had only of AWPs for Henny and Art. And it's also, we sometimes talk about double AWP, but I think Art and Henny have that very unique, different style, which is very complementary between each other. You have Art that's going to go for peaks, and then Henny is punitive. Art is going down mid, he's going to jump with the AWP, Henny is going to stay CT spawn. But you never really know who is where and what is happening. So for opponents, how many times did we see yesterday Henny just waiting patiently and having G2 players wide swing him? Because they didn't know, they weren't ready. So if it happens again, yes, it's going to be frustrating. And I do agree with Jacob. I think FURIA had the game against G2 on FURIA, against Mirage, sorry, and that could just be again a 2-0.
Now, we already know what FURIA are going to deliver, right? We know what to expect when it comes to these guys. But Pim, what do we need to see from OG to make this competitive, to potentially take a win? Because honestly, I can see this potentially being a 2-0 now.
I need to see Manto be able to contest against Henny. Henny is one of the best AWP players when it comes to Mirage. His rating on that map specifically, the past 3 months, is 1.19, where he only averaged out 1.12, you know, on all the other maps. So on Mirage specifically, he's doing a good job. So Manto coming alive, that is going to be a given. That has to happen right here. I need to see the role players of the lineup do well as well. I need to see NPK find impact right. He's going to be having a big task on that CT side, holding up to his own. You know, he's like the anchor of the side. He has to stand up for himself. He's having a good game. And FURIA is not going to be able to run all over OG. You know, if you can force FURIA to play, I wouldn't say slow Counter-Strike, but not as explosive Counter-Strike, you've come a long way. But those two factors are, to me, the two biggest win conditions for OG. Without those, I don't think they've stand a chance.
And they definitely have to watch out for the B mind games.
Oh, you mean FURIA playing B side 6 times in a row? But we tie back to that point where FURIA, whenever they feel like there's an opening, they'll push it to the maximum of the limit. So just don't give an opening.
Don't give it an opening. That's very hard to do when you come up against FURIA, but they find these openings left, right, and center. It's up to OG to try and take us to a third, but it is not looking so good. If there's one team that can do it, it is going to be OG, and they need to do it now to survive elimination. We're going into the second map. We're going into Mirage, and it's OG's pick. You just heard us break it all down. And when it comes to this, I'm worried for OG because Inferno looked so good at the beginning. I'm thinking, yeah, we got a game on our hands. There's going to be a fight. Then it slowed down. But yes, okay, it's FURIA. It's their map pick. We know what they can do on Inferno. I have hopes for Mirage, but there's too many win conditions for OG.
Yeah, but you talk about map pick, and we circle back to the veto discussion, right? The problem is for OG, they had no way to trick FURIA into this veto. If you think about the maps both teams like to play and the pound-for-pound comparison that we had to do, then obviously FURIA would end up in a good position. So if you're OG, there's no way out. You have to fight back the hard way. You have to beat FURIA on Mirage, a map where they've looked actually beatable. You know, they've lost twice against G2 recently. I also see a loss against VP, but that was the strugglesome week that they had. They can bleed. They can bleed on the map. I'll put it this way.
Okay, so there is an opportunity that OG can take. But
it's not going to be easy, but it's not impossible.
It's not impossible. Well, if you're an OG fan, that's the only positive Maniac can give you right now. It's not impossible. So Mission Possible will continue here on Mirage between these two teams. One thing OG want to do is ensure they do start off strong like they did before. They'll be on their T side for this map. FURIA starting up on the CT side. We'll see K Serrado and Art on the B side. Oh, Cedric Grenade goes down early on. K Serrado gets extinguished. They have to spend the smoke. Oh, headshots being delivered. He's fighting more. He's put Valde down so low. K Serrado is just handling them all. And Alexi B, he tries to escape, but he gets put down to 22 health. FURIA, well, they are not letting off the gas. They smell the blood and they go on the hunt. OG have 2 players remaining and they are nowhere to be seen. Issa, he's found an A site. He's completely free, but he's got no bomb. He's got no way of getting this done.
And with time, they will suspect, they will hold their guard. I don't think Issa is going to be able to find a double kill that he would need. Alexi B is just waiting for Issa to find some sort of timing. He cannot on himself just take home FURIA right now.
Vinny has Julies as well. You know, last time on Mirage it was Art.
Okay,
now we've got Vinny with him.
Maybe Issa just found a way in. Because he let these two players run towards jungle. He could potentially have a double kill towards K-Serrado and his teammate up there. So it's possible. It's doable.
Time to strike.
Oh, he could do it. He could do it. Take your time.
Good fire back and forth. K-Serrado will eventually get dealt with. Alexi, though, he's been on such low health for a long time. Instantly headshotted by Yuri, and a pretty comfortable pistol round for FURIA.
If you're a FURIA fan, you like the way it looked in the first 10 seconds. With K-Serrado just completely stomping them early on. Look at this. K-Serrado is the bouncer. Can I see an ID? Sorry, this is a private party. I can't let you in.
No smoking in here.
Nope, there isn't. And then Issa finding the timing. I think there was one out of the 14 million universe. There was one where Issa actually finds 3 kills with that flank. But that was just too much to ask from the man. OG will concede in this round as well. Just going in with Glocks.
Oh, no.
Not much to hope for.
Clean
the
up,
problem is
GD.
MP9 will take the kills. Look at this.
Art's baiting him in. Yuri's there. Issa's headshot MBK.
Issa with a little bit of a friendly fire.
Yeah. MBK's already triggered. Imagine what he's feeling now.
Well, to be fair, it's money that an MP9 is not going to make. Let me spin it this way. It's money
found
that
a positive in
I'm
it.
trying, right?
How much money did Issa lose from that, though?
Actually, I don't really know how it works, but he's able to pull up the AK plus Kevlar plus smoke, so he's good. And this is the first round from OG.
So he's just lacking some utility just a little bit compared to his teammates, but that's not the end of the world. Again, aggression to be shown, but Valde, he's ready and waiting for it. He knows what Art is up to. So far, we've seen Art on B, on mid, and now through Palace.
He's everywhere.
That is the art of FURIA.
Then Yuri is still stuck very close. Valde revealing now his forward position. Will give time to Yuri to change his. And if you look at the minimap, you see OG, they're diverting. They're changing their plans, and it is working beautifully so far. Vinny has abandoned the B side. Alexi B is making the right call. And this might not even go down to kills.
Ooh. So much damage being done, and OG are being pushed back a little bit here. Alexi's found a way in. They're into the site. They deal some nice damage onto Vinny, but he's still able to win out the first duel. He's even managed to escape Mantu and co. They're in the site, and he's hanging in there somehow. More damage done towards Mantu, and Vinny put up one hell of a fight considering how outnumbered and outgunned he was. The incendiary grenade's going to go over the top. It just misses the mark on getting... Oh my... What? I thought it was too late for that to happen.
It was a fast-sprinting Molotov.
Yeah.
An upgrade.
It followed Mantu to his death. Now Keserato, he's ready for this push to come in. It is a flank, but if they go too fast, it's going to be unstoppable.
Valde still not activated. They have no idea about Valde. He's got the round in his grasp. 42 HP on both OG's players.
Now they know.
That's it. Valde strikes in, and now Henny is stuck between a rock and a hard place. I don't see a way out. He strikes on Valde, but he's got no kit to play with. And OG will get away with their first round on Mirage. Don't get me wrong, I thought they would have it easier.
Yeah,
Vinny
when they got the site.
Vinny had 1.9 kill in his position. I thought he was done for.
The fact he even did damage onto Mantu is the only reason Mantu died to the flames.
It's sick.
But this is something OG can work with. They can be happy with this. Off the back of a bomb plant, it's not going to be a troublesome buy. Oh, literally right on the edge it showed him. With that flank. That flank was key.
Another purchase from FURIA. There is the AWP on Art. Henny is going to stick with the AK. Not a bad weapon to have. And that's the A split. Really fast from OG. They want to pick up the pace. FURIA have 3.5 players towards the A side. But is that ahead?
Oh,
yes, indeed, that is.
Go. That's how you open up a site. They had no idea.
Eco-friendly, 1 bullet.
Oh no, Vinny. Valde's either going to run into him or destroy him like that just as the smoke starts to disappear. And he's able to trade it out. And actually, he's going to do better than that. He finds himself 2. Keserato becomes very unlucky on the timing. He jumps out a window. And they don't have to take this site, but they do still want to go into it. They expect Henny to be in the smoke. They're fearing the smoke for now. He decides to strike and do some more damage. Surely not like this. Henny needs to be careful from his side.
Oh, the repositioning.
Alexi's there, but he's focused in on the footsteps. Mantu and Alexi, they should have him dead to rights. But they're not going for the plant just yet. They're playing a double poke on it. That was close. That was scary, but they played it smart.
So the reason they had to go for him was because the bomb was behind Henny. The bomb fell down early on in the round. Yes, that's why they had to fight him. And that's why he was able to do so much damage. It's a great opening pick, by the way, from Alexi. I didn't even realize you could see, because that position that Yuri is holding, thank you for the replay. That's a very common position to hold A-ramp. It's an off angle as well, and you can hold apps if you need to. So Alexi finding that kill was so key. But Henny, he is not backing down. He picks up the AWP now. Where's he on the map? He's gonna take care of the B side alone. That means we have 4 players on A, and look at the execute coming in.
We've praised OG's executes on the A site in the past. No push coming on in just yet. Good nade from Alexi. Plenty of damage done towards Yuri.
So this was just the first wave. OG just baited out the utility. Information being retaken by Keserato, that should be a huge tell. But Alexi B is just swapping, going back to apps, and now we will see the second wave coming on in soon. And there's a lack of utility for FURIA.
But how much do we see OG spend in this one? We know what FURIA can do with these deagles in their hands. Yuri with a 5-7 trying to make it work. He quickly tries to escape. He's looking to force the aggression, but it's not going to work out for him. And Henny will probably just save onto the AWP now.
It's looking much better for OG. Much better.
Ooh.
The double pump on the A side, making sure that any deagle, any 5-7 trying to be close distance would be punished. This is an OG that looks more in line with what's happening. They're in the zone right now. And as we can see, the AI prediction, not really in favor of Henny. I think it's fair.
The 1%. Is that because they're not 100% like Pimp?
Yeah,
is there ever going to be 100%?
You cannot actually say at this moment that there's no way he can win.
What about, we're going to test this with the IA. 1 health, yeah? Just a pistol and no utility and no armor. against 5 fully stacked up players.
That's because
That should be 100%.
you're looking for a statistically valid 0%, which doesn't exist. And you know what doesn't exist? Henny's AWP. It's gone.
That's
well,
a problem.
actually, it's on the back of Mento now.
Yeah.
Found a new owner. But yeah, this was very clean from OG, and you can see they're very organized as to whose line they're supposed to hold. Mento punishing the incursion through the smoke, and then towards site. That's better. That's looking much better on their T side. Remember, this is their map pick. We expect to see OG pull up a better fight.
Yeah, definitely, especially on the T side. It's more about what they do when the individuals of FURIA step up into it. But for now, FURIA didn't save the AWP over. Just going to be playing off the back of pistols. This is where OG need to not get careless. They need to be cautious. And that's what you want to see. MVK, he's learning. Shoot the smoke at all times. Whether
There's
it's yours
a
or
good
theirs.
probability. You have someone in there. If you think about return of investment, well, NBK's filling it. Don't get me wrong, these are not impactful kills, but it feels good. It, you know, gets
He
you in
needs
the
that
zone.
right now.
You need it. Everyone needs it. Everyone can do it with a little bit of stats padding when it comes to these USP Glocks rounds. There's no shame in that. On the other side, the other way around, I think it's really cool that you again feel comfortable, feel trust in your aim. And he just wins straight up duels with
USP, of course.
against a Mac
Why
10 at
not?
long distances. I don't want to be that guy. Good spray control coming out of
Well,
the DK.
That's just beautiful. I love a one shot. Oh, here we go. Got the zoom again for you.
It's my favorite part of it. This is spray control. That is spray control right
That's
here. You
really
can see the
good.
distance between your crosshair and where your bullets are actually going.
And then just to adjust so quickly after that full spray, boop, your head gets popped.
Oh,
So
Alexi B.
does Alexi challenging out in mid on his own. He wants to stick around. He wants to do some more damage in case Serrano. He tries to change the game and put the numbers in their favor, but it's not going to work out. Henny now missing a crucial shot. They need him to deliver, but Mantu puts an end to it. Yuri and Vinny all alone, 2v4. Does Yuri just want to back out of this one? They've had so many rounds where they've just not had weapons in play. They're still going to play out the top of mid as well. Alexi, he's hanging about. He wants to do some more damage. They will find him. That's a chance.
Do they consider it though? Do they
Yeah.
consider playing the round? I think Vinny's set his sight on the B-bomb side now. He's making his way back, but they have to be discussing it. They have to be talking about the ID, and that is it. That's the end of the debate right here.
Yeah.
OG are doing a tremendous job at shutting down Art. Go back to the first bonus round. Art is pushing in the apps. What's happening? Valde waits him up, kills him straight up. No impact in the game whatsoever. Moving on to the second gun round, Art tries to push in the smoke mid. Alexi B catches him off guard. Finds even a double kill on 2K Serrano. That is huge so far. Art is sitting on 1 and 5 at the moment, but he's being countered every single time.
That's when I want to see Art not play his style, you know? I want him
I know
to
what
trick
you
them.
mean.
I want him to trick them up because he's smart. We know he's smart. And this style of play, it's great. We praise it all the time. But I'd love him to throw the variety in where it's not going to be played some rounds. So maybe you just get some buffer rounds because he's still an incredible player. Play out some normal rounds, get them feeling secure. Oh, he's not doing it anymore. We've beaten him. And then just, I'm back and fire back out.
Well, we know they can do it on Inferno. We know they can have different game plans in order to achieve victory, right? They have shown it on Inferno, at least on their T side. But can we say the same about Mirage? Is it going to be through aggression?
Yeah, I'm
you
with
think
you.
about their CT side they had against G2. Again, it was off the back of AWPs. 2 of them, mostly, grabbing all these kills. So far, Henny has been a little bit neutralized as well, even though he's on 6 and 5. And Art has got no money. I don't think Art ever had an AWP at the moment, so OG are doing everything they need to do in order to constrain or restrain Furia's power on the CT side.
And Mantu, he's just going to be non-stop right now. We said we wanted to see more from him with the AWP in hand, not just the rifles where he was feeling comfortable when it came to Inferno. But I can give him a bit of leeway. His CT AWPing didn't go and hit the mark when it came to Inferno. And then you go onto the T side, yeah, rifle, I can get with it. Now he's in his zone. Now he's hitting the shots he needs to hit. Nothing too crazy, but he's having the impact that OG need here.
And I think he's also enjoying the fact that OG have put so much pressure on Furia that there is not a double AWP setup, which means he gets to play more AWP versus rifle.
You've just put it in my mind though. What happens when they do pull out the double AWP setup? We haven't seen it yet for here.
Well,
that's what FURIA did to bounce back against G2.
That's correct. And we are looking at a similar scenario so far. It was a 6-2 deficit that turned into a 9-6. Now Art has saved enough money to put an AWP on the board next round. And he's on 3.1 with max bonus. He should be able to as well. So if they want to, they could go to the double AWP. But this is where the preparation kicks in. If you are OG, you are picking into Mirage, which then you know you're going to start on the T side. You need to see that time. You can predict it. When you have won 2 gun rounds in a row, and then FURIA have max bonus loss, you can predict the moment the AWP
I'm with you.
with an S would actually come to play. So we'll see if OG can... I mean, we'll even see if FURIA goes for it. Maybe they change things around.
Yeah. I don't want to see that triple AWP setup anymore.
What do you mean?
No.
What do you mean?
Makes you feel uncomfortable.
Does it make you sweat behind the knee?
No, because I've never done that. Someone please tweet at Maniac CSGO, at Esports, and tell us, have you ever sweat behind your knees?
It's a Brooklyn Nine-Nine reference.
Maniac keeps making this reference, and I can't even begin to understand. Even when I go to the gym for a really long workout, why would I sweat behind the knees? They're not armpits.
Oh my, I'm sure there are some people with culture out there who knows my reference.
Just when you hit us with it the first time, I was so lost. I was just like, what is this?
Okay.
Timeout though. Makes sense here for FURIA. They are down and out, and they're making the discussion on do they want to run this double AWP setup in there?
Well, they do. They absolutely do. If we were in a time travel machine, that could be the G2 moment right here. That 6-2 deficit, bringing up the double AWP, and from that point on, it was win and win. And
yeah.
Is
what
it
was it?
The same?
26 kills.
26 kills
between both of them with AWP.
On the CT side, yeah, that was massive. I don't think I had seen it before. So how do OG handle it? They go with the fast mid take. I don't think Art has been detected. He can grab one and stay alive. No, he cannot. Huge kill from Mantu. Mantu, you have to calm down. He's fired up.
He was like, we're going to play this on hard mode, boys. I'm taking them all down.
That's when you know he's activated. He just probably just saw like the beginning of Isan just took him down straight up.
I want to see that.
You got to take a deep breath.
We got to see that in his perspective to understand what madness just went down. For now, though, FURIA are down on AWP. Still in a 4v4. And OG are gearing up for this A push. And the actual site itself is an easy enter point. Entry point. Good.
They're playing retake.
Well
FURIA's playing retake. Now the rotation from Yuri is going to come in. So I think he'll reach CT spawn in time. But do they realize how much space has been taken by OG? Now they know. Yuri, but he's already out of position. Valde was in place. Henny strikes in, goes through the smoke, wants to have more damage, more impact with the AWP. We need him to shine. They need him. That's a first kill. Second kill is not going to connect. Alexibi strikes in. He sees the foot through the smoke. Huge kill on 2K Serrato, leaving Vinny now with the AUG alone.
Oh, Mantu is ready on top of the smoke. An easy kill for him to find. And OG are getting it done on their T side here on Mirage. They managed to stand up against the double AWP setup and the team kill. So here's Art. Then what happened to Issa? Oh, no, Issa jumps. That's the worst. Look.
This is like so unlucky. He just wanted to fire a shot through the window.
Smoke.
Oh, no.
So that was really no one's fault. Like, Issa was just going to get some cover for himself. Mantu was trying to take a pop shot in the dark.
It's just a series of unfortunate events. That's what it was.
Oh, you have to laugh. Otherwise you cry.
James on 1-7. Art cannot catch a break in this game. He
reminds me of Nuke.
Sounds like a Backstreet Boys song. Remind me of Nuke.
Oh, God.
This is looking much better from OG, though, I have to
Definitely.
say. They weathered the storm of the double AWP setup in the perfect way, starting with Mantu finding that kill and then flowing back to the A side, grabbing all that space, striking on Yuri, who was trying to retake fire. And this is OG firmly in control of this map.
In a big way. And it doesn't matter what FURIA have tried. I thought that double AWP setup was going to be it. But Mantu, he hit the shots and some more that were needed. Even Henny wasn't enough to lock down the A site as the push came in. Oh, Issa's heard it. Oh, that's really well dealt with because that's pressure that's real hard. Spray, stop, spray, spray, stop, spray.
That's going to be confidence for Issa as well. He was not having the best of game. I said on Inferno, he was having a hard time. He was challenged a lot on the A side, and when he was down 2-7, obviously Mantu just puts one between his ears in middle, so that's just unfair. So it's great for him to find a little bit of success. I am firmly impressed by what OG are doing.
But we said this last time we saw OG, right? Their T side was really nice. That's what gave us a lot of confidence on Mirage. And we talk about it being a puggy map. Alexi B may have made it into a way where he can see certain executes and things done in a great way to utilize his individuals here.
It's the details, right? If you go back to the previous round, it's OG sneaking out of ramp and waiting before they use their utilities to then catch Yuri off guard. These are the kind of details that make me think they know Mirage.
Yeah.
Alexi B knows Mirage to a deep level that goes way beyond just, hey, smokes on A, guys. No. He knows how to maneuver around the map, put some pressure somewhere, then come back, grab that space for nothing, ultimately, and then push his advantage. That is a very good try. And he would put down the sniper, and they pick it up. They cannot, but who cares about money? Mantu's on 15K right now.
15K.
Hey, rich.
He's like, cool, no problem. I was going to be max cash anyway.
He can sustain the financial punishment of killing Issa. It's like, I got you. I got it. Don't worry about it.
That's the point. He's got all that money and he TK'd. Well, FURIA back on the double AWP setup again. He never gives up no matter what his score is. I'll give him that. You definitely can't say he's not ever confident. They're still out here. They're
dropping down mid again.
You can battle back against this boy and he won't ever. He stands strong. He's got his shoulders up and his chest out.
FURIA have decided to somewhat abandon the B side. It's only onto Vinny now. He's got rotations from Kesarado coming in. OG have a deep lean towards mid. But Alexi B, he could find Art, or can he? The timing is perfect for Art. If he can escape, that'd be a great 5v4. It's been a while since we saw FURIA in advantageous position.
They've managed to hold on to it as well. I was worried that Art would re-poke out into mid. He's now up in window. He wants to try and find some success. Still slow from OG. Plenty of time though. Incendiary grenade goes down. Yuri needs to be careful, but MBK. Oh, Issa pulls that off as well. He may burn to his death, but that's a crucial kill. Henny now missing one, and he can't get it done. FURIA have fallen apart despite getting the opening pick. Their positions look so strong, but they were bested at every turn. Now Vinny.
He's got to save.
Oh, he's going to go back. Yeah, he doesn't
have to give it up.
Oh, it's so rough.
NBK surprising Art is the defining moment of the round. FURIA looked in control, but as soon as Art falls down, you can see Yuri's panicking because now he's got potentially 180 degrees of danger around him. So he has to make a choice. He cannot focus on that duel against Issa, loses it even though he trades it with the Molotov, sorry. And OG, they dig themselves out of that 4v5. The late A pincer move activated. Krabby on the A side. And Henny, I think we also have to mention, Henny missed a couple of shots who are uncharacteristic of him, right?
Exactly.
But you go back to that game against G2, he was hitting all of them. He was cleaning the A side, any opportunity he had. And here, again, it starts off quite well. Good kill from Art. But from this moment, that kill changes everything.
Yep.
Art is completely oblivious to that risk, that danger.
Henny was just swarmed. Yuri had gone down on ramp. OG are having a phenomenal half. And FURIA have found no way back in. We're going to have the AWP on Henny. We're going to have a buy of rifles. And we're going to see a lot of aggression come out here at mid. Issa gets domed instantly. Mantu is there with Alexi B. They're going to try and fight this off. They're going to try and push back. They're standing to fight. They're standing strong. And OG are winning it out for now. But they need to get one more kill here. MBK playing the sneaky game.
Oh, he didn't see him. He didn't see him. Finally, Henny stands strong on the A side, but it's not done. Kesarado tried to make this escape, but Mantu was on the case. Now we have Vinny grabbing information. Did he hear them run away? Oh, they're playing it separately. I like what OG is doing. Mind games on top of mind games. Gonna smoke that B side. But Vinny's pushing in. The fake will have no impact.
And look where Henny sits. Will man to expect this? Will Henny stay around long enough?
That should be the bomb.
He's ready for it. Henny's got to be fast. Easy first kill found. Now Valde could come in with a sneak attack, but Vinny's going to be joining up. There he strikes. Now Vinny has the information, but Vinny, he's walking it. Valde may have no idea what's going on. Slowly but surely, Vinny does have a kit. He's got the utility. He's been that low bead defender all on his own time and time again, and it's been so tough for him. Valde checking every single corner. Vinny's just going to come up real soon and be able to take him down. No problem at all. He's been able to grab the AWP as well, and Vindog comes in to save the day.
It wasn't easy. It wasn't pretty, but FURIA puts a third round on the board. I cannot believe how focused they are towards mid. FURIA wants to battle middle every single time, but this time around, Henny actually wins the duel against NVK. He catches him off guard and closes the A side, repositions them into the A ramp, finding the bomb. And that's it. That gives Vinny enough time to rotate around and have a very, very potent flank. If FURIA are able to fight back to 6-9, then I think we have a game, James. I think it's possible. It's still on the cards. But this round is going to be truly testing for them. K-Serrado is clearing the B side, so now it's a battle against time, but they don't have it with them.
If they can make this 9-6, that's what's going to be key here. This double AWP setup could potentially come into work. So close, Henny. Does he hear what's going on around him? More shots out towards him, but he still stands alive. He doesn't have much health, but the rest of FURIA have striked just in the right time. It was so close. It was very uncomfortable. And Alexi B, now on his own, has to do it all.
I talked about his mastery of Mirage. Well, here's your shot. Here's your opportunity. Not gonna lie, it's not an easy one. 1v3 now, he's been spotted, so the element of surprise is long gone. He's got 2 AWPs to dispatch of, and Vinny with the AUG, who's stuck towards CT spawn. So barring some kind of gigantic mistake from FURIA, they should have that 4th round on the board. But we know Alexi B, he can be deadly.
Just too many different positions he has to hit where these players are sat. One in sight, one in Palace, one on the ramp. He can hear the scope. Oh, nice shot onto Yuri there. He was just out in the open, though. And especially as Henny's low, if Alexi does want to go for this, there is a chance. He wanted to bait out a jungle push, but Vinny's still standing strong on ramp.
He's got to take the bomb, though. He's got to take the bomb, make his way towards the A side, and he will not be able to sustain that double push. He fakes in one time. The FURIA's calling the bluff, and he isn't, though. Oh, my God, that could be a chance. He could fake it all. Vinny strikes.
I felt so nervous that he would be able to pull that AK out and just rip Vinny apart. But that was a costly round again here for FURIA, and I don't think they can sustain this double AWP setup.
Extremely costly. That setup right here between Henny and Yuri was so nice. The way they trusted each other.
Yeah.
Henny, he was hearing people running on the side to his right-hand side. He decides to keep the line because he knows Yuri is in no danger for now. It's okay. I can just get the first duel and then rotate around. That was a good bait and switch setup. And FURIA could still make it competitive, but they have very little money to play with. They have an AWP on Henny and an MP9 on Vinny. Alexi B is taking space. He's already into connector. And that duel could open up everything. Valde takes down Yuri. Again in the connector. How many times have we seen Alexi B on that box?
He gets away with it.
Oh, it's just falling apart for FURIA now. NBK punishing
Henny.
Vinny.
He's been hit up as well. OG are everywhere.
They win most of the battles and then they play the advantage. Good shot from NBK. Henny's trying to put up a fight. That's the bomb on the ground towards A, but OG have more than a minute to play with. They are in no hurry whatsoever. They have a Molotov, 2 Molotovs to play with as well, and a flash. So all they need to do is guarantee a bomb plant and then decide what part of the map they want to own, they want to control. FURIA just pulling away.
It's sadly their best bet. Saving on for the next round because their money is destroyed. They finally managed to get a couple of rounds on the board. But OG have been unrelenting. OG have this figured out. Their T-side looks incredible.
Well, they clearly have figured out something that G2 didn't on that game, because right now you can see OG, they're besting FURIA in almost every department.
That's the thing, because G2 didn't have this style of execute, right? They'd have more of a, I wouldn't say basic execute, but like more of a default, certain amount of smokes, flashes, molotovs that go in. You see when OG like push onto A or how they take control of mid, it's done in a unique way for them.
Yeah, AlexiB and NVK both basically taking a lot of space, because you have AlexiB is jumping into connector as fast as possible. You have NVK punishing any kind of aggression towards short. So together, they restrain the possibilities of the CTs, and then they give time to the extremities to be activated. Valde finding the kill onto Yuri is what basically is the kind of the round. So now OG, they could possibly go on to win 11 rounds on their T side of Mirage. A huge bounce back after being manhandled on Inferno. I can't think of any other word. And again, AlexiB, again taking space. When is he gonna get punished? Art with the shotgun could be his demise.
This is the round that FURIA need.
They need it. Oh my god, the shotgun.
Art cannot catch a break today. His shenanigans are not going to be working at all. But Yuri may help FURIA get this round. It's Mantu and AlexiB to deal with. Certainly not easy. And, well, that goes to show why it's not easy. Give him a chance, and he'll be able to take it fully. Quesarado does battle back, did have the information. Now it's up to Mantu to come in clutch.
Good flash. He's been spotted. He's been blinded. And Henny will put him down. FURIA saves the day, winning a 5th round, but it's not looking too great. OG had a magnificent T-side.
It has not been looking good from start to finish, but OG right now are going to be oh so happy with what they've had. FURIA, they're down, but they're not quite out. We'll find out after the break.
I can't explain my crosshair settings.
I think I change my crosshair every match.
If I have to remember, it's like size 2, gap -3, thickness 0, green. I don't really have any reason why I chose that as specifically. I have a bind for my crosshair when I have to throw a grenade, because I need it to be exactly as I want to when I throw a grenade and I line up a grenade. Other than that, I don't think it helps that much, especially as an AWPer. I can't explain my crosshair settings because I change every round. I swear I change every round. I would say that usually you just use your crosshair to have an idea where the middle of the screen is, but you kind of know that by now as well. It's easy to do a really bad crosshair, but it's also really easy to have a standard good crosshair.
I have a crosshair bind where I have like 3 different crosshairs, but at the moment I'm using a yellow one. It's a size 3, gap -2, thickness 1. Playing deathmatch, playing some official or some practice games with it, so I just felt comfortable with it. It's depending on what round I am. For example, in the round I have a different crosshair. I have, for example, in the pistol round a different crosshair, and for slightly advantages for pre-aim and stuff like that, I just change the crosshair. Probably like once a month or something, and then I just keep on playing with it around, just getting used to it, and then maybe I don't feel it anymore, then I just go back to something else.
Crosshair size 2.5, crosshair gap -2, crosshair thickness 0, style 4, and dot 0, color green. Sometimes I'm feeling that I want to change crosshair, sometimes I'm changing completely, like I'm feeling that I want to play, like for example with big crosshair for one game, then I come back, but usually it's like little adjustments with like gap size. I can play like couple weeks, months with one, but now I would say once a week, maybe once a 2 week.
My current crosshair is I actually don't even know, because the thing about crosshairs for me is that when I don't really care about the crosshair I'm using, sometimes I get my teammates crosshair when I like it to see one of them, and sometimes I get in the server and there's another player on the other team, the enemy team, and I try their crosshair. If I like it, I use it. Maybe my own crosshair was kinda ugly. I used to use like just a little dot. I think I change my crosshair every match, every screen, every match, because every time I attack my CFG, I lose my old crosshair. So if I copycat any crosshair from my teammates or anything, every time I attack my CFG, it gets lost to the limbo. In the in-game, I just go in-game, right-click, copy crosshair, and I just get a good crosshair and keep playing. I just steal the crosshairs.
Sneaky are not getting it done so far on Mirage. He's having a rough ride, and OG are taking it to them. OG are playing incredibly well on this T side, and right now it looks scary. But can they handle it coming into their CT side? Because we know what FURIA bring.
If we were to make a head-to-head between Alexibi and Art, then the winner of that first half is very easy to pick. Alexibi had Art figured out every single time, every single round, but now there could be the reaction. We see the B rush coming in, NBK finds 2 quick kills with the USP. Pristine job, he's able to stay alive. He's got a lot of backup behind him as well, but he's still finding them. Henny finally puts him down, but Manto is spotted. Didn't exploit his position.
They're in a big, heavy advantage going into this one now, though. FURIA, 2 players that still want to focus in on B. The rotation's there. There's no flank coming in. It's just still hanging around on the A site.
This is where preparation comes into play as well. I cannot shake the feeling that OG have tailored a game plan to face FURIA. We can ask them later, maybe in an interview, right? And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is just their style, their game, you know?
Yep.
But the way they approach some of these key rounds, it does feel like they have a good read on what's happening. We can think about this pistol round. We can think about their first gun round on the T side. They know. I think they know, or Alexibi is in Art's head, pretty much.
And Art also gets in his own head because he never gives up, he never stops. But sometimes he plays into his opposition's hand. Valde there, out did have backup from the window as well. And I'm liking this more. Valde and Alexibi playing together in many spots here. We first saw it on Inferno, we're now going to see it on Mirage as well.
I like the synergy between these two. And I think as well that having a player like Valde next to you allows Alexibi to have a lot of autonomy and freedom in what he wants to do, because Valde is the type of player that strikes me as you give them the conditions and he'll make the best out of it. Look, this is what I'm going to do. Please back me up.
Be there.
And he'll do
ready.
it. And he'll find a way to do it in a nice and optimized way. So great for them. Now the first buy coming in from FURIA. And the fact that Art is staying on the Mac 10, I have to say, I don't know what to make of it. We'll see how he wants to use it.
Could this be that crazy B play we saw time and time again? More out towards mid for now, but they've done this before and split it onto short. He was the one rushing forward, getting up in their faces. And they've not all upgraded with this. Look, they got ready for it. Look, they thought the B hit was coming in completely. So OG do have a big plan here on what FURIA have to offer.
They wanted to fight for that B house. No one from FURIA was holding there. So there is also a lack of information. FURIA doesn't know that they've been completely constricted. And there we go. That's the information right there. They realize, hold on a second, they know everything about us. There is pressure.
Valde hears so much here as well.
Oh, and they go back to fight it. I'm loving this from FURIA. This could catch NVK off guard. Look at this. He's going to be completely isolated in about 10 seconds.
Mentality as well.
This is amazing from FURIA.
NBK is going to check it. Can he get one? That's what he needs to do, but he can't. Does a nice amount of damage, but can't finish off Keserato. Mantu's in a good spot, though, if it's left unchecked. Art's the one pushing forward now with an M4 in his hand. He made some noise. Mantu certainly could have heard him.
Mantu doesn't know how many players are in front of him. That's why he's not peeking. He expects Art to be followed, but now he has the information about the pack, so he strikes in. Gets Art, repositions with the FAMAS. It's not the best weapon to have. And FURIA, they're still taking their time. Oh, Alexibi with the scout, not the best weapon to have long distance. And the B split is coming.
Mantu's left it as well. Even FURIA, they're understanding, wait a second, where is everyone? They're checking the spots. They will eventually go in to get the plant down.
This was such a fascinating round.
Yeah, so many different caveats to it.
Yes, exactly. How many different scenarios could have happened, and then the realization, in FURIA's brain, when they get shot at by NBK, at that moment they know, wait a minute, they have B apps control, we need to retake it, and they do it, but they do it calmly. They send 3 players towards underground, and then a second wave of attack from T-spawn. They burst onto NBK, they clean him up, and then they wait. They send Art just to get some information.
Yep.
And once he does, then they act on it. That was very controlled from FURIA. And something you cannot take away from Art is that even when he's having a hard game, he'll take these shady rolls. He'll just go first.
It doesn't matter actually what his score is, because I'm not ever worried about Art getting into his own head, not having a good game in because he's like, you know, feeling down. I don't see the emotion being a problem for him. I can see frustration that it's not working, but he'll still go, cool, well, I'll try this next. I'll try this. He never gives up. And you can't say that about many players. 2 for 15, and it really doesn't matter for him right now. He's still playing the same old style.
Look, I agree with you, but at some point he's going to have to come alive in this game.
I agree. I agree he needs to come alive, but I mean, he waits to find it, you know? He's looking to find the gap, and then he'll exploit it. But sadly, when he doesn't find the gap, we get these situations. We saw this on Nuke.
Fake map control being thrown by FURIA. OG have the amount of bodies they need on the A side. It's a bait and switch setup between Issa and MBK, and the Phalanx could just be enough. He mows them down. Good trade from Yuri, but the damage has been done. He's down to 29 HP. Catch that Molotov on your head. Alexi B's crossing the smoke. I'm not sure he needed to do it. Now he's committed.
He's stuck in the site and he's pulled the pistol out now. You've got to give Issa a lot of credit for how much he was able to get done in that round. Alexi firing off some shots. 2 players now very softened up. But this is his time to strike. This is his time to come alive. But he gets best. Mantu, even with the rifle, is getting it done. 2v3. And the CTs, they're definitely in the lead when it comes to this. Health, weaponry, utility.
And there's very little that's going FURIA's way in this 2v3. They're waiting out. And the reason they're stabilizing now is that they hope OG will doubt. They'll second guess themselves and maybe overplay their hands. Send 2 rotations towards the B-bomb side. For now, it's only NBK that's holding that position. Valdez never, ever going to move. Even if Mantu gets caught off guard, Valdez the insurance policy. And that's the great bait and switch setup here. Mantu's going to act like a bait, and FURIA don't have any utility to clean Valdez. So Mantu just has to get 1 kill. He could even get both.
Oh yeah, they're so low. It's definitely possible.
That's it. Now he's going to have no idea about Valde.
No.
That's where the insurance policy comes in.
Look at the time.
Hello.
Does it perfectly. Valde was never in fear from there. And we now see a 13th round on the board for OG.
That's a good read again.
Issa did so much damage as well. Not just it was like 2.75.
Right. Only with the FAMAS as well. You have to.
Yeah.
But they had the right read. FURIA tried to pull a lot of the defense towards the mid side. That's why they used all these smokes towards mid. That's what I call the fake map control. But OG from the get-go had decided to have 2 players firmly on the A side, which explains why Issa is in such a committed position, because they have no interest in finding middle. What they want to do is hold the side strong, and that was a good read. We have to give props either to Alexi B or the preparation or the coach or whoever is responsible for this game plan, because it's been working. It's been efficient. More often than not, they've made the right decision in the OG camp, and they are poised to push us onto a 3rd map.
It's so clear right now. The FURIA don't have the answers and they're not feeling it. This is a different type of Mirage team than they've faced in recent. Ooh, we're getting a faster play out.
Good nade. Oh, the damage on Queserado. But now they go in. Now he wants to close the gap, but he gets caught by NBK. Beautiful crosser placement. A lot of work being put down as a first wave of defense. Now it's Alexi B, but he's got backup. He's got Mantu behind him, and Valdez already closing in from behind. It is looking dire for FURIA.
No hope in this round for FURIA. They are being pincered in. Arc goes down. Alexi's ready to strike as soon as he hears the plant come in. The nade goes out, and Alexi's just toying with his food. Vinny does, in the end, take him down, but that's not going to matter. 3 still alive for OG, a 14th secured, and FURIA continue to try, continue to struggle as OG show them one hell of a Mirage.
NBK, the huge grenade damage, and then cross the placement, the positions. FURIA did not find a way in, and it's been the story for them in this second half. The first line of defense for OG is always good for 2. You think about Issa on apps, you think about NBK now on the B side, always good for 2. Which explains that they are always losing the trade game. FURIA cannot catch a break. It's been the OG story all across the board.
And what it is here for OG, it's not just like one person's popping off. The team is there. The team is getting it done. And one thing you got to credit OG for is the faith they have in Alexi. We heard it before. during the full season. They trust what he says. They trust what he wants to do. And we see why when it comes to Mirage. 15-6 now. And FURIA, well, they've just been made to look foolish when it comes to Mirage, honestly.
There wasn't really a point in which the issue of that game was a question. OG have been in the lead almost from the get-go.
Yep.
They've punished Art every single time he tried to take any risk. Tactically speaking, Alexi B has been 1 step, 2 step, 3 steps ahead of his counterpart. And tactical timeouts didn't really net them any round. I don't really see how FURIA can dig themselves out of that one. OG, they seem to have it under their grasp, under their control. And it is a demonstration. They've had the good positions, they've had the good setups, and the individuals, they've just been shining. Look at the kill feed, right? It's only Issa. I told you Issa's having a hard game. 7-12, but the rest, 14 on Mantu, 18 on Val and NBK, 19 on LXCB. It's a teamwork. It's a team effort.
But Issa doesn't even really need to be there, right? It's not like we've had some of these rounds where it's got super scary and we think, oh, okay. Only if he came alive, they might have had a chance in it. No, for now. And for good. We've seen OG really step it up. And again, Alexi will take the aggression at mid. Vinny's there ready and waiting for it. But Valde, he's the second. He just goes out to it. Art goes down. And poor Art, everything he tries, everything he wants to do gets shut down. Vinny and Quesarado, they're giving it their best fight. But they've still got 2 more players to find. Valde's going to play it smart and go off towards CT spawn, as Mantu did spot out 1 player there. He knows where to look for Vinny, and he can hear what's going on around him. And you can see FURIA. They're not going to commit to this just yet. Valde's been found, but Vinny with the bomb on his back. That could have been the money shot. Nade going out as well. Vinny doesn't have much health. Now he has even less. 14 and a dream, and he's got to find a way out of there. Mantu expects Quesarado could be somewhere closer, but Vinny has managed to escape. The plant will go down and FURIA potentially stay alive, but Mantu could easily clutch this one out. A 1v2 is not out the realms of possibility. He's got to isolate both players, but Vinny, he's so low. There's not much in it for him. Flash goes up. Vinny's not making a move on it just yet. They're playing with each other. Oh, so unlucky. The smoke goes down. He goes to fight for it. Does a nice bit of damage to Quesarado, but the buddy system works out here for FURIA. The communication was strong.
Yeah, they resist. FURIA's resisting. They're trying to put up a fight. This time around through Quesarado and Vinny together combining to clear up that A site. And then they play the 2v1 with patience. Vinny realizing that with such low HP, he cannot really afford to reposition. So he stayed exactly where he planned the bomb and then played with the buddy system. Good job from FURIA. A comeback is not impossible. It hasn't really looked possible so far, or likely, I want to say. But we know you just give them a couple of rounds. And this time, they have taken the defense off guard. This time around, it's only Issa on the A side. The rest of the defense, so far, poised towards mid. Rotations will come in on in now.
Oh,
Issa's burning. You're not having a good game. You've been team flashed and burned. This is bad luck, Brian, right here.
Oh, Alexi, he's not going to have some luck of his own. He thinks he can get the flank on go. It's what we say about FURIA. You give them 1 round, and they can capitalize on it. Mantu now going to have to save his AWP because the money is not there for OG. Bomb has been planted. Can he even save it? Good shot onto Vinny. Will escape for now. Oh, the prediction changes. I love that. 1 kill goes the way.
It's not impossible, but they don't have a kill to play with, so...
That's cool, though.
Just
I like
saving
it.
the AWP. That might be the first time I see FURIA catching the defense off guard.
Yeah.
Actually, from the get-go, had the right call. OG wanted to fight towards mid, but FURIA were not interested in that fight at all. They wanted to execute the A side fast. Again, I talked about Issa. I think he got team flashed. That could be the only reason why he stayed in the Molotov. Valde had the assist on that kill. So Issa had no say in this round whatsoever. Frustrating at that, for sure. He's not been having a great of game. But the... Oh, look at this. So he turns around, and he burns, and then he gets... Okay, I don't think the flash actually works. It was one of these very generous assists.
He was stuck in there anyway, right? There was flames on either side of him, so I guess wherever he went, he's probably going to die.
It's a long road ahead for FURIA. They have 7 rounds to win in a row if they want to push us to overtime. OG just need 1, and they have the good idea right now. It's going to be on to Mantu. We talked about him, and he kicks things off. Because he go for more. Another one through the smoke.
Mantu looking to close it out in style. And they didn't even have a full buy in this one. Valdez delivered the headshot with a deagle, and FURIA, they looked like they were trying to mount a comeback into this game. But it could be being ripped apart from them. Mantu hitting the 2 crucial AWP shots. He could potentially deliver some more. Art and Vinny with the AKs in their hands. They need these CTs to make some mistakes, but that's not happening. That's not taking place. First one found, and they can back away on this.
They're doubling back. Vinny has the bomb, James.
Oh, he's
so
gone
now
into
it's
A nearly
Issa.
as well.
Issa has to stay alive. If Issa falls now, that could be an A side, completely under control. The T side, the timing is here for Issa. And that could just be it.
Oh, he repositions to ramp. Vinny's going to go in for the
Gonna
plant.
catch him off guard. That's it. That's good. Oh, wait, he's playing the mathematics. He's playing the number games. I can respect that.
Yeah, it does make sense, the way they need to do it. Only person with armor in that round as well was Mantu. The head armor, that is. Oh, Vinny! Oh, Vinny! What on earth? Even Mantu went down there, AWP in hand. Surely not like this. He pushes on out into it. 4 kills, 4 headshot. Vinny saves the day and keeps FURIA alive. Mantu did everything he could on that B push coming through. But this is the depth of the individual skills within FURIA.
Vinny strikes again. And I think we overshadow his clutching abilities. Oh, the second shot is so clean.
Onto Mantu. Mantu had no idea.
He didn't have any time.
No,
he didn't have any time to react. That was just too fast.
Boom, boom.
But is it too late? Is it too late for FURIA? Is the awakening happening a little bit too late? I know they're smiling, but they're just 1 round away from being pushed onto a 3rd.
You know what I say, Maniac?
I know.
If FURIA is smiling, the game is not over.
That's where it started. That
not
damn
down
smile.
and out of it yet. The Art smile is contagious. The Vinny smile, even more so. I don't actually think I've ever seen Vinny not smile, by the way.
He seems to be enjoying life, which is great to see. It's a positive vibe to get. And I want to say I have seen OG in the past let away some huge leads. But again, I'm not going to get in my head too quickly now. OG are still in a very favorable position. 15-9 in the lead. It's a half buy now.
Yep.
Should be under control. But again, we've seen worse happen in the past. Kicks off with Valde finding Yuri. And FURIA, you have to stick it together.
Vinny deals with the first. Will he expect the second? It's Issa. Still tucked away in dark. Not going to be mollied out either. They throw it up towards Palace. Vinny needs to check this. Oh my God, Vinny. No. He's just come back into this. More shots being delivered, but now it's on Queserato. It's a 1v1. Queserato doesn't want to allow him to have a gun. They might have just seen each other. Smart play from Queserato, but these rounds have been very close. Very close, with not a lot invested in by OG.
It's too close. It's too close, Jace. I'm sorry.
You can't buy into this, can you? You can't
I cannot buy into this quite yet. But I always say, once you make it to double digit, suddenly the amount of gun rounds that you need to win is not as crazy as it seems. 2 to 3 gun rounds. That's what OG have to play with. 2 to 3 maximum gun rounds if they want to close this game. So for FURIA, the road that looked to be endless, they now start to see the light at the end of the tunnel. They could actually put it together.
Good nade going out from
And you get the pace being picked up, James. Now it's the B hit that we talked about. Now it's the B split that we have mentioned so many times. But LXCB laying down the Molotov will force them away, or at least force them to wait it out.
He's got MBK's backup, but they've given up the high ground. Mantu allowing them to go into window if they so want. FURIA are patiently waiting. They're ready to pounce if anyone makes a mistake. OG, though, they seem from the rounds we've seen from them here on the CT side, they're not willing to go too aggressive, right? They'll hold back. They'll wait for FURIA or something like this.
Now they have a controlled approach. If you see you have Valde that's already in the A ramp, and you have, I believe it is, LXCB making sure that the window sneak is not going to happen. So they are in control. FURIA, they're now just going in the gap. And Valde, he must have been told. They must have known that this was a possibility. I thought they had the setup. It all falls apart.
This is not what OG needed, and they might save their weapons here. That's an error. FURIA found the perfect time and the perfect way in. Art might be able to take Mantu's AWP down as well. Surely Mantu lands this. There we go. That's the shot he needs to hit. He needs to hold on to that weapon for sure.
It's not a good day for Art. Say as much.
Art is two different styles of him today. Inferno?
You got to appreciate the fact that, as you were talking about, the calls are still very correct. It's very decent how they're approaching these rounds. He doesn't give up, and he doesn't get zoned out of it. That's really key.
When you say he doesn't get zoned out of it as well, what I really appreciate is that even when he's having a bad game, he still goes in for it as well, right? To be able to be getting smashed, you've been in games and you'll go, oh, nothing's working. And you'll start to doubt yourself, don't you? You start to think, like, this isn't working. He's just like, no, I'll go.
First, I cannot do it. Too hard. Can I lurk?
Please.
Now, these days are over. Now people are taking responsibility. I remember everyone would just jump on the opportunity to be low HP and lurk. Hey, I have 13 HP. Can I stay behind? That makes sense. I'll take that Mac 10. I'll take it off your hands. Give that to me. I'll stay behind.
You just thrown a nade at your feet, weren't you, at the beginning of the round? And you're like, I'm low HP.
Oh, I guess I'm staying behind. Oh, man, oh, man.
With a big smile on your face while saying it.
4 rounds, James. 4 rounds are separating these two teams.
And FURIA are on fire now.
They are on fire. Quite literally as well. So what's the goal now? OG and the LexiB particularly have to find a way to stop that. These have been messy rounds, very back and forth, so they are not out of it at all. They're sticking with the 2-1-2 setup with a strong A lean, and judging by FURIA's positioning, that could just pay off huge dividend. Issa sticking on the balcony. He's got the backup from Mantu with the AWP, and Valde is going to be responsible for connector. It's an A split, a late A split, I believe, for FURIA, judging by their positions.
They're not being challenged here at mid early on.
Oh, LexiB, they don't know about him.
Gets himself one now. Position going to be known. Smoke goes out, wants to provide himself some cover. Mantu, he needs to hit some huge shots here. He sees the molly going out. No one forced off the position just yet. They can't quite bait out his shot. He's checking multiple angles, but Issa's there to save the day. Mantu, he escapes with his life, and this could be it. LexiB holding on. The flames are going to push him away, and he's just going to burn out to his death. He sprays it out, but Art will not take the challenge, will not give him the chance. K Serrano looking to deal some big damage. Now it's a 2v2. This is winnable. It's all going to come down to this challenge. Oh, Mantu.
And
he's not been seen. Oh, Mantu missed the shot as well. The flames go out towards him, and they still get it done. So close, yet so far. And Art, he just got kills, Maniac. He just came back.
It was a 2v4. They just turned around again. Art with the patience move in window with the Molotov being put down on NBK, just waiting, biding his time. And then Quesarado with the frog peek. The frog peek on the balcony. But that's perfect. That's how you're supposed to do it. It's a froggy peek, and it works.
The frog peek. I love it.
Oh, man. Okay, this is where I'm slowly starting to be worried for OG. Because whether you want it or not, psychologically speaking, it's weighing on you right now. You think about all these clutches that could have been. The 3 words, could have been. We could have won this clutch. We should have won this clutch. Where do you go from there? You have to remain calm. They have to accept the eco round. They're going in for half a buy now, which will put FURIA, theoretically, on the 13 round. That would be huge. I cannot believe we are getting so close.
Theoretically, is where we have to look at this. Good execution.
Finally, Art gets activated. And what if Art actually finds his second breath, his second wave of oxygen in this game? Good idea on the spray. We can't connect quite yet. Vinny will finish off Mantu. Leaving now poor NBK with the deagle, only good for one, and this is it. This is going to be round number 13, and we go back to that discussion, James. How many gun rounds is it between 10-15 and 15-15? The answer is, not a lot.
The answer is, So from when you said it, at 11, there has been one so far. The next one will be the second if they buy into it. And then it'll be a mixed buy if they have to play for the 15-15.
Right, so 2 actual gun rounds and 1 half a buy. That is the actual difference between 15 and 10, or rather 15-10 and 15-15. So it's much closer than this, but I cannot believe that FURIA could possibly put it together. So many clutches that went their way.
This is like what happened, though, against G2. All the way to overtime, all the way to these crazy plays. And guess what? FURIA started hitting the B-bomb site again. Do they do it back to back? Do they go in once again?
I think the difference this time around is that FURIA have won many different rounds, different profiles of round. You had the B hit through catwalk with the split. You had the A execute with the late split coming on from mid. So if you're Alexi B, it might actually be quite hard to know exactly what's the next move. They could start to be aggressive a little bit more. We've seen them double dive into underground, for example, and then clear the B apps. That could be a possibility. They've never really been aggressive on the A apps as well. So for OG, there could be a way. And the timeout comes in. And it's R just playing with his toy right now. He's playing with the food. Thinking, what kind of sauce am I using for this meat? But they've used it 4 out of 4.
They're feeling comfortable. Henny's doing the majority of talking. Interesting.
At this point in time, it has to be a team effort as well. I don't expect Art to be able to alone, single-handedly find the whole, game plan and how we're going to win these 5 key rounds. People have to chime in with ideas. Yeah. This is how they play in my zone. This is what's been happening in this position. They've been smoking. They've been flashing. They're pushing me sometimes. And then Art, he gathers up all that information. He cooks it together, comes up with a plan.
So up until the 15-11 scoreline, Art had 6 kills. Now we're 15-13. He's got 11 kills.
Well, this could be the beginning of a beautiful story, but this could also be the end. OG have now a very potent buy at that, the AWP on Mantu, and M4s all across the board. FURIA are playing a very, I want to say, spread out type of style. Art is selling the B fake. It's going to be an A hapsit, and here he goes. Vinny takes the jump, takes the speed. East has been taken out. Volte from Predictor is out.
No.
Kiserado might have done it.
Kiserado. He used Yuri as a bait. Now Vinny is in spawn, but he does get dinked down. They've got to be careful on this. They don't want to overextend. Vinny took the fight for some long range. He's got a molly. He can delay it, and that's exactly what he's going to use. But he is so low on health. MBK spraying it out. Mantu there alongside him to back it up. 4v3, and more flames get put at their feet. Vinny goes out to challenge this time, but he is taken down. There is a way for OG to win this out, but they need to go fast. Oh, Alexi B, he finds it onto Kiserado. Now it's on Henny and Art. It's a 2v3. Oh, they pre-fire it. MBK's there as well. Henny misses the key shot. This could be going down. They're on top of the bomb. He's going to burn alive, and OG pick up the game. 16-13. They stop FURIA in their tracks and take us to a third.
How poetic is that? That is a 3v4 that pushes OG over the finish line. They finally win. They finally find their way through one of these crazy clutches. I thought Kiserado had done it all. When he finds that double open kill onto Volte as well, I thought that was it. But then the patience from OG, oh man, that was a huge game. Can we just move on to the third map now? No, we have to do stuff before. Oh, yeah, we have to go on the desk, that's right.
Yeah, we've got so much work to do, It never stops for us. So we're going to go to a real quick break, and when we come back, we're going to digest what just happened here on Mirage, and there was a lot to digest, and then we'll move on to our third and final map. OG put the hurt on FURIA in an impressive style on Mirage. Their T side was 10-5, and it looked like they were going to get like a 16-6 scoreline. But then FURIA, they pulled the magic out the bag, and they managed to make it work up until that very last moment. 5v3 to end it off there, and we saw OG were able to do it.
They were looking good. I think some of the stuff we requested for OG coming into this matchup is exactly what happened. NVK had a great game, was holding up to his own, was doing a good job, especially on the T side. There was many good moments from pretty much all players within OG, and I think the most important factor that we have to mention right here was the fact that they won the majority of the opening duels. They won 19-10 in opening duels. Normally you see FURIA, they pounce on, winning the duels, being aggressive, Art winning a lot of those. That was not the case here. Art, he only won 3 out of 8, right? That was not too well. We have Yuri only winning 2 out of 10. You have 2 of the best opening fraggers in the entire game not getting the job done against OG, and that to me was a big win condition as to why OG ended up winning.
Now, when it comes to this, though, right, what we saw from OG there, I'm a little bit disappointed it wasn't closed out earlier because I wanted them to make a statement. It was a great win for sure, but they didn't fill me with confidence of how close it got at the end.
I'll take a little bit of a pinch of salt with that one. I think the game plan was very sound from OG. And if you forget about the last 7-8 rounds where in there are 3 or 4 clutches that they throw away, I agree with you, or they lose, should I say, the game plan from Alexibi was stellar moving on to Mirage. You think about the 21st rounds of the game, he's had art numbers figured out every single time. They had the perfect setups for pistol rounds. They had the right setups for the first gun round. He knew exactly what he needed to do to win this game. So if you're Alexibi, that is a huge win. Now, I agree with you. We're going to take some distance from the clutches because they should and they could have closed earlier. The question is now, what kind of impact does that have on FURIA moving on to the last map?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Because FURIA now are going on to Nuke, where we saw also Art get isolated last time around. But I'm going to keep saying this. The preparation we saw from OG, the way we see them play Mirage, it is very well calculated. They understand it in and out.
Yeah, XCB had a good read, and I think Casper, the coach or the analyst as he is right now, while serving his while serving his little punishment right there, I think they were doing a good job preparing. I think they were doing a good job expecting what could happen from FURIA. And as I said, one thing is being prepared, one thing is knowing what's going on, which, of course, if you do the preparation properly, you will be able to do that. But the fact that they were able to win the opening duels and win the duels, that initiated them being able to shut down FURIA, to me, that was the impressive part here. And I think OG deserves a lot of credit for that, because I personally didn't think that would be possible on a map like Mirage. So they definitely played better than I expected.
Yeah, they put up a fight against the likes of FURIA and the players we speak about on FURIA here. That's what's most impressive to me. Now, when it comes to Nuke, though, are we sat in the 50-50?
So here's why I'm concerned for FURIA, actually, because of the art factor. Think about art and think about that Nuke they lost against G2. What was it about? Art being constantly abused, trying to make the difference outside towards that yard position, playing behind red box, and he was found. He was traded every single time. So if you're Art, sure, you just had a bad game on Mirage, and that can happen. There's no problem with that. I can accept that players have bad game. But if Nuke starts in a bad way, we need to see him change his approach, change it up just a little bit. Because G2, once they found him, they didn't let it go.
There's one moment I want to look at, right, is that Vinny clutch that came in. Because, oh, my God. That's when you thought it was all done for. And Vinny, of all players, good old Vin Dog, had to bring the fire.
He brought it back, and it is an amazing clutch, let's be honest. 1 versus 4. At this point in the game, you think that's it, that's over. But he does play it so well. Takes all the isolated fights. Sure, OG, you can never allow yourself to lose a clutch like that. But just look at the efficiency coming out of Vinny here. The shots he's hitting, instant. and a third one instant. There's no way any of these OG players could have survived or killed Vinny because he was just hitting the instant headshots time and time again. Now on this 1v1, playing it perfectly, finds the timing, peeks out. No doubt that this was a quality clutch and a testament to that the FURIA players, individually speaking, they were still there. You know, they're still in the fight, but as a team, I think Matthew said it pretty well. They were outplayed by OG.
Now, what does it come to, though, when we go back to this nuke conversation that we need to see? Because you spoke about Art, but it can't just live and die with him, right?
No, I don't think it would be fair to put everything on Art. I also think that if we compare the two Mirage we have seen so far, Henny has been a bit more countered. He didn't have the same kind of impact. You think about the AWPs and what they were able to do the last time around. He missed a couple of shots, uncharacteristic from Henny. The rest of the gang, I think, was pretty much where they needed to be. Vinny, the clutches, Yuri as well at the end put up a good fight. Kiss right with the openings. I think these three, they've done what they needed to do on Mirage. So I'm going to keep my eyes on Art and Henny. Not because they're the snipers, just because, again, if you compare to when FURIA's winning, they were lacking a little bit on Mirage.
Yeah. And now when it comes to this T side, though, right, I'm expecting something wonderful to come out from the OG guys, because FURIA, we know what we're going to get with it, but I'm expecting this key preparation to really pay off from here.
It would be very pleasant to think that's the case again, right? I think it's OG coming in with a great preparation. I think that will show on the T side as well. Again, it comes down to whether or not you're able to win the duels needed to open up the map for them, because you can prepare a lot, you can know exactly where Art is going to be, but if Art is going to win that duel, you know, when he's getting in your face and he's going to kill you before you kill him, you know, he's still up and they still have an advantage. So it's very simple said in that way. OG, you know, when it comes to nuke, they won 4 out of their 5 last games. They've been looking good. The only loss they recorded in those games were against MIBR, a team who were able to beat Astralis, they beat G2, and they also beat FURIA and nuke. So MIBR, no jokes. So, you know, I'm a little bit worried on behalf of FURIA right now. I don't think their nuke is as good as it used to be. And OG, they seem to be very comfortable playing nuke.
Comfort is certainly going to be the key word here, but FURIA do make you feel uncomfortable on it over and over again. I'm just very worried, though, when it comes to OG, that they're not going to have enough in the tank to get all these players activated like we saw in Mirage.
Yeah, and it's quite hard for us to make a statement about it now. You know, what's their stamina level? I think, again, they realized themselves that they could have closed Mirage earlier on, and it comes with a confidence boost, I think, when you know you should have had it, and you think about the Vinny 1v4, which you really cannot be mad about.
No.
He played it to perfection. Jacob talked about it. But what OG have to be careful is that as soon as they give just a little bit of leeway to Art and FURIA, they take it, and they just smash them as soon as they have an opening. Yeah. So for OG, Alexibi needs to be quickly reacting when things are going south, quickly reacting, coming in with a little bit more aggression maybe, because Art, no matter if he's struggling individually, he still finds the gaps in the defense.
Now, Jacob, I want to ask you about this, because we've seen Alexi and Valde playing off each other quite a lot here.
Yeah.
And that I've been loving. I've been enjoying it from start to finish.
Yeah, they're good, you know, and they are like-minded. When we had the period where we could listen into the comms, they were, you know, bouncing off each other. They were bouncing off ideas with each other. We've heard that from Alexi B earlier on as well in the first season. Alexi B is a great caller, and he demands a lot from his players. And I think Valde, you know, in terms of the respect of the team, I think he earned Alexi B's respect. So whenever Valde has an idea, whenever he has a take on a situation, he's open-minded to that. So you can see there's a synergy between those two on the server and also off the server, which I think, of course, is a big part as to why OG currently are ranked number 6 in the world. They're doing a good job and they're a decent team.
Do we think, though, FURIA could have maybe had a repeat of what we had here on Newcom against G2? Do you think they really going to play to that level, Maniac?
I have a hard time. Again, it's the way they lost against G2 that I cannot really see happening again. I would be extremely surprised if we have a beast repetitor of their CT side. You know, you talked about Valde, and a word I used in the casting, I was just talking about the position, but it's insurance policy. I think that's what Valde is for OG right now. You know what you get from him every single time. When is the last time that we have seen Valde fail out of a game? Completely disappear. It doesn't happen.
Yeah.
You know what you can get from him. And for OG, that's a huge confidence boost going into this third map, because you know he will deliver. Maybe not 30 kills, but he'll have the 20 and he'll make the calls.
Issa right now will have to step it up, though. CT side for OG, you know, if you can pinpoint Issa to a map or to a position and you can take advantage of that. Currently, he's minus 13 as the only player from OG, not with a positive KD. So Issa normally a guy that has been playing well coming into the group stage as well. We talked about him, you know, redefining himself and really getting into that, you know, group stage with a great shape. But as of recently, he's been slowing down a little bit, and in this matchup so far, he has only 22 kills recorded, minus 13. So Issa, you need to step it up, buddy. Otherwise, you're going to see a lot of pressure.
Well, let's see if he can handle that pressure and if he can step it up. We're going into a third and final map. It's the decider between FURIA taking on OG. It's the elimination match as well. The pressure is on, but Nuke is coming up next. We are coming back into a third and final decider. And, well, this is one way to warm up for the game.
All right.
I like to see it from Furia, you know, spirit's still high.
Joga bonito, a little bit of football in there.
Yeah, why not?
You're not a football fan? Don't play football too much?
I was in a family where my cousin went to go to play for Man United, and I gave up on trying.
And you went esports?
Yeah, I went esports.
That was definitely the right choice.
I clearly
made the right choice.
Yeah, I used to play football a lot, wanted attention from it, and the whole family turned it to him, so I ended up in a situation where this is where I am now. I think he earned a hell of a lot more money than I did there.
Maybe, but money's not everything in life. What's also important is that nuke map decider between OG and Furia. I'm looking forward to seeing the start. Furia is going to be on the T side, and OG will defend.
OG having to defend may give them the luxury of getting these opening rounds go their way. Maybe the more favored side, but more recently the T side for a lot of teams has started to look better. And Furia is one of those teams that can deliver on it. Alexi B with the dual E's. That's what you want to see. Damage being done, but K-Serrano does bounce back. They're going to jump into the vents, and MBK, he's taking a few shots in the dark, and he may go on the hunt for him as well. He changes over the weapon. Oh, they're spotting players down in lower. Valde's there as well. They've got him pincered. They won't allow him to come through the door.
They might just go back, and that's what they're doing, Jay.
Oh,
they don't want any of it. They've realized the defense is ready. He's had the opportunity, and now he's being chased down. 3 versus 3.
You cannot give Furia that chance. They will take full advantage of it. Valde, MBK, and Mantu now to try and get this done. Not a single piece of utility in play for either side. And Valde, he's going to get the kill at least. Yuri was there. He was putting in the work as much as possible. Henny now to keep him at bay. Oh, they fall into Valde. Headshots delivered. Now he's going to be swarmed. He's worried about where they're coming from. Henny didn't know where to look or where to turn. And OG will pick up the pistol.
A huge run from Valde. We have to acknowledge the work he's done in this pistol round. It started with his repositioning down to the B-bomb side, pushing Furia away from it, and then the retake through lobby. The insurance policy strikes again. Tap, tap. Oh, that is so crisp. I think there's nothing more satisfying than a one-tap with the USP. It's like up there in the list. And another one. Well, this is really eco-friendly. Valde not wasting any bullet, any material.
An attempt for them in the pistol, but Furia couldn't make it work. But with that plant down, they get a juicy enough buy. It is juicy enough to get him the round. Are they able to win the force and apply this pressure towards OG?
We have AKs and Galils to play with.
Ooh, he's made noise, but he's just pushing on forward. Could get the wraparound onto them. Doesn't expect Mantu so close. They've given Fury this room to move around, but a setup from OG, they're ready for it.
They want to fight into garage, but Yuri's in a safe position. He finds Alexi B, and now he can tuck in, using the pop flash to give himself some room to maneuver. That smoke as well, protecting him from any kind of aggression.
Mantu's trying to play off the side of it.
He's pinned in as well. I think they know about him.
Oh my god, how did he not get hit? Mantu, you are dodging bullets, my friend, and you're continuing to get more kills. This is huge for OG. Henny will eventually dispatch of him. But he put in the work. He created so much time.
Now OG are completely separated from each other, but NBK could find the timing. No, he cannot. K-Serrano is on the case. All onto Valde, and Henny will put him down. The force buy works out for Furia.
Who was that on the site who nearly died, and luckily Henny came out of main?
I'm not
I had no idea.
He was living the life, having a good time.
He's just chilling, looking at heart. No one was going to...
Oh, that's huge from Vinny. Finding Issa pushing in behind. Really interesting how Furia basically decided to play deathmatch towards outside. They laid a couple of smokes, and then they played behind it. And they waited. They waited for OG to come fight them. That's exactly what happened. Many of these kills were Furia waiting on peaks coming in from the CTs. Yeah. So the plan worked out for them quite well. First shot found by Vini with the FAMAS. Issa strikes back. It's a good trade. And Furia have to be careful. They have to be wary of that A side. There's a lot of bodies here, and the Van dive coming in. Just as I say it, Yuri and Henny just clean up the entirety of the A side. That is it. Pack him up.
Good stuff there from Yuri and Henny. They were ready for it.
Yeah, they were resisting the wave of attack. It's one of the most obvious trap when you play against a forest buy on nuke is to leave your flanks open to these pesky pistols coming in behind you. But they were ready. Now, perfect time for Art. Maybe find some kills. Find some confidence, right? There's no shame in that. Just stats pad a little bit. Feel better. Feel good. Feel activated.
Look at the wolf pack here from OG, though. They're all together. And they're all going to fall into Yuri, and he's just spraying them down. It's so good. A little ace, but you look at him, he's like, yes.
It's Christmas. Maria Carey is on the radio for Yuri right now.
I love Furia's reactions to things like that, you know? It's just like, ha, I'm so good.
They got it going on and they know it.
Boss mode.
Good start. Match ball. Oh, that looks technical to me. I hear the James Banks, detective on the case, trying to figure out the clues.
Why is this keyboard so bad?
It's okay, James. We don't need to figure out anything because the game is live again.
Oh, there we go.
The freeze time has begun its journey, and we are now moving on. Round number 5.
I'm just going to say, this doesn't even look like a Danish keyboard. I have no idea what language this keyboard is in.
Well,
none of the buttons work.
We can ask Connor and Mohan. They're the real expert. So what's the play? Look at Art again. Vent dive. No one is ready for that in OG. They have one player in the form of Valde, I believe, which is already down. Oh, but Art is running. He's giving away audio cues. Valde should know about it.
Valde ready and waiting. Oh, he's checking the smoke. They can't see each other. They've got no idea. Valde just expects it from Art at this point, though. That's a good pickup for sure. Who on G2 was playing on top of Hut?
For G2? You'll see Hunter at times playing on top of Hut. Hunter will be your player. And he's striking back. Now OG have a crazy amount of players downstairs. If Furia were to divert back, it could be a huge problem. NBK is alone inside. Alexibi will strike, and then NBK finding a kill onto Vinny. That's what they needed to stabilize. That should be it. Bomb on the ground. OG have weathered the storm.
It's all about just trying to do some extra damage towards the CTs for now. Yeah, the interesting thing I'm going to look at here is how many times did we see Hunter stop that vent dive?
Right.
And how many times is Issa going to be able to do it?
And he talked about it in the interview as well.
Players.
Hunter talked about it in the post-game interview. He said, we knew that Furia wants to abuse that door position.
Yeah.
So we double mudded, triple naded. I sprayed through every smoke I saw.
He did.
And they made life a real nightmare for Art. So if OG have looked at that game, and I do believe they would have, that would make sense, then they might have the same game plan. This time around, they took a different route. They accepted that Art would take the vent dive, but they had Valde already in position on the B-bomb site, which is okay. It's one way to deal with it. We can see it here. His only job, his only mission was to take down Art.
Yep. So Valde has a good read in it in that sense, that even if he does escape and get down, there's a way that they can handle him.
The question becomes, what if Furia actually send more than one player vent?
Yeah.
If they don't stop it. OG can play the clever game fighting back B side. But you take the risk of having a master mega train going down vent. That could be an issue.
A mega Furia train.
A mega train.
Henny with an AWP in this round though, and Art again has got down here. Is anyone waiting for him already? No. Valde still sits on ramp. So this time they've given him space. Oh, Vinny got tagged up though. Quite heavily. Henny not able to fight back in it. Valde wants to drop down and see if he can do some damage. Art pushes up into him. Yuri's there to get the refrag.
Good trade. That was the sole defender. Alexi has to respect the Molotov. But he should be weighted now. Kisser should be ready for it. The timing is perfect.
And that's the bomb. Alexi B's got some control. Does he know he have the bomb? It's another question. Especially the fact there's no plant going down. He must have a good idea now.
Look at Vinny with the move. Vinny might strike now and turn this clutch around. Oh my god, he second-guessed himself. This is so cruel. Counter-Strike can be a cruel mistress. And for Vinny, that was the case. Now, Henny don't really have anything to say in this round anymore.
No. Takes down Issa.
Oh no, Vinny, I feel so bad.
Yeah, he was like, I just thought he was going to just poke it straight away, but he's playing smart. He's checking all the corners. It makes sense. But what made sense to him, sadly, wasn't the right call. He doesn't get to see all the stuff we see. You feel their pain, don't you?
I do.
You're like,
I guess that comes with the territory when you're casting these games, that you have all the information and you can see the unfortunate decisions being made. Because I can't really fault him for checking the right side. If anything, it's thorough, like you say.
It's what you're supposed to do, right? That's what you expect from a player like Vin.
It's very dedicated. But it turns out to be his demise. 3-3. Right now, FURIA have in mind to push that B side as much as they can. They try and exploit it. But OG have good rotations, and the first line is good for one minimum. Valde found the kill, and then Alexi had Caserado coming in with the bomb. So they're barely resisting. I feel like OG, they're 1 kill away from letting the round go away, but they stick it. They stay in the lead.
The big team talk coming in. Already one timeout being... yeah,
30
they can't time out for 3 hours. It's not going to work.
Can we just have time to talk about it? Can we?
They asked the admins, admins, we need one of our special timeouts again, the 3-hour one.
The special FURIA one.
Not during broadcast, guys. You're not allowed that long a break. Should have done it before.
They're still in a good position. Remember, that's a 3-3 scoreline on the T side. It's fine.
Yeah.
They have plenty of time to figure out what they want to do and how they want to approach this game.
Ooh. Good nade damage coming out towards Henny.
Look at the space he's taking.
Art's found Alexi B, but look how far... He's gone so far undetected. No one has any idea.
No, because that's not a wall of smoke. It's actually not a wall of smoke. So they might not know that Henny actually made his way down. And they could play off of that information.
And Art hasn't gone through door yet. Another smoke's going to go down as Caserato's managed to dispatch of MBK. But this could be it. Henny, Valde. Oh, he legs him! Or tags him through the wall because it was only a little bit of damage. Valde is so lucky to be alive. Vinny's been tagged up now as well. But this is going in OG's favor. They're in a great spot. Yes, just to lock that one down. Only one more player to find. Caserado, they know exactly where he is. He's going to try and make it expensive for him. Could potentially clutch it out, actually.
But he doesn't have the bomb. He doesn't have the bomb. I agree with you. It was a doable clutch. It still is. But not having the C4 is a huge problem. I like this reposition. He's now towards the red box. It's going to be so hard for Caserado to see it coming.
And I love where Issa's repositioned to, right? You're making sure that Valde has that cover.
Yeah, and you don't give him any kill. You don't give Caserado any chance to trade. He's going to have to figure out that Cluedo, that puzzle on his own. And with 25 seconds remaining and the positions from OG, I don't see the magic happening. OG just dug themselves out of such complicated situation. It starts with Henny here in that duel, clipping in the wall. Look at this. We see the bullet happening. We see the bullet go through. And then Mantu finding this kill under heaven. My, oh my.
So the huge thing there is that they're so suspecting of Art getting down into vent and going into lower site. The Valde's just checking it anyway when they had no idea that Henny had got that far.
You have to assume. You have to assume that the repetitive vent dives come at a price, and the price is that the B side will always be under scrutiny. I think FURIA realized that they are still close to break OG.
Yeah.
They want to make sure they want to put all the eggs in that one basket. But if OG withstand the storm, then they could just run away with it.
And it's with the money as well. The money's not great for OG here. They can quickly turn this on its head for him. But that's the position for FURIA. It's, do we want to keep forcing up into this? Do we want to keep fighting like this? They won that impressive pistol round when it came to Inferno, but Nuke is a whole different kettle of fish.
For FURIA.
And we're seeing the resurgence of Tech 9s more and more now.
Yeah, just because I cannot play with him doesn't mean it's not a good weapon.
Don't worry, Maniac. One day.
I'm good.
We'll practice with it.
Oh, here comes the Van dive that I was talking about. East side, everyone. The damage being put down. They cannot find their way. They've been heavily tagged, and it could happen again.
I like this. Alexi just going straight down, but he may have a player running off towards him to try and take the fight to him. And that's exactly what happens. Yuri's going to be able to get himself a weapon. These players are so low, and there is utility that can be played out here from OG. Mantu, he's checking all the corners, but there's two players. They're going to face him at the same time. Oh, and he sprays them both down. That's brilliant. That's exactly what he needed. Yes, they've only got the pistols, but that's where you can also be overwhelmed. More damage being done towards them, but it's just Henny left alone. Valde picks up the kill, and OG will pick up the round. We go 5-3, and they finally get back a good lead in this one.
Both teams could shake hand on that round. FURIA wanted the plan, they've got it. OG destroyed them as they were making their way down to dive deep into this van with the nade and the spray through smokes. This gives us flashbacks to the G2 game. Look at this. And the nade damage on top of that one. So Mantu, he's having softened target in front of him. Great spray control as well. OG now is back in the lead. A lead that I thought would be just evaporating for them.
It was looking like it again, right? Similar to what we saw on the start of Inferno, CT side. But OG, they look like they can stand strong in this one. This is the swing round, though. This is when it can change quite a lot.
Again with the Van dive art, he doesn't stop. But Valde's on the case. One of these duels we're going to see so many times. And again, Art is countered. 2 and 7. He cannot catch a break in this game. Alexibis tailored a game plan to punish him every single time, and it's working. And he strikes once more. Valde alone now with the AK will not be able to withstand the situation. Issa pops in from the door, but he's got the number with him. He can just wait.
Flash goes out towards Vinny. Straight onto MBK, but he needs to deliver at least another kill in here. Oh, Alexi hitting Caserato. They're closer. I got baited by the X-ray.
The X-ray bait. The good old X-ray bait. Look, there is a smoke onto Mantu, so they could decide to smoke the door or the bomb. They have a chance. They have a kid as well onto Issa, so they're going to smoke the bomb, and Mantu's going to have to be a turret. But Issa, you're the kid and you're too far away. You have to make your way towards the bomb. Can he do it? No, he cannot. Vinny crosses him as he tries to make his way.
He's kept him on the site, though.
I appreciate you for getting baited by that X-ray situation. You know, I'm not going to fault you for that one. Because I had it down. I was like, wait, are they closing the vent right now?
I was like, no way are they.
I will not hold it against you. Don't worry about it. Good job by Vinny as well. You think OG had done everything they needed. They started by punishing Art early on, then Yuri falls to Alexibi outside. That should have been it. But the great trading from FURIA and the clutch at the very end. And the money situation, James, keep an eye on it. All the nades outside, but there is literally no money to play with. If OG loses this one, they're back to 0.
And Art, he's going to walk away with the kill onto Issa. Doesn't just escape down the vent this time around. They may be able to swarm the A site. Mantu. Oh, they strike with Alexi B, the SMG. That's huge. That is exactly what they needed. He's pushing through the smoke. Caserato looking to do some more damage, though. He puts it back in his favor. But Valde, right around the corner. They spray on out into him. Art doesn't go in to try and take him down. He jumps into the vents.
Oh, Valde knows. It's a race against time. Oh, he called out the bluff, which isn't a bluff.
Double fake. Trying to think about it. It's bought him some time, but not a lot of time.
There's a smoke with no kit on Valde, so he could play the mind game. He could smoke the bomb and tap it. Art doesn't know he doesn't have a kit.
He has no information of what position Art might come from. He's made a bit of noise here,
in
but
that
that's not
sense,
going to be
you want to play the bomb, James. You want to play the bomb when you don't know what's happening. You don't have time to clear all these angles. You don't have a kit to play with.
He's not using the smoke. Now he knows, but there's no time.
No time.
Oh, Valde. He's going to try and run away, and Art's just going to hunt him down, take the weapon from him if possible. He'll survive.
I think Caserato deserves a medal for this round.
Yeah,
because if it weren't for him and his heroics in the mini, that could have been it. OG could have just run away with it. Alexi B lurking in these smokes with the MP9, finding 2 kills and the bomb on the ground. But Caserato, oh, he was so fast, striking from the smoke, and the second of that, I'm telling you, he's one of the best traders we have. His trade game is on point. As soon as he knows where you are, he comes for you.
It's like a sniffer dog, just running straight at you, right? Gets the scent, and he's straight on the hunt.
I guess that's one way to put it.
Now this time another FURIA timeout coming in. Because they know how close this is getting. They know how scary it's getting.
I think you can see on Art's face how much of a challenge it is. It's a tactical timeout for FURIA, right?
They've also lost a player on a server.
Oh, so it could be
could be technical.
I was trying to find a word between those two, but I don't find. There's not a tactical. That doesn't work. But look, I think Art's face says it all. How much of a challenge it is, how much of a chess game it is between the two in-game leaders right now. Trying to find the next step, trying to find the next move, outplaying, outmaneuvering your opponents if you can. I'd slightly give the edge to aleXiB so far, because I think that, tactically speaking, OG have been in on the money in most of these rounds, but it's the individuals, or these are the individuals from FURIA who really stepped up massively, saved them. You think about the clutch situation with Vinny, you think about that situation here with Kisserado. The individuals are saving FURIA, and they're hurting OG a lot.
OG are going to be thinking, though, we nearly got away with it, right?
No.
They're definitely playing better than FURIA right now.
I think tactically speaking, again, they are in their right mind, and they have the good idea most of the time. aleXiB is knowing where to put his players, but now they've been beaten, they've been defeated. They have to eco. Valdez, the sole M4, moving on to this round. That's when FURIA needs to bank on that situation, because they have zero money going into this round. They need to capitalize on it. Otherwise, they're going to suffer through this whole half.
Oh, that's good. That's really nice. Valde dealt with, which allows Art to go downstairs. And he's baiting it out this time. He makes the noise. He jumps down and creeps his way back up. aleXiB had no idea. Another player up high. And Art is about to gain some confidence, gain some kills, and frag out like never seen before as he continues to do more damage. That's a fourth in it. Only Mantu to find. And this is what you don't want to allow Art to do. Yes, okay, it's only against the pistols,
I know,
right?
But I know where you're going with this. I agree with you.
It's the mentality for this man who's been bullied across 2 maps.
We're going to have to keep an eye on him now for the last 4 rounds. See how kind of impact that has on him. Actually, 3 rounds is going to be after this one. To see if he finds more duels, if he finds more impact, more space. He said he's had a tough time, and I think it's a fair statement to make between Mirage and this new game. Is he going to change now after finding finally some success, some footing in this game?
But that was great, though. Valde was the one with the M4 to try and stop Art from going downstairs. They really are putting a focus on them. Whether it's just with pistols or the normal setup they use. But finally, FURIA take a round lead in this game. Something for them to play with here. No AWP on Mantu either. Also, not a great amount of utility here for OG. That's going to be problematic for him.
It's not the easiest of days.
No.
They have 3 smokes to play with.
And Art, he's wanting someone to look up towards him. Valde doesn't stick around on ramp at all long, does he? He wants to go straight down as much as possible. He's worried about this Art play.
Look at the setup from OG. That setup is the consequence of FURIA abusing the B side again and again and again. Art being found by Issa is going to mean that Valde knows ramp is the next point of attack. He sticks around with the M4. Here's them moving about. Does he strike? Does he pull back? He stays around and lines them up. Only Vinny is good to react. 1-for-1 trade. I thought he had 2.
It was definitely looking close to it. But do FURIA still want to push into this? They're looking to back away. They want to catch some players off guard. aleXiB doesn't want to hang around, and rightly so. Look at Yuri as well. Oh, he can come in and completely mess this up for him. And he may... Oh,
God.
Oh, my. The timing. aleXi checking a hit. aleXi still goes down. OG are making the right decisions. They're good awareness of what FURIA might do, but they're not being able to handle it. Will MBK be checked here? Oh, he's spotted out. He doesn't have a clue. The shots come out towards him, and now we're in a rough position. Issa cannot stand strong, and FURIA push on forward. OG almost mind gamed themselves. There are too many places to check.
FURIA is doing today what G2 did to them on Dust 2. On Nuke, sorry. What am I talking about, Dust 2? But doing them on Nuke. They're finding ways to turn around these clutches. There it was through Yuri finding the timing outside, besting aleXiB under heaven, and that's all they need to pincer on NBK. Unfortunately for him, a little bit, he didn't see the cap player go out, the cap player spot him, and then he was done for. But that is FURIA digging themselves out of a tricky situation. Really important round. Please keep your eyes on the money for OG. This is a devastating scenario, financially speaking.
It is not easy at all. But now this is where FURIA can take some massive control. This is where they've got a great chance.
They have it. They have the control right now. And
This next round will be maybe a small investment, mixed buy, potentially.
You have to go in a half a buy, because otherwise you're going to endanger your entire side. Or the rest of it, actually. But this is where AlexiB needs to shine now. I've praised him a lot for his usual and original game plan in all maps. I thought he was coming in with the right idea. Now he's been figured out. They've been bested in some of these situations, so he needs to come up with a plan.
Yuri already finding the opener. And FURIA don't even need to make a move into any site just yet. The ramp's open, as is the B site. Yuri just wants someone else to push him. He's expecting some more outside presence.
Ard's been taking so much space, and soon he'll find some kills. I think that's a shoot. He didn't see the shoot. He didn't see the shoot. But Yuri's coming in from behind anyway.
Those
That's
big
it.
size 12s stepping out.
Maybe Small Feet. I don't know. Is that the Penguin movie too? Is that called Small Feet? You know, the Penguin movie?
Happy Feet.
Happy Feet, that's the one.
Small feet. Big headshot though. Even if it's just with a 5.7, MBK.
Wow.
Pimp nose.
Maybe one day we'll be able to study the correlation between him smiling and them winning rounds or not.
Should we put that on the AI next?
PAG.
When you get this face of art, what's the percentage to win when you get this face of art?
Maybe that's the way we can go about it. We need a lot of stats.
All
but enough of my nerdiness now.
Of Art's face.
Round number 14, full investment coming in from OG. They were in the lead 5-3.
Yeah.
That's FURIA now on fire on the T side of Nuke, but Isa finally puts one on the board. He's had a complicated map, to say the least. Just like I have a hard time saying that word.
What's also complicated is figuring out what you do against FURIA right now, because even without out the equation, the other four have got this Wolfpack mentality sticking together. Yuri's, oh wow, again it's Yuri! Sometimes he just grabs the team on his back.
He's got 19 kills.
Does a shoulder press while he's at it, because he's got huge shoulders, as you can see from his picture. Strong man out here. And then just pops a few heads.
He's strong in and outside the server, and now they can basically choose a target. They will have the number advantage wherever they go.
Yeah.
And if they go ramp, they are outmaneuvering Valde. He doesn't know.
Oh, no.
But you can't fault OG for that. They need to retake some information. So they decide to clean lobby, which makes sense. Okay, I can...
Oh, the timing.
Valde. Great cross replacement, but Kisserad is too fast.
Gives them some info, though. At least he's got something they can play off of. Yuri's still outside being a nuisance. He wants to keep them distracted. He wants to keep them busy. Alexi and MBK on a crucial buy round. They've got a couple of players low here for FURIA, but it really requires FURIA to make some grave errors. MBK trying to spam up high. No one's there, no one's waiting. And they'll just save the weapons. It's the only decision at this point. Time's ticking away. FURIA didn't move.
You know what scares me for OG?
5.
I'm getting scared because I feel the confidence oozing out of FURIA in all these situations right now. It feels like whatever the situation, whatever the positions, whatever the timings, they will find an opening. Someone somewhere will step up, grab that kill, and then Art will play off of it, or Yuri will find an opening again. They can hack their way out of any situation. It is grand to see. It is a FURIA that's scary. That right here is Mantu, I think, overstaying his welcome just a little bit, but that is just crisp from Yuri.
Issa went to try and get the refrag, but Yuri was ready for it, straight up into it. I'm coming to help. Bang! Ah!
Oh, well, I tried.
Slapped away. Slapped down, and that's exactly what's happened to OG's chances on this first half. They've mustered up somewhat of a good buy. It's not terrible for sure.
These are going to go again, but this time Issa's ready for it. It's worked most of the time, but finally Issa will put him down. Now what's the next move for FURIA? You've lost that leg. You cannot play on that one. You're going to have to find a different way, different approach into this game. It could be through Henny and the AWP. The smoke might fade out in a couple of seconds. They gather up, they regroup, and Vinny I appreciate the effort, but you were a little bit alone on that one.
Oh, they've been isolated for sure. This is good from OG, though. Really nice from him. Art went out, as always, through door. And Issa, this is what you want to see. Maybe last round confidence boost for the young man. Henny's the only one alive, and he'll look to put on some damage on the board either way. Grabs himself the AK-47 as MBK looks to reposition. Valde's not moving from ramp just yet. He's going to try and lock him in, lock him down.
It's time to be patient. Remember what happened in the Vini 1v4?
Oh, God, yeah.
I know it's not amusing. I know it's not entertaining. But in a 4v1 like that, you just hold down your position. You take the sneakiest off angle you can, and you simply shoot when you see your target. There's no need to be a hero. The damage has been done. You just wait it out.
They're trying to swarm him, though. Look, Valde's not aggressive.
Be patient. Timing is good. 6th round for OG, and considering their 5-3 lead, they're not going to be too happy about the situation.
Yeah, it was a big advantage coming out from OG, but can they pull it off now? They move over to their T side. It's obviously going to get harder, but we saw what happened last time around. Find out for the conclusion after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Me and Maniac are back for one last time on the commentary. I may have been dying a slow death over these past few days. It has been some long days, Maniac, but I have pumped 2 energy drinks into my blood.
We're ready.
I'm ready, I'm pumped, and I'm ready to see what FURIA have got on their CT side. And that's our last cast together.
Well, for now it's our last cast. We don't know what the future holds, but for now we have to focus on FURIA and OG battling out on Nuke. The last map of this series, trades happening left and right, 4v4. Henny pushes on, keeps the pressure in. I have no idea what's happening. It's aleXiB and NBK together combining for 3 kills. The A side has fallen in what was a deathmatch party.
That was a deathmatch party. That was an explosion. That was OG trying to make a statement to battle back into this. And I think that last round they picked up was one to give them a bit of what they needed, a bit of oomph after being hit so hard by the Brazilian side. Mate, sometimes you really just get that full buzz off these cans. Like, wow.
Are you in the buzz now?
I'm in the buzz.
There we go. That's what we need to be.
It only took
in the zone.
800 mil worth.
We're in the zone to see if Vinny can find some magic.
If Vinny can Finny.
Exactly.
There
with
we
the
go.
USP. Switched over to the Glock. Interesting choice. But he's got a committee waiting for him. That's the first one. I got a little bit nervous.
Yeah,
Then
it's
he came
Vinny.
down.
It's Vinny.
We have to respect him. We have to give him the benefit of the doubt. That was a good pincer
nice.
move.
Yeah.
They all came crashing in together from Mini, from Andor. By the way, we talked about Art and, you know, him never backing down.
Yep.
In this first half, he had 3 opening kills won out of 11 attempts. So he really went in, but he got countered big time, which is why that result from FURIA is that impressive. They did it off the back of Art not finding the kills. But when you have Yuri on 19, an absolute hero, an absolute unit, that makes a difference.
Ooh, Alexi, be careful. You know that.
Be careful.
You know that. Those shots coming out, he wants to stick around. He wants to fight a bit more.
It's not a huge space to be in.
No, it's like, dance. You're doing the mask Jim Carrey
Jim
moment.
Carrey one, exactly. Yeah.
I wonder how many people hear this and actually know what that movie is. It's quite an old one now. 1997 or 8, something like that.
Shots being exchanged outside. Garage has fallen to the claws of OG. But FURIA are aware of it. aleXiB is completely abandoned the lobby, but he doesn't need to defend it at all. He's very satisfied to just keep an information. And OG are waiting. They are playing the patience game.
I like that though. I would hate to see them rush in and bust in against FURIA like this. That's what FURIA want. Players at our own game. Ignore yours. MBK looking to sneak through now the windows are broken anyway.
They know about Queserado. Queserado is CT spawn with a
oh
scout.
my
He
God,
could find a lot of
no.
impact. I don't think they realize.
Oh! They're like, where did this come from? They're playing a bit of peekaboo with him as well. You don't want to do that. If you can jump up high, you might be able to see him from that angle. Alexi's going to clean up the site, though. Vinny on the corner. Oh, Issa saving the day just there. Nothing to get worried about now, but that could have gone either way.
Yeah, Issa protecting his teammate with the bomb was a key moment right there. If Vinny finds the kill, things could have looked a little bit different. But OG, they maintain control over that round. Despite Queserado being a nuisance from CT spawn with the scout, they finally dispatch of him and together take over the A side. It's going to be a 9-8 scoreline, and things could not be any closer. This game has delivered once again. I feel like, James, we've been blessed with 3 mappers all across the board with FURIA and their magic in it. But OG, they are making a case for themselves right now. They are showing us that they can fight on different maps. I talked about the map pool. I said that as far as I was concerned, they could not beat FURIA based on the maps.
Exactly. We were
But
worried
they are
about
making a
that.
statement right now.
This is now when I look at what we see here from the team of OG, is that their T sides are really calculated. The preparation is key. Just sometimes on their CT sides, they lack on that individual firepower, you know? They get bested in some ways. But they're dealing with these force rounds from FURIA really well. That I'm a fan of, because we've seen even G2 struggle against that.
Yeah, like you said, if you accept to play their pace, their rhythm, you might just get caught off guard because they have so much skill. Any wrong angle, any off angle that you forget, and you will be punished instantly. So I agree with you, OG, really taking the time, pondering their options, making sure that they have the protocols to trade each other. That was a good sign. Now they have to do it again against the Eagles and PT50s mostly.
I like the cautiousness, but look how many players are now towards ramp.
Could be dangerous.
Vinny's being burnt just a little bit. Oh, the flash came out just at the right time. No one was able to strike. Can FURIA make some magic happen in this? Shots going their way. Deagle shots being landed as well. The smokes are down. but that might just seal it. That might be enough. They're going to force back into the A site. Quesarado from up high. He's firing off those shots, but he's not finding much luck. All these names, the double up, the big Kobe. We don't see it all too often. And Issa, he'll get a couple more on the board.
The first rebound, the first one we hear, it, tick, tick, you know that's it.
Yeah.
You know it's over. They have a timer on that one. Tick, tick, bam. But I agree with you. I think Alexibi finding the kill in Hut was the difference maker in that situation. It allowed them a road outside of this A-ramp shenanigans. Going back to the A side, Quesarado had a couple of shots that he could maybe connect, but it wasn't enough. The stack almost paying off for FURIA, and we are tied up. 9-9 scoreline on the third map. Whoever loses this game is eliminated. Last place in the tournament, 7th, 8th. Nothing to be too ashamed about. It's a hugely stacked tournament, but none of them want to do it. And it's the A go instantly from OG. Quesarado has to make a choice. He's going to burn and get a kill with him. Alexibi burns him out. Yuri now with the M4, striking behind the smoke, playing around. And it worked out.
Oh, wow. That was very back and forth, but it's one of these rounds where that works out for FURIA. That's the bit they enjoy. That back and forth, that trade game. We talk about how successful they are with it. This is where OG need to be careful. You need to apply that pressure.
It's art again, striking from that. You know, we were following the action in Quesarado's view, and I could not understand how things were going so well for FURIA, but that is the move. That's art, popping out of Vent, making 3 kills, 3 hugely differential kills coming in from Vent.
Art just has an infatuation with the Vent. Whether it's T or CT side, he wants to be there. He's like, me and Vent, we are friends.
It's my home now. It's my world.
I will control the Vent. The Vent will not control me. No, that's not the fact. Oh dear, Art went out in the open on that one.
Oh, Vini. Oh, Vini. That's it. You're going to get punished. And OG, they're just playing the waiting game now. They didn't have to do anything in this round. They just had to wait, sit, and adjust their crosshair because FURIA peeked them every single time. Henny might be able to pull off some magic.
Oh, behind him.
It's going to be too much.
Oh, how fast. He was spinning all over the place like, where do I go? What do I do?
Well, he's younger than us, right? But he probably has a fast sensitivity as well.
Yeah, do you know what? I've noticed that with more of these younger pro players, the sensitivity is a lot higher than what we used to use.
I tend to agree with that.
There's always like 2000 DPI, blah.
Yeah. You know, it took me a long time to know that you could actually improve the hertz on your mouse. When I discovered 1000, that was a life-changing moment. Wasn't really too...
You're still just sat back on 500, just chilling?
125, what are you talking about?
Oh my god, what do
125.
you mean? Oh, Maniac, we need to take you through some lessons.
It's a low scores now.
Setup lessons.
Alexibi's hiding in this one. He's doing his best art impression. Is Yuri gonna...
I like how we're now saying it's an art impression. Oh, Alexi heard that as well. He's got no idea. Yuri can't expect that. He's going to jump down. And Art, he's saying, get out of my vent, boy. I'm coming for you. Now he'll run away, though, because he doesn't want to... Oh, my God.
Well, he really wants to fight for vent. He really wants to fight it. These are his vents.
I respect it because it's art, but that... I don't agree with. I can't agree.
It was a questionable decision.
Yeah.
NBK cleaning up outside, and now this is OG looking very much in control. I will go back to this round time and time again. The first gun round where FURIA basically allows duels happening left and right for OG. That could be what haunts them. That could be what decides the fate of this match. But they are only one round behind on the CT side of Nuke, so we have to take it with ease and with caution.
At what point do we get scared for FURIA, though, Maniac? Because we came into this with the idea that the better players, the better individual skill was on this OG side, on the FURIA side, but the tactics and the strategy was on the OG side. Right now, OG are putting a fight up towards them.
Oh, Art being put down to 29 HP. He cannot catch a break in the first 15 to 20 seconds. We should make a stat about the damage he's sustained in all these rounds in 20 or 25 seconds. It's not a death, but it's a damage. Valde will finally put him down. That's another opening duel lost by Art. And that was a problem against G2, and it's starting to be a problem now. FURIA cannot possibly run after the scoreline all the time. They need to stabilize the situation, whereas for OG, they can just keep doing themselves. They keep doing what they're doing. It's working perfectly. They find the kills, and they play the power play. They just organize around.
Even Yuri trying to put up a fight, but it's not going to work out. Bit of nade damage, but nothing substantial. Henny's being forced away from outside. He's playing it more defensively. He's going to be able to travel back towards the top of the ladder. He's going to go jump down straight into the site. Look at the repositioning from Henny.
Oh.
This could be huge, actually.
He's waited.
Oh, he gets Mantu. Henny is fast. And that's the pickup they needed. That makes this possible. Henny's taking the game into his own hands, and he is gaining control. If he picks up another kill here, that's going to be huge. It's exactly what FURIA need. And Henny, he's sticking around. He's wanting to fight some more, but MVK, oh my God, the lurk, the flank. From below, he's trying to fight off, and Yuri stands strong. It's now Valde and Issa, and Issa's still giving it his all. They've got the backup, they've got the teamwork, but have they got the time? Oh, some more damage done to Valde. Oh, Vinny saves the day at the end. What are these rounds, Maniac?
It's amazing. That's amazing. That's what it is. The trade game's so on point. Henny taking charge, like you said.
He just went for him.
The second he wins the duel versus Mantu, everything just opens up. That kill right here. If Mantu had any, that was it. That was the end of the round. But because he finds it, repositions, another kill, and then Vinny just has time to strike back from heaven. Oh my. And you can feel what it means for FURIA, and just the round in itself is a round that you have to. But look at this, the pressure is not let off. The Molotov is perfect. They're getting mowed down. It's Yuri and Kesarado with the M4s. Another one from Henny. The hopes of OG might have evaporated in that Molotov.
That is the game changer. This is where FURIA can grab a 12. They've made a statement round after a clutch round. They can stabilize off the back of this.
Make or break.
And now, yeah, they have to force it. They need to make this work, because OG are going to try and push them for sure. Let's have a look at the money, how they're doing.
I'm not exactly sure OG can put it back together now.
They can't.
They cannot. That was the make or break moment.
Oh, Martin.
That was a make or break moment.
They're feeling alive.
And OG, they have to concede that one. Obviously, they have some deagles to play with, but it's not going to be easy.
This is where FURIA can escape. They can gain that lead they need. They've just got to be careful. Art can't be pressured from here. And again, he's back out towards door with his back turned to main, though. Oh, no. Out in the open. Kesarado's there to help him out, though. The spray continues, but Art is so low on health. Kesarado is saving the day from every single angle for him. It is only up against these pistols, but we know what OG can do, and Valde just showed us it. Oh, Mantu, you're not escaping for now. You're being trapped. You're being spammed up through the wall.
FURIA have to make it that one decisive. They cannot allow to lose more weapons.
Exactly.
They need to build some kind of banks.
Thanks.
I wasn't going to say it, but you step on that one. That's on you. You take the responsibility for that one.
You said banks. You didn't say bank. So
I know.
I just
That's
reacted to my name.
Probably because you're sitting next to me, moving around.
I've got loads of energy now. I'm just
You got loads of energy now.
Shouting at it.
Which is great, because now we are getting into the money time.
Yeah, this is.
That's the end of the line for both teams.
Again, we've got to push the point of this. This is elimination match. One of these two teams, it's the end of their run. And for FURIA, they've been over here in Europe. It started off bad. It's got better, but they still haven't got themselves into a position where you say, oh,
it would be
they've done great.
disappointment.
Yeah, exactly.
It would be. There's no way around it. For OG, we've been talking about their issues with consistency, finding or trying to evaluate where they are in this time. Losing to Big O2, and then being bested by FURIA, that would not be what they had in mind for this tournament. But it's not done quite yet. Late wall of smoke.
Ooh. Good wall of smoke as well. Well executed. Art, though, is going to be the player downstairs, ready to pop up secret.
I don't think they want to play secret. I think they want to go outside. They want to... Oh, they're just lurking in the smoke wall. So it's going to be onto Art.
They've made some noise now, though. Art needs to hit the shots this time around. First man forward. They jump out onto it. He puts down the flames. They're not going to push through it. They are going to respect it. They're not like you are. They're not all pushing through fire.
They have to respect it. So what's the next move now? Art doesn't have a smoke, so he cannot stand his ground. He can play the duel, but he's got no utility to play with, and he's got no backup. Art is the sole defender of that side. He could decide it all right here. Peaks coming in, first kill, but Volley trades fast. And everyone is out of position. Henny will run towards the B side, but OG have an opening in the next 10 seconds.
And they're going to strike with that opening. Alexi, oh, he spots off one player. He's going to get the second as well. So much information in Alexi's hand to pass on to his team, and they can get set up perfectly for it. Alexi now going to slowly creep behind him because he knows he's the insurance policy in this round. He can check all the corners. He can cross all the T's and dot the I's. But is it going to be enough?
It's the timing, James. It's the timing. Oh, no, it's Inferno all over again.
He knew. He was ready. They expected it to come through. Valdi's going to do his best work. He's already been damaged. It's back and forth, though. It's going in favor of OG, and they've managed to pull off the incredible round.
Is Henny going to be able to sustain and save his AWP? First kill being shot. That would mean everything for them to be able to keep the sniper, and he does. He saves the big green. But for Alexi, that was Inferno all over again.
Yeah.
Letting two flankers go through and then being punished for it. He wants to play the long game.
He's playing the smart game.
You might wonder, was he not better off just grabbing one kill and then staying alive? But in any case, it doesn't matter because they won the clutch. Huge work by Mantu playing the turret position in the corner. 13-12. This could not get any closer. Oh, the flash is perfect. The flash is perfect. Alexi's made his way out. Kids are out of fighting back, but he's traded fast by MBK. Art with the AWP sneaks in the smoke, disappears. Is he gonna make it all alive? Vinny comes in to save him, and Art, he could add another one! MBK now, he can't do it! Art is a magician. He disappeared in the smoke. Abracadabra, here I am.
Magic Art. It's looking so bad for them. Then OG do a faster style of play, and guess who's ready and waiting for it? FURIA.
Look at what he's doing. He grabs the kill onto Issa, disappears in the smoke. At this point, he's being shot at, but that gives time. It takes away the intention from Mantu, and then that second kill
so
seals it all.
about him. They're
because
so worried.
Art stays alive, it gives time for Vinny to white swing out of heaven, and there you have it. That's how I feel right now. That's how I feel. That's my face.
Can we please get a camera on you all the time?
No, we don't. I'm agitated when I cast.
I love it. Who doesn't love it right now is OG because they are just on pistols. They're going up against a stacked up FURIA and potentially going to be on match and series point. Pressure being applied towards Henny. They need to give him some backup. He's being overrun. He's being overwhelmed. He pulls out the pistol. He's got some backup from his teammates there. They're getting it done. They're keeping him alive. They're saving him.
But he's saving himself with the pistol, James. He's got two with the USP. Doesn't need no sniper.
Henny is a boss. Boom.
That got really scary for a second. Couple of shots missed, and he had people closing in on him. I agree with you. The backup was fast, but look at this. He had to pull up the USP to make the difference. Oh my, oh my. Is this the end of the road for OG? Is this where the journey ends?
They put up one hell of a fight.
That was a great series for them. They are not out of it quite yet. They have a very decent buy, moving in to this round number 28. And Alexi is going to lead the charge once more.
He's not going down the vent.
But he's going to burn. He has to leave the position. And Art, what is happening?
What?
I thought Alexi would be burning, but he found a way out.
I'm just surprised Art is still able to do that.
Cover from Henny coming in. He
Nice
strikes.
shots.
Vinny was clever enough to stay alive and just give information. That could be it. Vinny now will get an easy kill. That's the bomb on the ground. Another one. Vinny just doing it all with the AUG. And there you have it. FURIA make it 16-12. They have survived the first half. They've survived Mirage. And they truly deserve that victory. It was hard. They had to sweat tears and blood, but they've done it.
So close for OG. At one point they were in the lead, but it slipped away from them again. Very similar to what we saw on Inferno. But this time around, FURIA clawed it back. It was so close. There were so many small details in that game that really it could have gone either way. But you've got to say a huge congratulations to FURIA.
Yes.
Because, again, they stick to what they know. They stick to what they love. They make it work against all odds. We're going to go to a break, and then we're going to be breaking down all of this, doing some interviews, and then bringing you the next game. Stay tuned. We just saw FURIA take down OG and eliminate them here from the full finals. We have just witnessed FURIA be able to pull it back, but at times it did not look good for them, Pimp. I was scared in many moments there.
Yeah, me too. I think OG they did a good job pressuring FURIA, and FURIA themselves, you know, may not be as comfortable as they would have liked to be in this game. There was moments where you thought to yourself, okay, this is the turning point, right? I remember the scoreline being 12-12. We're going to see that round later on, where the money was on the brink for both teams. So there was a point in this game where you could say OG, with a little bit more clinical, you know, finesse to the game, they probably could have won this one. But at the end of the day, FURIA, I think, are still the rightful winners. You know, they were the better team if you look over the entirety map of Nuke right here.
I got to agree with you. So let's bring in Mr. Art from FURIA. He's there ready and waiting for the interview. Art, how are you feeling after that one? Because you yourself were taking a lot of risks, buddy. You seem to love that vent.
Hello. I'm feeling the pressure, but I have to do what I have to do.
Now, you always tell me in interviews, right, that you're confident no matter what. Sometimes when I see you maybe not getting the kills you want or you're taking risks and they're killing you every time, are you still that confident? Because I'm looking at some of these rounds and I'm thinking, he's still going for it, but it's not working. Like, do you ever think to change?
Adapting is part of my game, but sometimes I know that I have to do something in order to create space or create something for my team to play around me. So sometimes even I think on Mirage I was like 2-13, 2-10, 2-12. It doesn't matter. I have to do what I have to do. I'm gonna die again.
Well, you certainly do it. I mean, going back to Mirage now, I want to talk about your CT side. You really had a tough time against OG. Can you explain to me a little bit what happened and what were the difficulties you guys had?
It's hard to say because I guess they just explored A, and I think we lost like 2 important rounds on A. We had like 4 players on A at the second round, and the first buy round we have 4 A, and we still lost. So I think that's more down to micro decisions into the game. I don't think that was like a structure. And I think when they went middle, I guess we got like 6 flashes and we could not kill anybody. So the game was like fast paced, and we just did not get the good decisions.
Did you feel like LXCB had a game plan especially for you? Because I was sitting watching the game, and some of these gun rounds, some of these pistol rounds, they had really great structures, really great executes against you. Did you feel like they were specially prepared?
I guess, but a lot of our threats are just out of the server. It's hard to predict that. Like our pistols, we just make up into the server. Sometimes we just on the fly, so it's hard to adapt for that. But I sure felt they know some things we like to do and like some things that we usually do. So I felt like it yes.
No one knows FURIA better than yourself. I think that's a fair statement to make. If you had to be completely honest with me right now, where are you at, you know, in terms of how good are you? Are you at 80%, 90% compared to where you were coming into Europe when you were really winning everything?
No, I don't think so. I think we still have to work on a lot of things. I think today matches was just like against the first match that we lost for G2, because last map was so close, and I just felt that if we just lost 2 important rounds, just like happened against G2, we lost 2 important rounds, gun rounds, and they got control of their game. On Nuke, we got lucky on one round that they rushed A and we got to come back, and after that it's our game. It's easier for us, but that was just down to 1 or 2 rounds.
Sure. You're facing the loser of Vitality versus Na'Vi. Do you have any preference in that one? Is there any of those 2 teams you really want to beat?
Simple or Zayu, that's a hard choice. I guess whatever it comes, it's going to work for us. We're going to do our best, but it's going to be tough either way.
Well, it's always a pleasure to talk to you. You survived elimination, so I'm going to let you get on, maybe relax a little bit after a game like that, and we'll see you later.
All right, thank you. Sure do. Bye-bye.
Gotta love Art there. At least he does kind of give us what we were expecting. He never gives up, even when those kills are not going his way. He's like, I've just got to do what I got to do. That's the most sacrificial in-game leader I've ever seen.
Yes, and it's probably very rare to see a player that can repetitively die in a round, but it creates a tactical solution for his team. And to me, that's a great asset for FURIA, right? That Van dive we were talking about, just to think about this one round, he died so many times trying to make it, but then it created pressure on the B-bomb side. And then OG, they had no choice but to dedicate a player doing it. You have to respect the hustle. You have to respect the risk.
And I got to respect the fact that he has that resilience to deal with it. Now, Pimp, you got these lovely moments for us. We do love eco plays coming out here. So let's find out what we got this time around.
We do indeed have an eco play, and this play could be the round that decided the entire game. Both of the lineups right now in the round you're coming into right here, the score is 13-12, and whoever loses this round will be out of money after this one. You see a fast execute coming in for OG, and it's going well for them in the beginning. Perfect flash coming in, they find the opening, but at this point, we just talked about him, Art again with the AWP, gets a kill, and look at this. He stays alive, and he stays alive, and he stays alive. He's dragging so much attention towards his name that they end up winning the round, and Art gets another kill right here. This round right here, had FURIA lost that, they could have been out of it. You see the buy coming into the next round, pistols, there's nothing to work with for OG. This decided the game. Had Art not been able to stay alive right here, they could have lost the game. That is the tactical solution you're talking about.
Absolutely, and he speaks for the resilience of Art as well, because that was not a good game for him individually. He suffered a lot. He was bullied a little bit on the first half, but when he needs to, at that specific moment, he's got the idea, he's got the flair, the finesse, and he wins the round for them. He gives timing for Vinny to come and help.
And just to add to that, right, he had a 0.80 rating across the whole thing, but they still take the win because of what he's able to do. It's a proof, right, of the impact you can have even by dying, which we never even really spoke about before we started looking at FURIA. But we are going to take a look at the brackets. We are going to see where we're at for today, because we've got plenty more matches coming your way. FURIA survive, but it does mean they will face the loser of Vitality versus Na'Vi. It only gets harder for all these teams in this bracket. It only gets tougher from start to finish.
ZywOo or Simple? Who do you want to face? And he was like, either way, we're just going to make do with what we have in front of us. Which is the right attitude, right? There's not really a winner in that one.
Let's take a look at the games you got coming your way, because next up, right, we got a big one. And at the very end of the day, we go Big versus G2. But it's time for us to go to a break, guys. It's time for us to get ourselves ready for the epic brawl that is going to be Na'Vi taking on Vitality.
Probably the worst thing you can do in CS.
It's obviously like impossible.
That's a good question. So the weirdest, huh?
I heard that Dupree once he zoomed with the AWP on Q.
Dupree zooming on the Q button?
Which I think was weird as hell. It made him a worse AWPer, and I think he changed it now, so now he's pretty good.
I mean, I've heard people like zooming on space. Sounds pretty weird as well.
Players are either way walking or jumping with mouse 2.
I can't remember who it is.
Cloud9 picked up Mezzi. I read that he moves with mouse 2, which is just completely absurd to me that you have to hold your mouse to move.
Someone is jumping on mouse 2, and that's probably the worst thing you can do in CS.
I could definitely never play like this.
I don't know how he does it, but we'll see how he performs with that.
I'm gonna start from the less weird to the weirdest, okay? You see, I think he was playing, you know, you play with W, Q, D, S, D, you know? He was playing with T, F, G, H, a bit more in the middle of his keyboard. Players that play with arrows, Existence and Jax. You had Maniac, that had the reverse mouse, which means that when he was going up, his crosshair was going low.
My past teammate, Xarte, was using that as well. And the weirdest thing was, he used the inverted mouse while in CSGO, but in Windows, he used the normal one. I don't know how can you switch it up that smoothly. As a joke, I tried to play with inverted mouse, but it's obviously like impossible.
I think my teammate Flamey, he has some binds for crosshair. When he play pistol, he do this crosshair. When he play rifle, he do another crosshair.
So we have Avanek that is playing with reverse sound, which means that left is right and right is left. So basically when he is on the left, you watch on the right, you know?
That explains so much. That explains why they couldn't find the bomb at the major. Amanek was like, it's to the left, it's to the right. I don't know where the bomb is.
I have a friend that plays semi-pro in Brazil, so he actually plays with like inverted audio. This one, I think I'm gonna win the title.
Jesus, I thought he was the only one in the world, Amanek.
They have the talent, they have the roster, they have the map pool, they have everything. They are the best team in the world in the ranking.
Robs. Oh, he just got wrecked by ZywOo. Back-to-back off headshots, and ZywOo's not missing.
You never know when you're going to get with Na'Vi. The only constant they have is simple.
It's a nice little pick from Bit, but simple. Nice trip quad! Quad kill on the hay bales. Guns them all down.
This is the match you've all been waiting for. This is the clash of the Titans. We've got Na'Vi going up against Vitality in a best-of-3 in the upper bracket. No elimination match, but it's a pressure on these two sides. Who wants to take a easier route, do I say it, to go through here on the full finals?
Life is definitely easier in the winner bracket. I can guarantee you that. And if you love Counter-Strike in any way, you cannot be anything else but happy and satisfied. We have this game going on. We have Simple against ZywOo, but I think it goes way beyond that matchup, which of course in itself is amazing.
Yeah.
But just the rivalry between these two teams, the BO5 they've played in Beijing, there are so many storylines just colliding with each other in that one game.
And let's start with it. They're now teams who have both got 6-man rosters as well that come into this.
Sure.
We saw Bit last time around for Na'Vi, and okay, you can't say he didn't do like really well or terrible. Like, he was in the middle, wasn't he? He was doing a job that was very hard, and a lot was asked of him to play against Astralis in your first game.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a different approach these two teams come into when it comes to the 6-man roster. Vitality, they planned that out, you know, to perfection, sort of. They made everyone aware that it's going to work like this. We're going to have him on this map, and you saw, you know, the progress they made throughout the group stage, and now also here, where Nvdia has been integrated to the lineup, you know, being a vital part of it. Whereas for Na'Vi, we don't really know what to expect from Bit. As you said, he didn't do poor, like, he didn't do bad. You know, he was coming in a little bit, you know, unfortunate for him against Astralis on a map like Inferno. It's hard to have an impact. And then Flamey came in that matchup, replaced Bit, and he played a great game of Counter-Strike, and Na'Vi went on to win the next following 2 maps. So for me, it's hard to say already now with Na'Vi, you know, what to expect of their 6-man roster. Whereas for Vitality, I think we already know what to expect now. Nvdia, he's doing a good job.
He is doing a good job, but Boomich is one player I want to touch on real quick, because Boomich right now is in a position where he is nearly there on leading this team and getting it together, but sometimes we seem that there's too many voices in there.
Well, we cannot really know what's happening now with the integration of Bit, right? It could be a different type of structure, but I do want to point out that the wins they've had over Astralis and the way they won these last few rounds, to me, that was quite special to see Na'Vi actually finding out, like, tactical ways, to win rounds. It wasn't only simple. If you think about that Dust 2 game at the very end, the fakes they were throwing in, it was very, very sound and interesting from Na'Vi. So can we credit Boomich for that? We were in the dark, but I would tend to.
Well, we're going to find out more about Boomich, and especially what he thinks about Bit.
I've got Boomich joining me from the side of Na'Vi. And first of all, Boomich, I wanted to ask about the new addition that we've seen in Bit. Obviously, he came into the team in your match against Astralis earlier on in the tournament. So what was the decision behind bringing him into this particular game?
Right now, we're testing 6-man roster and trying to add him like on some maps. Right now, he's playing only on Inferno, so we should have more time to test it, and we will see how it works in the future.
So how much input do you have on whether Bit comes in for a game or not? Is it your decision? Is it your coach's decision?
I think like it's a team decision.
So what's the ultimate goal with Bit? As you said, he's only playing Inferno at the moment, but is the goal to get him up to all 7 maps? Are there other maps you want him to come in on?
Yeah, I think it will depend on maps. We want to use him like on more maps, but we should have time, next year maybe, because we was training with him only for 1 week, and it's really risky to use him like on more maps than 1.
It is very risky, right? And they did pay that price, because maybe if Flamey was there on the first map, they might have won it. It was so close when it came to it. We don't know. We don't know how it will go down. But it is tough for any in-game leader to integrate this into a system, right? And so far, Vitality probably are the most successful at it.
Yeah, and as I said, you know, it seems to me like they had a much more structured way of doing it, right? They brought in Nvdia to the boot camp as well, let him play his first game in a boot camp facility where you have all the staff around him, all the players around him. So it seemed to me like the way they integrated Nvdia is, I wouldn't say more serious, but it's been done more clinical in the way that they've been doing it. And then, you know, adding to the fact that Nvdia, not at a single point in any single game so far, have gone negative KD. He's been surprisingly good every single time he joined the server. That speaks to his qualities as well.
If you want a map specialist, Nvdia is definitely the one.
Yeah, so far so good for Nvdia, and the only thing we can do is wait and give him time to prove that what we have seen in these first 10 maps that he have with Vitality, I believe, will actually just be his level. And if so, then he's a diamond in the rough, right? He's an absolute joy to be able to found that. And I agree with Jacob about bouncing it as well. Vitality, they integrated him over time. First of all, he was in the boot camp, not even playing. He had a whole event just watching them play. He was sitting behind them, kind of understanding what his role was supposed to be. And for us as well, you know, we were making hypotheses, okay, who is he going to replace? How's he going to be? But again, that's a success story so far for Nvdia. And also the fact that players are able to jump in and out of games and not being thrown off. To me, that is still something that amazes me.
And when we did the interview of Apex right live, he told us how hard this can be. So let's have an update from him and see how he's getting on with things.
Well, speaking of the sixth man of the roster as well, of course, we saw Nvdia making his debut for 2 maps in a row for the first time earlier on versus Mouse. What did you make of his performance doing that? Was there anything you were focusing on there with him?
Not really. Like Nvdia is a really confident player. He has a lot of confidence on what he is doing, so we're trying to give him even more. The only bad thing he does is that sometimes he's not focusing enough on the team. But he's still a young player, so it's fine. We're gonna adapt to that, and we're gonna give him like more and more confidence to just get better as a player, but also for the team.
Looking at the few months that he's been on the roster as well, what have been the main, evolvements of him as a player? Is there anything that you feel like he's changed up since joining Vitality?
Well, I feel like the most important thing that he has to improve, and that he already improved a lot, is the communication. Like he had like not the best communication, I would say, and that's something really important for us to have a good communication, to just like help your teammates with your communication. That's something that I feel like not most players do, and I feel with the communication, with a good communication, you can help like so many teammates with a good one. So that's the first thing I would say, and also the fact that he has like more freedom maybe than he had in Heretics, like giving him more freedom, like giving him confidence that he can play the AWP as well with ZywOo on Inferno mainly, because ZywOo doesn't care in Inferno to play it. So yeah, he's been involving in a lot of spaces, but yeah, the communication for me is the most important one.
And communication is the key to success in a lot of things, not just Counter-Strike.
2 things I really bite note to right here. The fact that he's being so honest about it. I love that, that he can come out and he's not criticizing his teammates. He's just giving us a clear perspective as to what he's doing well and what he needs to work on. First and foremost, that's nice. More of that from the players out there. The second one, take note, every single one of you guys out there, communication. Try to communicate in a way that makes your teammates better. Try to communicate in a way that, sure, you get a lot of kills, but you don't kill your teammates, by not communicating. A lot of FaZe players, a lot of matchmaking players, they could really, really learn from that. So, that entire sentence right there from Apex, put it on your wall, live by it, and you'll be good.
You can feel,
I'm smiling.
Where it's coming from.
I'm smiling so hard because this is Pimp's hell. Every day he streams that he's like, why am I in this position? Why
he's extremely correct, though. Like, you have to give to Jacob. That's 100%. And FX as well for that.
We were discussing it, right? If you cannot be just communicating the basic stuff, you're better off just not playing, because you don't have to frag out. You can always work by that. Let's get into the pick and ban, though. That's enough on the communication. Apex gave us a good understanding of that.
I'll preface that by saying that I believe Vitality, and if you compare it to Astralis, have a better shot at a Vito when it comes to Na'Vi. First of all, they are going to remove Train, and Na'Vi will remove Vertigo. Vertigo is not a good map for Vitality, not that much, so it's fine. Now, when it comes to picks, these 2 teams share a love for Dust 2, which would make me very surprised if it was a pick anyway. But if you are Na'Vi now, they have proven to us that the nuke pick works.
Yes.
If you'd asked me a week or 2 weeks ago, I wouldn't believe it. But there you have it. They have proven it, picking up against Astralis and winning it. For Vitality, I do believe that Inferno makes sense. It's a weak map, air quote, for Na'Vi, and it's an extremely strong map for them. I'll go for Inferno, not ask much questions.
Vitality haven't lost ever since bringing Nvdia to Inferno, so to me that's a no-brainer. To be honest, I'm having a hard time.
There we go.
Don't do it, and there we go.
Dust 2.
They did it again.
I told you there's a shared love for Dust 2, so that could be a curveball.
But that's interesting, right? Because what was Navi's map pick always when it was
Dust
Nuke
2.
or Train? Dust 2 always. So Vitality there, I wouldn't say they're gifting a map here to Na'Vi, but they're gifting Na'Vi some confidence in the video right here. Because I agree with you, Inferno would have made a lot of sense to me, given that Vitality, they haven't lost on the map yet.
And if we go back to the IM final BO5, Na'Vi won Dust 2 16-12. So that could be Vitality just playing the trick, making sure that this map was not ready. And now Vitality, they have the chance. They could actually end up with Inferno as a 3rd map. That would not be half bad if they push to a 3rd.
Okay, I'm surprised Na'Vi allows that. I'm surprised Na'Vi is willing to do that. But okay, fair and square. Na'Vi, they have a lot of confidence as of recently as well. They're actually playing some solid Counter-Strike, so they're ready to take the fight. And both of these lineups right now, when you look at the map pool, they got exactly what they wanted.
I think this map pool tells us that a 2 off Na'Vi is possible. But if we go to a third, I'd slightly favor Vitality on Inferno. To be fair, I'd favor them on Inferno because I thought that would be their pick.
So you think for Na'Vi, they need to win Nuke and Dust 2?
And they could. They absolutely could. If you go back to that IEM, that was a 16-5 victory over Vitality on Nuke and a 16-12 on Dust 2. These were the 2 first maps being played in that BO5.
Was Nvdia playing then?
That's a good question. I assume they were using the same lineups. They were having him on Dust 2. He plays originally, I think, for Mizuta, that is.
Yes,
so
he was. Yeah, he was in at that point. Right? Oh, okay. So they do know what they're going up against. They do know what they're dealing with.
It must be, some preparation. It must be them having an understanding of, okay, Na'Vi has this to offer on the T side and Dust 2, and I think we've made a plan, that can counter that. Otherwise, to me, it wouldn't make sense to go in and pick Dust 2. It's a map that you hate when people pick as their, go-to pick. Yeah. With, I can somewhat understand that sometimes, but if you have a good preparation, Na'Vi are, I wouldn't say one-dimensional, but it's either Simple going off or Electronic going off as an entry fragger. So if those things are being closed down for Vitality, there's a chance for them to take it.
And you talk about Simple, and I'm glad you do it. This game right here is going to give us the ability to assess what happened against Astralis, because that is a question for us. They beat Astralis in a 2-1. Simple was stratospheric in his stats and his play. So how much stud do we put into that? Now that's a new test on this 2 again, and I want to see the same solutions out of Na'Vi. They cannot always rely on Simple having 60 million kills in 2 maps. Or maybe they can.
Well, I think I will know why, just to crutch off, right? Because last time these 2 teams played Dust 2, that was when Simple went absolutely ham as well. Yes. His rating was 2.02 with 37 kills in a 16-12 victory. So if I'm Vitality, I'm probably thinking, okay, we're not going to lose Dust 2 again because there's no way Simple is going to be able to drop 37 kills on us again. But he just did it against Astralis yesterday as well.
This is the thing, right? You never know what you're going to get. But one thing I'll say is that when Simple's going up against your Astralises, your Vitalities, right, that's at least when he'll deliver to his highest point.
We cannot underestimate, I think, the championship mentality Simple has within him. You said it yesterday, Matthew. Whenever he's up against someone, that he's supposed to beat, or Astralis, where there's a lot of grudge, or ZywOo for that matter, who last year was the best player in the world ahead of Simple. I think Simple has that inner fire, that inner energy that just gets him ignited, right? So I am quite sure he want to prove a point. Not only did they lose that grand final in Beijing to Vitality, but also Simple tonight. He want to prove that he's the best player in the world of 2020.
And actually, this is the point also where it comes to ZywOo. He doesn't care about this best player in the world thing as much as Simple when it comes to it, right? ZywOo is there more for the team from what I've heard from his players.
I agree with you, but I also think it comes down to the experience of Simple, which again has been at the top for way longer than ZywOo. Simple, has it in him to focus both on that 1v1 against ZywOo and being his mind in the game. Okay. Maybe for ZywOo now it's just about, what, I'm going to do my job. I'm going to focus on what I have to do. I have time to think about this ranking. Who cares about it now? I just want to win. But Simple, they can do both. He can be the best player and he can go for the win.
He can do both, but can he do both in this series? We're heading to a break, and when we come back, we're starting off on Nuke between Na'Vi and Vitality. This is the game you've been waiting for, and you'll have Scrawny and Launders to deliver the hype and bring the action from start to finish.
I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on. Nothing. Keep the flame on. Nothing. Keep the flame. Keep the flame. Keep the flame on.
Well, hello everybody. We are now one step closer to the action, but it's gonna be delayed just a minute. Just a minute, I promise. Nvdia was supposed to be a part of the game plan tonight, but because of some technical issues, it seems as though he will not be playing in map 1. Good thing they have 6 players on hand.
Yeah, this is what they were ready for. So, a bit unfortunate to come into the veto, but it's not like they wouldn't play the map with or without him. So I think it, we'll see what that means. I mean, we can't read too much into it, of course. They were prepared to win with 5 before. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. What can you say about that? So far, it's been really, really good for Nvdia. But we are, wait, Nvdia didn't even come in on Nuke. Am I crazy? It was only Dust 2 and Inferno, right?
As far as I remember, yeah.
Yeah.
But we are sharing the information we were fed.
Oh yeah. So okay. So as far as we know, Nvdia is not coming in, but maybe that changes by the time Dust 2 Inferno rolls around. We'll find out. Luckily, I guess we start on Nuke.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not insane, right? Nvdia doesn't play on Nuke. I'm just gonna go check one of their maps. There was no substitution. I remember we joked about it the first time Nuke rolled around. But yeah. But that's good. At least we know about Dust 2 and Inferno. Pretty sure those are the only 2 maps you have to worry about.
Yep. Martin's reconfirming, was supposed to be here on Nuke.
Oh, he was?
Maybe we were supposed to be making history yet again with this inclusion of Nvdia. He's slowly just crawling across the entire map pool because he's just so damn good.
No kidding. He wasn't playing the last time. He hasn't been playing on Nuke, so I guess he was supposed to actually come in on Nuke. What the hell? Yeah, it was after, it was a Nuke match, I think, with Shocks in it. And then he did an interview afterwards, and he was like, yeah, well, there might actually be another substitution, and it ended up being on Dust 2, or it ended up being on Inferno. And Inferno got very interesting because Ziwu went over towards B, and I feel like he's not been an incredible B anchor.
Okay. Tell me
Nvdia really shines. I mean, most of the time he just gets left alone and has to anchor. He's buying a lot of MP9s.
Sure.
It's an interesting thing. I think they're playing an economy game on the CT side and relying on Nvdia actually more so at mid. But I think it's not because they're shoving Ziwu, you're underperforming. Now you gotta buy MP9s and play B alone. It's not like that, of course. But I think his stats, I'm gonna go double confirm, but I'm gonna say for the matches that we've watched, his stats on Inferno have just been okay. I remember his last map was just like a straight on 1.0 rating on Inferno. It looks like his all-time stats are still extraordinarily good, of course. His all-time are 1.38. His last month is 1.26, which, that's his impact. 1.54 to 1.30. So it's come down a little bit, but I think this is a change that he also supported.
Of course.
I think he wants to play B a little bit, and I think he wants to rifle a little bit more as well. And the stats with Nvdia have just been outstanding on Inferno, but that's of course a map that'll come in map 3 if we even get there.
Yeah, we gotta focus on Nuke. That's where this series begins. And when we talk about Nuke, I mean, how can we ignore that recent performance from Simple on the CT side?
Yeah.
What was it? 21-1.
21-1 with an AUG on CT side versus Astralis, completely dismantling their T side. It was an extraordinary game to watch, a pleasure to cast, and We're going to get to see Vitality and Na'Vi, two yellow teams going head-to-head. This should be an absolute banger, man. I don't know what to expect, but I think, you know, coming into the last leg, the last couple tournaments of the year, Simple, ZywOo, maybe ZywOo doesn't care so much about being the #1 player in the world, maybe as much as Simple does. But it's going to be on their minds, you know, the rating. It's going to be on their minds. It's a fun thing. Everybody wants to be #1.
Not everybody can be, but this man certainly makes a strong argument. Simple has opened up the game with the opening kill. It is Apex down at a distance. Now we're going to get that challenge over towards ramp. Shock's not sticking around too long, as he is very much outnumbered, but ZywOo has pushed into lobby behind them. Flamey going to keep this honest. Focuses on it. Masuda, of course, behind ZywOo, so there are 2 CTs, but only one's been spotted. Boomich going to be sussing out the A site, and it's really just a tough game gathering information. Where are these CTs at? Flamey now knows there's 2 players pushing into the ramp room, and then he deals with Shocks, who comes back up from the depths of that B bomb site. ZywOo shut down, and a flawless pistol comes in from Na'Vi as Flamey slays 3.
You have to absolutely give it up to Flamey for doing so much there. That was just beautiful from him, to be honest. Like, we see this readjustment on the second player. Look at this, mechanical. Oof. And then he finds the third target as well. Shuts it down. Flamey, king of the ramp on both sides, it seems like here. Starting up the T-pistol hot. And the reinvestment will come through for Vitality. Let's see what the CT setup is going to look like. Scout in hand for Apex. Double ramp setup for now. And what might be an early push into the hut. Looking to just get some control here. You keep a roof over your head if you're Masuda. Shield yourself from some of the negative attention. But his position will also get refreshed here by RBK. Though a trade comes down. Ramp push is here.
Ooh, accidental jump from Simple. I feel like I've been seeing those a lot from him. Jumping up.
Yeah, we'll have to figure out what brand of mouse he uses.
Someone ship him some new stuff. Flamey gets tagged down to 3 HP. Boomich a little bit delayed there on finding ZywOo inside of the site, but it doesn't cost anybody their lives for Na'Vi. Only that first casualty against Perfecto. So a clean second round from Na'Vi, and a quick one too.
Yeah, they put the pressure on. I think they only activate the ramp push after they get the information from the lobby push, but they give it their best shot. I've been very impressed by Vitality on all of their setups. To me, it feels like, you know, the rankings are one thing because this stuff changes week to week, but for my money, when I watch how they play some of these maps, I feel like they are the best team on a few different fronts. I feel like Na'Vi are very inconsistent at times, but then can get carried really hard by Simple. Like, inconsistent in terms of their, like, what it feels like what their ideas are coming into a round, how their setups seem flawed sometimes, but they still make it through because they've got so much firepower. But Vitality have that nice balance where ZywOo is consistent, plus they've got a lot of really cool setups to use as well, and their executions are more or less flawless. So we're going to see a new idea brought here to this eco round. 3 pistols outside.
5 pistols outside. Look at them all. Swarming the garage and then falling back. Iconic going to keep his distance.
Na'Vi really one of those teams that just, they look genius in one round and then a little bit silly in another round, you know? Like, Boomich can really orchestrate a round so well and put together the most creative strategy. Everyone fires on all cylinders. Could be a pretty complex round as well, and it'll look great. They're capable of it, but they, for some reason, lack the consistency to put together an entire game plan of a half sometimes. What we saw versus Astralis was really late into the halves. They started to have much better rounds, I think, when they got a certain amount of information. And I think they can't let that happen versus Vitality, because I felt like Astralis were not quite as sharp versus Na'Vi. And Vitality have just been a little bit too consistent lately.
Well, this is their first gun round of the first map. So let's see it, Vitality. Time to stop this early spree. 3 SMGs still within the mix for Na'Vi. Outer yard, not where Boomich's weaponry are going to be the most efficient.
Boom blah.
Silence.
I kill you?
No, just a little bit, just a little tense here. Very tense moment, Vitality, in this first gun round. Not making any brash decisions. ZywOO's all the way back in the CT spawn, and I mean all the way back.
Oh, this guy's buying guns.
So very welcoming of Na'Vi to wrap around this A site. They go off of the incendiary. It is perfect from Boomich. Just sprints into the site like it's nobody's business. Apex gets 1 kill, that's it. And ZywOO nowhere to be found because he was still so far back. So no pressure over towards ramp, no aggression from Vitality at the base of Silo. Na'Vi, they just sink their teeth into the A site, and it helps out that Boomich, he had 2 players flustered. That Molotov landed right on top of Vitality's setup, and he completely caught them off guard.
Great flashes. Wrapping around the bomb site with that MAC-10, the flashes to complement the rush ended up working out extraordinarily well. The execution looked flawless. Always very nice to win around like that. You never want to lose versus the upper explodes. It feels like it's one of the easiest things to hold on CT side, but with some well-timed in place flashes, you can make an argument for, you know, pulling this off more than a few times and a half. So we'll see if this is now a threat that looms over top of Vitality's head, or if it really is just a one-off. It feels like they're becoming more and more commonplace with the molly that lands backside right here, because a lot of the site anchors are standing here on the opposite side of the site. People used to not molly that quite as much. Now that's happening more and more. So Na'Vi will come out with a 4-0, and ZywOO, we'll see what he'll do with the AWP. He has a multitude of options, of course. And, you know, sitting back passive is probably going to be the last on his list. Where we saw him in spawn, that's not really a place for him in a round like this. He's got to try to take things into his own hands.
He'll do so by repositioning to the garage early on. Na'Vi in lobby. And it's simple to find the first kill. Sure enough, headshot into Masuda. He goes down on the side of Mini.
It very much feels like they're going to try to do so. It feels like an upper explode or a ramp hit's coming soon. Okay, ZywOO gets a kill, and then they'll start to move. They just wanted to find out where that op was. And, Doc will try to shut him down.
He does well enough with the first one. Also, tagging Simple down to half health. RPK is going to get aggressive inside of Squeaky. That costs him. Electronic had just been sat back. Simple.
You're going to cancel, yeah?
Off to the races. He's got 3 kills, 4 assists, and his first death now at the hands of Apex.
And they were thinking about going upstairs when they saw ZywOO drop down the vent. So Apex will come clear this out, but it's at this point where Na'Vi just need to take upstairs. I think they got the rotation they were looking for. They know where Apex is. No sense in really slowing this down too much.
Yeah, they doubled Electronic back around from lobby to the silo through Mini just to make sure they come at this from different angles. ZywOO, he could very well still find them with their backs turned. This boils down to a matter of timing, and Electronic, well, he's yet to turn attention. Easy pickup from ZywOO. Now the last man dives back down vents, and Flamey's going to sprint over to this B site, which is, of course, open for the taking. Apex, he had moved over to Hell, but he wastes no time coming back down the ramp. This could be the 1v1, but Flamey, he didn't have his gun up. Thought he still had a little bit more time to play. A 2v2 victory here for Vitality, and remember, they started with that single op.
When Simple died, I need to get some more information here, because I felt like Na'Vi knew that they could take upstairs when Simple dies. Because I thought they knew where ZywOO was, and then I thought they saw him drop down the vent, and then when they had that information, and then Apex got the kill on Simple, what else do you need to know to go upstairs? That's my question.
Maybe they had already thought that Apex would have moved into heaven, killed Simple, goes to heaven.
They were in lobby when he was in ramp. Like, it's just like they could have just gone. But they just waited, yeah. The only question mark for me was whether or not they knew where ZywOO actually was, but I thought they saw it. Anyways, that's
hell of a way to start.
Na'Vi, they really struggle on these anti-ecos. It's not the first time.
And it's Vitality now back in with a double op setup and an opening kill. Apex, he's going to find the head of Electronic over here outside. Falls back to Secret. Ooh. Gets locked into a gunfight.
Oh, he can clock out for the evening. That's a very big kill to start things out. Electronic's been doing a lot of lurking on the T side. Game plan switch up. They see that Apex has fallen back. They try to take advantage of this a little bit. throwing some smokes down upstairs, outside. And ZywOo on the god angle.
Tries to get flashed through. That one gets caught by Boomich, Perfecto, and Flamey still in lobby with a third player back behind them. That's Bomb. So it is Boomich all on his own.
That's a really great punish. That was the play to get some information for Vitality, but they only see one.
And it costs them. Into the 4v4 we go. A little bit of utility pressure coming in on the A site. Perfecto gets tagged by the ramp op. It's RPK to try and hold. And sure enough, now he confirms that bomb. Continues on for more damage, but it's ZywOo with the following kill. And as he slides down into the A site, Perfecto's going to take him. It's only 15 HP for the 2 remaining Ts. Shocks, drops, and a no-scope to close.
Shoot. Shocks. With the confidence. Comes through. I feel like ZywOo was a victim of the falling inaccuracy when he came down for his. But these 2 ops rotating into heaven, at least one of them gets both the kills. This is pretty nasty stuff. Bottle on his way down too. Instant no scope into Perfecto. Still preoccupied with the thought that someone could be up top.
I like that he doesn't take the little ramp either. You know, he moves a little bit forward, gets closer. You can see that T coming off of it, not expecting him to be that 5 feet closer than he maybe could have been. Buy back up for Na'Vi. Electronic, he just saw you, Shocks. And the MP9 slips behind Redbox, but there is no helping hand here for Electronic. Damage both ways through smoke. It's a dink from Shocks, but that MP9 only shaves 60 off Electronic. ZywOo, he's waiting for that upper peak, anticipating that somebody would help Electronic, and Simple was just there. But he falls back. Plenty of time to play.
You know, we see how what the CT game plan looks like. It's almost very standard, but just really well drilled, right? The same stuff, certain amount of pressure outside, some pushes coming out from Apex trying to make some plays. They got ZywOo as a fallback plan. They have Masuda, who they use as a token to get some information. Whether or not he gets a kill, it might not have a negative impact. But yes, it seems to have scared Na'Vi a little bit, but look, oh my God, how does Boomich lose that? ZywOo wasn't even looking at him at first.
That's a flick we're going to have to see. Man advantage. And a smoke in the forefront of Masuda, but it's the squeaky pop. 3 players through for Na'Vi. RPK not going to contest this, so they dive down vents, very much known to Vitality. Perfecto lingers a little longer, but still he gets chopped down. Simple bomb plant back site. Shocks barely standing at this point. And it's only 1 smoke on ZywOo for this retake. There's flashbangs in the mix, but we've got Na'Vi working over towards the double doors. There goes Flamey. Simple just on the other side of this. He anticipates the walkout from ramp, but Electronic, he's going to go peeking forward and dies out to the MP9. It's Simple. Ready to clutch. Sees a couple shoulders, takes one with him, but that clump up from Vitality. 3 players push out Decon, they ensure the retake, and Vitality now just within 1 round of tying at 4.
With a ramp player to give them some guidance, you know, tell them certain angles are cleared, made it a little bit easier to come out of Decon. And this is an off-scope adjustment, isn't it? The shot comes in, it's just a really amazing reflex there from ZywOo. That is some nasty stuff. Should have easily been a kill for RPK, or sorry, for Boomich. I actually lost track about him in the lurk. We'll have attack timeout called to go over things. And we'll see if the game plan will lead them towards trying to find outside control once again. Again, there's so many different modes of aggression here on the CT side from Vitality. It's hard for Na'Vi to carve out a place in the round in yard, but I think as we saw that last round, there was an opening. There is a way to get by the CTs and their kind of relentless attitude when it comes to trying to get information there.
Bit more of an aggressive tempo. Tons of smokes up outside. Perfecto. 1 and done. Masuda is able to claw that one back through the hut. We do have a dive downstairs by Boomich. And Electronic looks to join him through the secret stairs. Where's this rotate?
Yeah, this is a good split. I mean, look, ramp is wide open, right? So ZywOo's got no choice but to respect that a little bit. Shocks will be close up in that position. But Na'Vi, they're in a pretty strong position here if they figure this out. This doesn't seem like a totally appropriate response on the CT side. They're lacking some coverage and some key pieces of information. So we'll see now if Na'Vi can, you know, continue forward with the split.
Both sets of doors swung open. Definitely draws the attention of Shox. He's not quite sure where he should be looking. Doors now closed and reopened. Wow, that's enough to make him look away. Peek out from Masuda as the molly hits his feet. A big peek comes through from these T's, and Hut, well, that gets shut down too. Everything gets shut down by Vitality. Na'Vi, there was layers to that. We had doors swinging open and closed. We had rotates up the vent. They thought they could crunch into the A site, but Vitality still with numbers in position shut that play right down. Boomic, he's going to get blown away by Apex, sidelined, and score tied. 4 rounds each.
I think Na'Vi overplayed their hand a little bit. Like, they had the lower control, the rotations were in place, they got secret really quickly, but they didn't respect their own information in this position. They decided to run backwards upstairs into the CTs, who didn't move a muscle. They've been sitting here waiting for this execute the whole time, and they didn't know that there were up to 4 players that have already gotten downstairs. Na'Vi, you played yourself. I don't think they should have overthought that. They even had Boomic come through, get the opening kill on Shox. Thought a little bit too hard.
What's going on with those swinging doors, Mohan?
That was kind of cool.
Yeah, Shox was looking at it, looked away when they closed just to make an eye on control room, and then
he thought he was getting played with, and then they opened again. I mean, I like that from Boomic.
Are they open or are they closed?
Make up your mind.
The uncertainty.
Well, that's a little bit disappointing from Na'Vi, but at least we'll get the immediate buyback on both sides.
Still no op in the hands of Simple. That's why I got out of bed this morning.
Not for the AUG.
Well, man. Once we get to the CT side.
CT side, okay.
These first 15. Want that sniper fight. Molotov back to the far vents. 3 T's coming in through Hut. And RPK, he gets burned out of his position. They hold, though. Not that full commitment. Flamey, he's going to take the op shot from the player up in heaven. He decides better than to go charging out recklessly. Vitality very much on high alert. We've got Shox with an off angle towards ramp. Misses his chance at getting a quick headshot and then falls off. Down to the B site he goes. And there are protocols in position over towards Hell. I believe that's ZywOo outside by CT spawn. So they're not going to find anybody peeking despite their patience. 1 smoke left now. We saw Na'Vi just throw a ton of utility onto that A site and make absolutely nothing of it.
Well, I think this is a good round to go upstairs, right? They got the ramp control. I think these are the rotations they're trying to threaten downstairs without actually taking it. Boomic is here to be that kind of aggressive lurk, baiting himself a little bit. Doesn't get the kill, but this might mean you want to try to go into an execute now before the CTs take heed. However, still a player back on the site. Flamey's dying inside the squeaky. Trade comes down. They know RPK's back here, but he is the tank.
Yeah, and the tank don't move. ZywOo, the turret. And, well, the tunnels player gets shut down. Perfecto on for 2. And a couple more shots there. ZywOo hits the dirt. It's a 1v1 versus Shox, but instead, Perfecto can't quite catch them all.
That was a very possible situation.
And Vitality, well, they've now won 5 rounds in a row.
Yeah, I don't actually know ZywOo rotates in, but he's on the floor. Boots on the ground there with RPK, and they're just evenly stacked. The one place, and it looks like, well, oh, here, Na'Vi actually are prepared for everything. The one place they're a little bit weak to is, of course, that heaven wrap with 2 players downstairs, 3 upstairs. But yeah, I guess they respond well. I didn't even realize they had 3. But that'll leave Na'Vi on just Deagles. Some utility to try to score a plant if possible. That's pretty cool. I mean, they didn't even... I'm surprised that... This is kind of like watching simple CT rotations. Like, his reads were always really perfect. That's kind of the same thing with ZywOo there, because normally if you lose ramp like that, then your opper is going to try to pick it up from Turnpike to make sure they can't flank you down ramp and, you know, catch the player like Boomic, just sit over there. That leaves upper weaker upstairs, but he was very much committed in the site. I don't know when he rotated.
Apex able to find that easy headshot. Obviously, lack of helmet's not going to help. Boomich. He gets blasted away, and Shock still at a distance here. Will they be able to find anything? They're waiting. Simple playing Siege. Finds Apex through the pop doorway. Now who's next? This Desert Eagle is deadly, and Masuda, he's going to take a shot down to 38. There's damage going both ways. Perfecto, he's picked up a kill off of the sidearm. Suddenly, Team Vitality no longer looking as comfortable. Masuda, he's going to run the risk, walks forward into the 2Ts. Simple's going to punish. RPK takes his place, but ZywOo, Simple, he just destroys him over top of it. That bomb can be goose-egged by RPK. He's going to sit here and hold it off, but Perfecto with a gun doing damage. RPK 30 health. That's all that makes a difference versus the Eagles.
It got scary. One more shot, he was dead, but he'll lock it down.
I want to see this next one.
Yeah, let's see this heaven shot. It's Masuda, dies, and then instantly to heaven while a player peeks him.
Damn.
Potential for him to even stay alive past that point if RPK doesn't come in for the hot trade. So that'll put Vitality on fire here for the 5-round streak. Another buy up again. And I really wonder for Navi when that upper exec is going to come back into play. The one we saw earlier on in the half. I'd like to know if it works and if they'll try it again.
Hitting a bit of a brick wall now, Navi. That last one came dangerously close, so let it inspire you. Smokes yet again thrown outside. We got Apex going to play into the secret stairs.
They're trying to take advantage of Squeaky here.
3 players on the other side of it. This round. They get into that A site, and everybody for Vitality has wound up dead other than Apex. He can hide inside the vents as long as he wants. This round belongs to Na'Vi. A 6-round spree from Vitality put to an end.
Well, they do it. They pull off the upper explode this time. They use a little bit of an outside fake. It's nicely timed. It's tasteful. They don't overcommit to it. They have Electronic come through with a wrap in through mini. I think the execution on that, the whole strat's pretty beautiful. I think some of their actual just like, you know, end-to-end strategies where it's like a full execute, they get copied by a lot of teams. They're really well thought out for Na'Vi. Some of their defaults that look sometimes a little bit strange or have a few flaws in them. But that's a pretty good round. It seems quite hard to stop that. Of course, the idea is if you put pressure on the outside as a fake, then the mini player has to split his attention behind his flank and also fighting upstairs, and this just allows you enough leeway to get out of Squeaky, which is where they focus in first.
Yeah, the early success of Na'Vi definitely, I think, was helped by the fact that Masuda was off to such a slow start. He was 0-6 at one point, but he is also one of those A players. So like you said, he was very much stretched thin in that last one. We saw him just cowering behind boxes. From that 0-6 score, he got up to 5-8 before that most recent death, his 9th. So a little bit of a recovery on the A site. And Vitality, despite winning 6 rounds in a row, have a questionable economy for this one.
Yeah, it's always tight with Na'Vi. And just no matter who they're playing, they're always able to keep up. It feels like Vitality have done a number of cool things here on CT side, but Na'Vi have had a couple of great strats. Plus they have that pistol round in. So I think the world is their oyster in this round, whether or not they want to slow it down. I really wonder, I think the other thing that they want to try to answer this half is taking a little bit of outside control and then actually coming through with the ramp split to lower. Instead of faking out and like running back to upstairs.
That last smoke a little late.
They're doing the same thing, huh?
Oh, nice. Electronic, he slips beyond ZywOo. Apex also now giving away his position, and he's not quite exactly sure where Electronics got off to. So Apex, he dives back through mini, but look at this. We have Shocks coming into the garage, and it's already occupied.
Oh, look how uncomfortable they are with that. the idea that someone has gotten into their big garage. They just do not operate anymore. Every piece of resource is just dedicated to trying to find him, and eventually they will. But this also gives electronic information. This is one of the upper anchors. So this allows Na'Vi to get into the upstairs site.
Certainly.
That's Vitality's insecurity. Letting someone go unchecked outside.
With that bomb plant, you'd think that Na'Vi secure this round. There's no buyback up from Vitality. They have no kit on this play. And valuable utility for the next round. So, conceding a 6th. Very nicely done by Electronic to get into the garage, to push past smoke. Some curious timing in that one I saw. I don't know the intentions, but the closest smoke grenade outside of Mini popped later than all of the others. And that's what we see ZywOo run through once it finally pops, but Electronic had already just gotten past it.
I think they flashed with it, so I think they were just timing that no matter what to try to catch. I think they're looking for Electronic, and he's peeking whenever that flash pops. So I'm not sure that the player who threw the flash knew when this was coming, but you see this flash pop, and then it's just
seconds of difference.
Like you mentioned, a timing. Yeah.
And then, of course, had Shox gotten that kill, we would have maybe watched RPK be closer to the A site, more of a defense attempt. But Vitality, they kind of get away with an easy concede.
He was just kind of like a black hole. Like Electronic just had too much gravity in that situation. Everybody was looking for him, and then just that alone, even getting the kill, cost him around. So, what happens now? Na'Vi getting better and better each and every T round that we watch. Electronic looking to go for another lurk here outside. This time, new variation on the smokes. In fact, there are none. No all smokes, no diagonal smokes. They're just gonna let him walk up dry, and look how much progress he's made.
Damn. Shox gets completely blindsided. RPK, he's going to come back out from credit card. A second headshot hones in on Simple, only then to die. Wasn't the best of buys from Vitality, but they made the most of RPK. They'd love to still have Shox up, but the cost of leaving Outer open and flaming. Well, he's just tucked close on Squeaky. Masuda, quick trade kill. They've got him pinned into the corner. And Simple, well, he can't come help fast enough. He's got his own fight outside, tapping away at it, finally getting the better of Apex. And now the 1v1. Both these players with 2 kills apiece already in the 13th round.
Oh, he has to go get the bomb. I think that Molly's actually great, because then he finds out that Masuda either did push in the lobby or go down the vents. Now he has to go get the bomb, so this is obviously one thing he's concerned about. But let's see what Simple plays off of.
Ooh, he's hunting.
Oh my goodness.
Masuda's already on red. Caught by Masuda.
Did they know the bomb was outside there?
No way.
Yeah, there's no one that died in that.
No way.
Wow. How the hell?
Because nobody ever gets past Squeaky, so...
Yeah, I guess he wasn't even worried about the bomb. He just realized that Simple was out there at one point. A big play by Masuda after getting the 2K, breaking apart the crossfire, and then coming in on this flank of his own volition to go down the vent, wrap all the way around through Secret, and try to get away with the fact that Simple didn't see him drop down.
So Vitality back into the lead. Double op setup is theirs. Buyback for Na'Vi. And this T side keeps on giving. We are as close as it can get. 2 more rounds to play out here for the T side of Na'Vi. Masuda, who I credited with the recovery, also now has a clutch underneath his belt.
Let me tell you right now, that Vitality, the only thing in the world they want to make sure they don't lose to is another upper explode.
Sure enough.
They got 3 guys here on the floor.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Push through hut from Masuda. A dangerous game to play.
And he doesn't see a lot. Doesn't get far enough to turn that corner. But ZywOo's got significant information here. There's no ramp push, but I think we've got a deeper angle from the ramp as well. Can we take a look at that, DJ? How far is he looking, Shox? I'll actually rotate out to Turnpike. And look what's potentially coming.
Again, RPK made uncomfortable, loses 1/3 his health.
Oh, no counter utility.
ZywOo in the A site, right on the side of the smoke, and already Flamey's been able to cross over. Apex, he can do nothing from inside the vents, but Shox, well, maybe he delivers a kill or 2. Finds the first one, falls back. Perfecto gonna plant front sight. Apex still down on B. He is pinned into this position. Still a round to play after this one, so a justifiable save.
Gotta watch the demo, take a look at these upper explodes, see how they're working out so damn well.
ZywOo playing close smoke with the op.
Just trying to do something tricky there.
Yeah, and Flamey crosses beyond him. He never saw it coming, and then suddenly when he heard that someone's close, Flamey's already outside of the smoke, peering all over that ape play.
Did he see him or did he spam him from through the smoke?
I'm pretty sure Flamey pushed beyond and then turned around and caught ZywOo close smoke as his teammates came out.
Okay.
If my eyes do not deceive me.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, crosses out.
So ZywOo saw that flash, and once again, the nades are working out well. We see how the smoke comes up in front of Squeaky. As they're executing, they hold down vent. They've got the mini flank coming in as well. This has been an unsolved mystery for Vitality. Why do we keep losing to this? It feels like it's happening in a new way. And you got to give credit here to Na'Vi. They've got looks like an unlimited variety of protocols to keep their upper executes very fresh. Fresher than produce.
Couple of crummy pistols for Vitality. That is the additional challenge of this 15th round. And finally, we see Simple on an op for the T side. Has not been a necessary piece of their success. Maybe it will be a part of the equation for Na'Vi to take an 8th.
No.
Shox gets down here early. They do still have a CT inside of the big garage. Shox finds his kill as ZywOo also secures a frag outside and then falls back, confirming that 2 of the last 3 Ts are still outdoors here. Apex, big dunk. Has the man jump off the rooftops, and Boomich, well, he's going to transition right into the garage, but he gets blindsided by the second peek. That's Apex with another. Getting the better of Simple over by Red. Flamey, let's see it. 45 seconds in the 1v4, or Vitality with a 1-round lead.
It's unlikely, but you know what? Why not? What else does he have to do today? Let's see if he can win this. No bomb in his hand. Oh, almost fails on the first kill. He'll get that.
30 seconds.
Okay.
Time now starts to play.
The wind conditions are dwindling.
Win can dwindling. Off shot from Shox closes for Vitality. They will have that 8-round edge. But after that spree of 6, a nice back and forth made possible by Na'Vi. Join us after the break to see who takes nuke.
Oh, hoping.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Fall Games. I'm your host Maniac and we'll be at the drone range where our competitors will be shooting drones. First up is Valde.
Okay. Cool. Just first.
7:50 now.
Holy shit, this is tough.
There's a little bit of frustration coming out of Valde. Can understand that.
This is hard when you just woke up.
It's the first try, mate. Take your time, figure it out.
My orb is slow today.
He's got something on the rhythm going on now. It's looking better. All right. All right.
This was decent at least.
Now we have Shox.
It's fast. Wait. I need to have an angle.
He's trying to have a theory behind it. He wants to optimize the situation. Goes with 500 now. There we go. Gotta be patient.
No.
It's all right. 2,000 points. Can he do 3,000? That's it. You got it. Oh, wow.
Okay. This is my score. Not the best, but I think it's good, no?
Next up, we have Electronic. Let's see what he can do with the AWP. He goes for the 250 now. Trying to catch them as they move.
Get this up.
Goes for the 500 now. Straight to 750.
So bad.
Now we have Tizian